Chapter 301 Against the Red Earl. I didn't expect that I was only imprisoned here for decades and a talent like you appeared in this sea. Although the Red Earl is already dying at this time, his will is still full of unyielding, and that unyielding will can be said to have caused everyone to be shocked. Even if his body can no longer bear it, his will is still driving his body. You little devil, do you think you can really make us surrender? Along with the Red Earl, the other 4 generals and strong men who did not choose to surrender, they looked at Brother Doflamingo with incomparable arrogance. What if you die here? If that's the case, then you can die for me. Without the slightest hesitation, nor the slightest delay, Brother Doflamingo shot. The thin thread in his hand carried the power of crushing the fruit directly through the bodies of these 4 generals and strong men. It can be said that these 4 generals and strong men died here in an instant. It is also your honor that the Red Earl can die in my hands. Doflamingo looked at the Red Earl with a proud look on his face. It is also an honor for your Red Earl to die in the hands of my Doflamingo. This can be said to be Doflamingo's arrogance, even if you used to be able to compete with Roger the Pirate King by yourself. At this time, this era is the era of their spell warriors, the era of his Doflamingo. Being able to die at the hands of his Doflamingo is also the pride of your Red Earl. Little guy, do you know who I am? How dare you say such a thing? After hearing Doflamingo's words, the Red Earl's face could be said to have a trace of anger. Do you know who I am standing in front of you? I was a man who once defeated the previous admiral and was able to compete with Roger, the Pirate King, alone. This is the pride that belongs to his Red Earl and belongs to him. Of course I know the name of your Red Earl, but even so, you are just a loser eliminated by the old times. That's right, in the eyes of Doflamingo, the prestigious Red Count is just a loser who was eliminated by the old times. A man who did not rule the world to become one piece and was eliminated. Everyone in this world will only remember the number 1, that is, the most powerful man with the most power. Everyone knows Roger, the Pirate King, but only dozens of people know the name of the Red Earl, or only the top power knows the existence of the Red Earl. This world can be said to be so cruel, so people can't understand it at all. The culprit of the old era, you little brat, how dare you say such words? After hearing Doflamingo's name for himself, he called himself an outcast from the old era. The Red Earl can be said to be completely angry, and the powerful momentum exploded and swept everything in an instant. Earl Red is also an extremely arrogant person, and the arrogance in his heart cannot be slandered. Boom boom boom. The powerful aura erupted in an instant. Count Red is not a devil fruit person. He is a strong martial artist and a swordsman. Therefore, Halashi's handcuffs can be said to have little restraint on his ability. Halashi's handcuffs are just limiting his freedom. The Red Earl is still the incomparably powerful powerhouse. The powerful aura swept the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. The 8 generals and powerhouses who had previously surrendered to Doflamingo felt the terrifying aura of the Red Earl. The body could not help but take a step back. This is the power possessed by the world's top powerhouses. I have heard about the terrifying strength of your Red Earl, so let me see your strength today. Facing the Red Earl, who was bursting with astonishing aura all over his body, Doflamingo didn't take a step back. On the contrary, he still broke out his aura without stepping back. This momentum even surpassed that of the Red Earl. Is this the power the boss possesses? It's really a terrifying power. The 8 general-level powerhouses standing behind Doflamingo can be said to have truly seen Doflamingo's, King Lee's, invincible terrifying power at this moment. Earl Red, to me, you are nothing but a waste that was eliminated by the old era. As me, who is enough to lead the light of this new era, how dare you fight with me? The powerful momentum swept in like a wolf smoke. With Doflamingo's words, the aura on him can be said to have increased by 3 points. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire body of the Red Earl. Crack. Doflamingo raised his right hand and saw that his right hand clenched his fist heavily and bombarded the cage where the Red Earl was imprisoned. Armamentous domineering and Momo's fruit-crushing power can be said to be activated instantly. Chapter 302 The Power of the Red Earl. Doflamingo, what do you mean? When the cage where the Red Earl was located burst apart under Doflamingo's attack, the Red Earl in this cage looked at Doflamingo in front of him with a puzzled expression. Don't you know that I'm not a devil fruit person? The seafloor stone handcuffs in my hand can be said to have no effect on me. I just want to see the legendary Red Earl's power, the man who alone is enough to compete with Roger the Pirate King. After releasing the Red Earl from the Halustone cell, facing the Red Earl who looked at him with a puzzled expression, Doflamingo told the reason why he released the Red Earl, that is, he wanted to do it in person. Experience the power of the Red Earl. Red Earl, he that can be called an invincible terrorist force. Little guy, didn't expect you to have such guts. Although your strength is indeed good, this old man was the one who dominated. Although the strength of 560 is not as good as before, it may not be able to defeat you, but I want to escape from here. Even if Roger the Pirate King invites him, he will not not be able to stop me. The Red Earl's face was full of pride. Even though his body was full of countless ailments due to old age and frailty, the Red Earl had long since lost the power of his peak state. But there is no doubt that the Red Earl is a strong man who makes everyone terrified. Even though he is old and frail, he is still a strong man that everyone fears. One Piece is One Piece, and I, Doflamingo, will be an existence that surpasses One Piece. What One Piece can't do doesn't mean that I can't do. Doflamingo. Facing the arrogant Red Earl, Doflamingo can be said to be even more arrogant than him. A arrogant man who is more terrifying than him. JD. Arrogant, who reigns in the world like a tiger. Do what Roger the Pirate King can't do. Haha. Now the little devils in this world can be said to be more and more interesting. Although Earl Red's words were full of teasing smiles, isn't this an affirmation of Doflamingo? Affirmation of his influence on the whole world. Not to mention anything else, the destruction of all the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison is enough to cause a bloody storm in the whole world. Today is when your Red Earl died here. An astonishing momentum erupted from top to bottom. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth were full of evil news, and the powerful momentum instantly locked the Red Earl. A mantis arm is too much for a car. Let me experience your strength today. Although the Red Earl's body can be said to be extremely old, but when the Red Earl's momentum erupted, the Red Earl was like a sickly old cat that instantly turned into a ferocious hungry tiger. It seems that the airport land route is going to swallow the whole world into a hungry tiger. As expected of the Red Earl, Doflamingo was not surprised by the change in the Red Earl's aura. This is the real Red Earl, a real opponent that even Roger the Pirate King used to have a headache. But I, Doflamingo, is not Roger the Pirate King. If the change of the Red Earl's aura turned him from a sick cat into a vicious tiger, then brother Flamenco, he is a vicious dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Incomparably powerful, incomparably terrifying and ferocious. Boom boom boom, a powerful force erupted from Doflamingo's body. At this time, Doflamingo's power had already surpassed the limit of the 4 emperors. Give me the power to crush fruit and crush everything. The ability to crush the fruit covered by the double fist. Without hesitation, Doflamingo struck the Red Earl with a punch. The armed color is domineering. Although there are Halish's handcuffs on both hands and feet at this time, at least it is fortunate that Earl Red is not a devil fruit person. The limitation of Halish's handcuffs is not incomparably huge for him. The powerful armament color domineering covers the hands of the Red Earl. In the face of Doflamingo's attack, the Red Earl attacked him in the same way. Kakaka. The power of crushing fruit is enough to crush space. But what Doflamingo never imagined was that the Red Count's armed arrogance actually defeated his fruit crushing power. What a terrifying and powerful force this is. Is this the man who alone is enough to make the whole world terrify? As expected of the Red Earl, in the face of such a powerful Red Earl Doflamingo, it can be said that there is no accident at all. Only such a Red Earl is the real Red Earl, the man who alone is enough to compete with Roger the Pirate King. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of this title? Chapter 303 Massacre Deep Sea Prison. Momo's fruit is 100 times stronger. Facing the Red Earl who possesses such top-level combat power, it can be said that Doflamingo really used the strongest power he currently controls. Momo fruit is 100 times stronger than crushed fruit. At this time, the ability of the devil fruit has been wirelessly enhanced. The armed color is strengthened. Speed enhancement strengthened. In the twinkling of an eye, Doflamingo suddenly felt that his power had increased. Give me death. The Red Earl who once made the world a big shock. A powerful aura erupted from Doflamingo's body. This is the terrifying force that swept everything. Kakaka. The entire deep sea prison seems to have collapsed. Those pirates above the 6th floor of this deep sea prison, they can be said to feel the fear as if the end is coming. This time, it can be said that there is no doubt at all. The Red Earl, who used to be famous all over the world, just died at the hands of Doflamingo. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Looking at the Red Earl who just died in the hands of Doflamingo, this top powerhouse who used to be famous throughout the world is now loyal to the 8 general level powerhouses in Doflamingo. All looked at Doflamingo with admiration. To know that the terrifying power of the Red Earl is the only fear even they are. Do you also want to have this kind of terrifying power? After Doflamingo dealt with the Red Earl, he quickly turned his head to look at the 8 strong generals behind him. There are also differences between the generals and the strong. The 3 generals of the Navy are the top powerhouses among the generals, the kind of terrifying existence that can break through the 4 emperors at any time. In particular, the 3 of them have the ability of the natural devil fruit known as natural disaster. Although Doflamingo has the allegiance of 8 generals and powerhouses at this time, in terms of real combat power, these 8 generals and powerhouses add up to fight. But the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, after all, the 3 generals of the Navy all belong to the pinnacle of generals, and at the same time they all possess the the ability of a natural devil fruit known as a natural disaster. These 8 generals and strongmen who are loyal to Doflamingo can be said to be the bottom of the generals and strongmen. Although 1 or 2 are relatively strong, this type of strongman is so good in the navy. General rival. But don't forget Doflamingo. He is a spell warrior and a sheep spell warrior. The power of the sheep talisman is to go out of the body and devour a person's soul. After using the sheep charm these days, the power of the sheep charm Doflamingo has also developed a little. There is a difference between the sheep charm and the monkey charm. The monkey charm is to copy the ability of a person, and the sheep charm is the soul out of the body to devour the souls of those who are strong in death. And it is very important that Dofran has the power of the sheep charm. Brother Ming, he is not the only one whose soul is out of the body. As long as he wants, he can extract all the souls of the whole world from their bodies. This is the most terrifying part of the sheep charm. Now I give you an order for 8 people to hunt the entire deep sea prison from here. I don't want one person to survive in the deep sea prison. The souls of all creatures in the entire deep sea prison will become the cornerstone of your growth path. Doflamingo's face was full of that bloodthirsty and arrogant smile. He ordered 8 generals and strong men to suck the entire deep sea prison, and then he would use the power of the sheep talisman to follow his soul out of the body, and then slaughter these soul devourers who were killed by them. Soul power strengthens these 8 generals and strong men. This is the most terrifying part of the sheep charm. He was able to train those loyal and powerful men who were loyal to him. That's what other spells can't do. This is the profound meaning of the sheep talisman. 0. As per your order, my majesty. Your majesty, the whole world will be yours. The 8 generals and powerhouses who were controlled by the soul of the sheep's spell power were all in the hands of Doflamingo at this time, and their life and death could be said to be in Doflamingo's moment. How dare they refuse Doflamingo's orders at this time? Then let's start the killing. Kill all the living creatures in the entire deep sea prison, strengthen us with their soul power, and let us have the power to rule the entire world. Doflamingo opened his arms and he seemed to be embracing the whole world, as if the infinite earth was already within his grasp. The dragons who rule the world aloft, they will feel the wrath that belongs to his Doflamingo. Kill the deep sea prison, devouring their souls. Allegiance to his majesty the great Doflamingo. Rule the world. 8 generals and strong men who are loyal to Doflamingo. They all knelt down on the ground, kneeling in front of Doflamingo and making a low voice of allegiance. Chapter 304. The occupied deep sea prison. Who are you? Forgive me. Don't. What about the jailers? How can you tolerate these people slaughtering here? After Doflamingo's order was given, the entire deep sea prison can be said to be caught in a slaughter. 8 generals and strong men set off from the 6th floor of the deep sea prison and attacked upwards. The entire deep sea prison can be said to be caught in a slaughter. Get out of here. The deep sea prison, a place with a history of more than 800 years based here, can be said to have declared its complete fall. 563. At this time, on the sea surface several miles away from this deep sea prison, countless naval warships are walking side by side here. On the deck of this naval warship, Magellan, who was the warden of the deep sea prison, took the prison guards who belonged to the deep sea prison to look at the deep sea prison that was caught in the killing not far away. And behind Magellan, Marco, who belongs to the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, is being thrown here after being tied up. When the scene of the riot on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison reached Magellan's ears, when he learned that the 8 generals and strong men on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison were loyal to Doflamingo, Magellan finally issued an order to let all the prisoners in the entire deep sea prison escape by warships. Of course, Marco, the most important criminal here, was personally guarded by Magellan and set foot on the warship together. Although I was a deserter in the deep sea prison, but this is Magellan had to make a choice, because the exposure of the deep sea prison is not something they can suppress. I didn't expect you to be a spell warrior, brother Doflamingo. Through the hidden phone bug on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, Magellan can be said to know the specific reasons for what happened on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison these days. Doflamingo is the 5th spell warrior, one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Lord, the sheep spell warrior, with the power to control the soul. Everything that happened on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison these days was entirely done by Doflamingo alone. When the 8 generals and strong men all surrendered to Doflamingo and the Red Earl also died at the hands of Doflamingo, Magellan already knew that the deep sea prison had lost his control, and he also heard Doflamingo's order to massacre the entire deep sea prison. Magellan is also an extremely decisive man. He can be said to have decisively abandoned the entire deep sea prison and led the prisoners of the deep sea prison to choose to escape, because Magellan knew that even if they stayed there, it would be useless. It can only be said that they added more killings, added more souls, and let Doflamingo and others absorb them. I didn't expect the dignified deep sea prison to be captured at this very moment today. Marco, who was tied up and thrown there, looked at Magellan with a a dignified face in front of him. Instead of being timid, he laughed and roared wildly. In terms of strength, Marco was never under Magellan. Although he is a prisoner, he is also the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. He also has his own backbone and dignity. You goddamn fellow, if it wasn't because Lord Wu Laoxin was going to explain that, you thought I would take you out of the deep sea prison. With a serious look on his face. Look at Marco, who is laughing and mocking. Magellan roared angrily. Marco is related to the major plans of the Navy and the world government. It can be said that he will not make mistakes. Even if he abandons the entire deep sea prison, he must ensure his safety. This can be said to be the most severe order of the 5 old stars. Because Marco's life is very important, he is related to the decisive battle of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates in the Navy and the world government. Do you really dare to ask me to be headed here? Do you really think I don't know your plan? Marco looked at Magellan with disdain. Marco can also be said to be a smart person. He knows his embarrassing identity and status at this time. As a prisoner of the Navy, he will be the bait to force the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates to attack the Navy headquarters together. As a bait, Marco, he couldn't die here so easily. He still has value to be used. Although I can't kill you, it's okay to beat you up. At this time, I looked at the deep sea prison in the roar. The screams of countless criminals seemed to surround Magellan's ears at this time. Although these criminals are the ones who deserve death, Magellan is the supreme commander of the deep sea prison. He has the responsibility of guarding the entire deep sea prison. Chapter 305 Bloody Deep Sea Prison. Boss, the entire deep sea prison has been beheaded by us except for the jailers who escaped. Blood stained the entire deep sea prison. The 8 general level powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison are like the tigers that came out of the cage to ravage the deep sea prison. Angry roars, wailing for mercy, and screams of pain. This can be said to be the only voice in the once deep sea prison. But as the killings stopped, when the entire deep sea prison was filled with the smell of blood, when Doflamingo stood expressionlessly on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, the 8 generals and strong men with blood all over their bodies came to Doflamingo. I saw them kneeling on one knee and swearing their allegiance to Doflamingo. 19 Then now is the time for me to improve your strength. This is just a killing in the human world, and the next thing is killing in the underworld of the soul. Doflamingo raised his right hand and aimed it at the 8 generals who were kneeling in front of him. The power of the sheep talisman brings the soul out of the body. Superman's tie line fruit soul binding. The fusion of the power of the sheep charm and the string fruit. This time Doflamingo used the string fruit as a bridge to pull the souls of the 8 generals out of their own bodies. At this time Doflamingo's soul left his body and the 8 strong generals followed him. What exactly is going on? Didn't these people all die before? Those lying there are obviously us. 8 generals and strong men who had their first out-of-body souls. Looking at everything in front of them, their hearts can be said to be full of doubts. What is going on? I am a spell warrior under the Holy Lord's command. This is the power of my sheep spell. I used the string fruit as a bridge to temporarily give you the ability to go out of your body and swallow your soul. Hunt these soul eaters here, the power of their souls. Here you can unscrupulously improve your strength. Brother Doflaming opened his arms. At this time he was like the emperor who reigned over the world. He has the ambition to embrace the whole world like a tiger. The power to hunt and devour the soul. Boss, is this the strongest secret you have? All the 8 generals and strong men looked at Brother Doflaming in disbelief. Should such a terrifying ability really exist? This terrifying force that terrifies the whole world. Now this place has become your paradise, where you can unscrupulously slaughter and devour their souls to enhance your power. Brother Doflamingo looked at the 8 generals and strong men in front of him with a smile on his face. The combination of the ability of the thread fruit and the power of the sheep talisman can be said to have created a special power. Moreover, after these 8 powerful generals devoured their souls, the power of these souls was not completely swallowed up by these 8 powerful generals. Half of the power will be transmitted to Doflamingo's soul along the power of this thread. In other words, half of the power of the souls hunted by these 8 generals and strong men in this underworld will return to Doflamingo's body. This is the strongest power of the sheep talisman, a terrifying power that no one can imagine. After the 8 generals and strong men went to hunt the soul of the underworld, after feeling countless powers suddenly pouring into his body, Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. At this time, Doflamingo can completely rely on those generals and powerhouses to enhance his strength. These generals level powerhouses have become the driving force for Doflamingo's growth. With me like this, who else can be my opponent? After feeling the surging power in his body, Doflamingo went completely mad. The strength continued to increase, and the infinite power continued to pour into Doflamingo's body. At this time, Doflamingo could feel the ever-increasing power in his body. The world government and my dear brother, have you felt the fear of those high above the heavenly dragons? Doflamingo stood on the 6th floor of this deep sea prison prison, feeling the soul power that kept pouring into him. Doflamingo's ambition was awakened again. He wants to become the emperor who reigns over the world and controls the life and death of the heavenly dragons, the nobles in the world. Doflamingo, the dragon man who once expelled him to the Holy Land Marijoa, will show them how powerful he is. Seeing his own incomparably terrifying power, he would make the whole world tremble for it. It's the feeling that this force keeps emerging and growing stronger. The power is constantly pouring into Doflamingo's body, and the power of the 8 generals and strong men is also constantly strengthening, but the one who obtains the greatest power of the soul belongs to Doflamingo himself. Chapter 306 Capture the Warship. Take a naval warship. Now is the time for us to leave here. When Doflamingo led the 8 generals to the top floor of the deep-sea prison. At this time, there was no navy warship in the waters around the entire deep-sea prison. Magellan personally escorted Marco to the naval headquarters. At this time, the 8 general-class fleets turned their artillery fire here several miles from the deep-sea prison group. These are the garrison fleets responsible for defending the deep-sea prison. The deep-sea prison garrison fleet has a total of 10 large general-class warships, which can be said to be allocated according to the configuration of the slaughtering order. Marco was escorted by Magellan, who was promoted to the keeper of the deep-sea prison by the vice-admiral of the Navy headquarters. At this time, Shirley was leading the 8 general-class warships in the deep-sea prison to confront Doflamingo and others in the deep-sea prison on this distant sea. Does the boss need us to snatch a warship? When Doflamingo led the 8 generals to appear at the top of this deep-sea prison, the artillery fire of the 8 general-class warships was directed here at the same time. Countless artillery shells erupted quickly and bombarded the deep-sea prison. Because they have already received orders from the world government and even the 5 old stars, even if the entire deep-sea prison is destroyed, they will kill Doflamingo here, especially when they know that Doflamingo has become the 5th spell warrior. This kind of order can be said to be full of decisiveness and determination. Destroying the entire deep-sea prison will also kill Doflamingo, who was promoted to the 5th spell warrior. Does this attack have any effect on us? Among the 8 strong generals, one is a top-level swordsman. I saw him holding an ordinary long sword in the face of the rapid bombardment of thousands of shells. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his face was full of bloodthirsty killing intent, and his eyes were full of disdain. Today, I will show you what a real powerhouse is. We are not an existence that you ants can shake. Although these 8 generals and strong men all surrendered to Doflamingo, they can be said to bow their heads in front of Doflamingo. But for these navy soldiers, these 8 generals and powerhouses are the ones that they cannot shake. Terror exists. The terrifying aura of the strong can be said to be shrouded in all the garrison soldiers. This is an aura that shudders and makes everyone feel hopeless. The demon slaughtering order, which is enough to destroy a country, can only be blocked by trembling in front of these powerhouses. This is the deterrent of the top powerhouses in this world. Although the powerful force is enough to push everything horizontally for the strong in this world, sometimes the quantity cannot match the quality. This world is still the world of the strong. Only the strong can possess the terrifying power that makes the whole world surrender. Today, I will show you the strength of the world's top powerhouses. The general and strong man holding a long sword, facing the countless shells from the bombardment, he just waved his sword gently. When the sword chi swung down, countless sword chi burst out instantly. Boom 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 boom. The roar of the explosion was incessant. Countless sword energy quickly shredded countless shells. These cannonballs were already crushed by the sword energy before they reached the deep-sea prison. This is the power that belongs to the top powerhouse. Ordinary artillery fire can be said to have no effect on top powerhouses. When did the deep-sea prison possess such a powerful top swordsman as Shirley, who is also one of the top swordsmen? He knows the terrifying power of this move. Even he can't say that he has complete control over the stability of the sword chi. In other words, the swordsmanship of that great swordsman was even higher than that of Shirley. I really want to have an upright battle with you. As one of the top great swordsmen, Shirley, after seeing the sword chi emanating from that great swordsman, his heart was filled with infinite fighting intent. After all, he was originally a bloodthirsty murderer. Seize the naval warship and head to the Navy headquarters. Li Wang Hao, kill all the navies here. I will let everyone in the world see the rise of my Doflamingo at the Navy headquarters. Infinite fighting intent erupted from Doflamingo's body. At this time, Doflamingo was like the invincible god of war, an emperor who swallowed the world and possessed infinite ambition. This is an ambitious man belonging to his Doflamingo. Kill all the navies and snatch the navy warships. As Doflamingo's voice said, the 8 generals and powerhouses who were waiting behind Doflamingo, they could be said to be dispatched instantly. A general-class warship rushed to the grave. Chapter 307 Khorasan vs. Doflamingo. Brother Doflamingo didn't expect you to appear here. Time flies, and the the picture once again returns to the war-torn Navy headquarters. When the door of justice of the Navy headquarters was opened, the Navy warship commanded by Doflamingo appeared in front of everyone. When Doflamingo, the 8 generals and strong supporters, appeared on the deck of this naval warship, when Doflamingo's momentum swept the entire naval headquarters, when everyone recognized Doflamingo, everyone's heart can be said to be full of horror. When did Doflamingo become so powerful? And the 8 general-level powerhouses standing behind Doflamingo used to be famous on the sea, but seeing that they are so loyal to Doflamingo to him now after surrender, the Navy pirates who knew the identities of these 8 generals and powerhouses were also full of horror in their hearts. 5th Spell Warrior. I didn't expect you to become the 5th Spell Warrior. As a Spell Warrior, Khorasan also felt Doflamingo's changes. My dear brother, you didn't expect that I actually became a Spell Warrior. As if he felt Khorasan's spying, Doflamingo quickly turned his head to look at Khorasan, only to see him laughing loudly, and his powerful aura exploded instantly. Even if you become a Spell Warrior, you must know that I am a complete Spell Warrior. Facing Doflamingo, who was laughing and seeing the violent aura in his eyes, Khorasan didn't flinch in the slightest, and there is no need for him to back down. Will Khorasan, who is also a Spell Warrior, be afraid? My dear brother, you didn't expect this day to come so soon. When you sent me to the deep sea prison with your own hands, you knew that I would come back one day. Doflamingo's eyes were full of violence. If the person Doflamingo hates the most in this world there is no doubt that it is his brother Khorasan, the younger brother who personally sent him to the deep sea prison. Brother Doflamingo, you should know why you were sent to the deep sea prison by me. All this is just because you have done a lot of evil. Can you blame me? Khorasan's face was full of disdain. Even if Doflamingo was his real brother, Khorasan did not forget that it was Doflamingo who killed his father, beheading his own father in front of him. We will settle all the grievances here today. Facing the domineering and side-leaking Doflamingo Khorasan in front of him, he did not flinch in the slightest, because he is also a Spell Warrior, and he is also a Spell Warrior with a full-body Spell Warrior state. This is simply an existence that Doflamingo cannot match. Doflamingo, what are you here to do? JD. The Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. At this time, he can be said to be roaring with anger. At the most critical moment of the war, Doflamingo, the Spell Warrior, actually appeared here. The power of the Spell Warrior can be said to be obvious to all. Marshal of the Warring States period didn't expect me to appear here. The deep sea prison has been completely destroyed by my hands. I will be here to prove to the whole world that I, Doflamingo, are the overlord of this world. The mighty overlord's arrogance swept over everything. Doflamingo's roar resounded through the sky. At this time, Doflamingo expressed his ambitions on the battlefield where the naval headquarters stood up in the flames of the flames. If you want to be the overlord of this world, do you think you have the aura? Khorasan stood up with a dignified face. Only the Spell Warriors here are worthy of fighting against the Spell Warriors. Only a Spell Warrior can say such a thing here. Khorasan, let's settle the grievances here today. On this naval ship, Doflamingo, his figure appeared in front of Khorasan in an instant like a teleportation. The power to crush fruit is the power to crush everything. The smashed fruit covered on both fists had a lot of power, and Flamenco got angry with Khorasan on his fist and bombarded it away. Crack. The whole space was shattered. There was a cracking sound like glass breaking in the space where Khorasan was located. Khorasan's figure, like a broken mirror, instantly became fragmented. However, Doflamingo didn't have the slightest look of complacency on his face. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him. I don't know when Khorasan appeared behind him, and at the same time the dagger in Khorasan's hand was on the back of Doflamingo's neck. No one in this world can be faster than me. Khorasan's face was full of a proud and confident smile. Chapter 308. The Alliance that shocked the whole world. As expected, he is a perfect Spell Warrior. He didn't kill Khorasan with one blow, but let Khorasan run behind him. Doflamingo didn't have the slightest surprise about this. If Khorasan didn't even use the strength, so how could he be worthy of his status as a Spell Warrior? My dear brother, do you think my strength is so simple? Or, as a Talisman Warrior, have you underestimated me as a Talisman Warrior? Although Khorasan had put the dagger on the back of his neck at this time, but Doflamingo can be said to have no timidity at all. Instead, his face was still full of disdain. For Doflamingo, for him, who is also a Spell Warrior, an attack of this level has no effect at all. The armed color is domineering. Momo's fruit is 100 times stronger. Brother Doflamingo made a move, and the power of Momo's fruit covering his entire body instantly strengthened his body. With the combination of various powers and the use of the soul power of the sheep talisman, Doflamingo at this time can be said to be an extremely terrifying and powerful monster. Doflamingo can be said to be a furious king. Powerful armed domineering swept the whole world. With such a powerful aura, even the fourth emperor felt fear. This is Doflamingo, an incomparably powerful strong man. It actually possesses the powers of various devil fruits. Is the power of the sheep charm the same as the power of the monkey charm? After seeing Doflamingo use the energy of various devil fruits, Corazon, who was standing behind Doflamingo, also had a curious look on his face. Is the power of the sheep charm and the power of the monkey charm a bit the same? Monkey charm, you actually compare the power of my sheep charm with the so-called monkey charm. Can the power of the monkey charm match the power of my sheep charm? It's like hearing something funny. Doflamingo's face was full of mockery. My sheep charm is the strongest of the 12 charms. I will show you the terrifying power of my sheep charm. Doflamingo can be said to be full of confidence in the power of spells he possesses, or that every spell warrior is extremely confident in his spells. This can be said to be the common problem of every spell warrior. After Doflamingo appeared on the battlefield with 8 generals and strong men, the battlefield that should have been caught in the flames of war can be said to have completely settled down at this time. The Navy headquarters is headed by Sabo Corazon. The red-haired pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates are headed by the spell warrior Nico Robin and the spell warrior Tiger. Doflamingo stood on the other side with his 8 generals and strong men. The entire battlefield can be said to be completely settled down. The three-way situation is like this. No one dared to act rashly. Doflamingo, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? You are my ally of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Marco, who was imprisoned on the execution platform and was ready to be executed at any time, seeing brother Doflamingo appearing here, he laughed out loud. At the same time, he also said that the Whitebeard Pirates and Doflamingo are allies. Of course, this is an agreement on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Brother Doflamingo, will not forget it. Looking at Marco on the execution stand, at this time, Doflamingo, who became the attention of everyone, showed a wild smile. This is where his Doflamingo is a shining presence of stars wherever he is. Are Doflamingo and the Whitebeard Pirates allied? In this way, such a situation can be said to be a great disadvantage for our navy and the world government. After learning that Doflamingo had formed an alliance with Whitebeard at this time, it can be said that the navy's expression is full of worry. After all, it is well known that the power of the spell warrior can be said to be an extremely terrifying existence. Coupled with the 8 general-level powerhouses that Doflamingo fought behind, this can be said to be a terrifying force capable of threatening the naval headquarters. At this time, with all the power of the Navy headquarters, they could not resist the combination of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates and the power of the 3 spell warriors. The predicament the Navy is facing now can be said to be extremely dangerous. Long time no see for Whitebeard. I didn't expect that we would meet here today in this way. With his 8 generals, Doflamingo came to Whitebeard, but what Doflamingo really cares about is the 2 spell warriors standing beside Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. You must know that these are 2 spell warriors, especially Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior with a small terrifying existence. Chapter 309 The Surrender of the 5 Old Stars. Marshal of the Warring States period. Didn't you think of it? The situation at this time has undergone an astonishing reversal. Marco, who was imprisoned on the execution platform, looked at the Warring States Marshal standing beside him with a laugh. At this time, due to the appearance of Doflamingo, the entire battlefield can be said to have fallen into silence. It can be said that the Navy and the pirates have all left the battlefield. At this time, it has completely become a 3-legged state, although Doflamingo's leg can be said to be the weakest existence. After all, Doflamingo is just a 5-6-7 spell warrior who has not fully unlocked the power of the spell. Although there are 8 strong generals behind him, no matter in the Navy or the pirate camp, these 8 strong generals are not able to play an absolute deterrent role. Doflamingo, say what you want. Looking at Marshal Doflamingo standing there, he finally sighed. It was not that he wanted to give in, but that he had to give in, because at this time, the Navy headquarters could no longer provoke this powerful enemy, this terrifying opponent. I didn't think about it. Marshal of the Warring States period. Can you think that the day you asked Corazon to put me in the deep-sea prison, I would bloodbath the entire prison and leave there with the entire prison as the cornerstone? Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of arrogance. At this time, he seemed to have taken control of the lifeline of the entire world government. Master Doflamingo, 5 Old Stars wants to talk to you. It is no longer a secret that Doflamingo became a spell warrior and bloodbathed the entire deep-sea prison, but what they didn't expect was that brother Doflamingo would bring those 8 generals and strong men to this war-torn naval headquarters. After Doflamingo appeared here, the Warring States Marshal had already told the 5 Old Stars. After all, the current situation had long since been out of his control. This is simply not something they can handle. The power of the Talisman Warrior, the Warring States Marshal, had personally experienced it. The unparalleled terrifying power was still deeply imprinted in the mind of the Warring States Marshal. Those 5 damn old guys, have they finally figured out now that they want to talk to me? Doflamingo's words were full of disdain. Did the heavenly dragon people who had driven him mercilessly out of the Holy Land Marijoa from the high above also felt the panic in their hearts at this moment? After all, when Tiger washed the Holy Land Marijoa twice, they could say that they felt the horror of the spell warriors. Even the heavily guarded Holy Land Marijoa was in vain and had no defensive effect in the face of the spell warriors. Brother Doflaming, you were indeed one of the members of the Tianlong people. Even if you have become a spell warrior at this moment, you have invincible power in the world. But don't forget that the spell warrior is not absolutely invincible. The presence in the face of Doflamingo, who made a rude remark, even if he knew that Doflamingo had become a terrifying spell warrior at this time. But as the sea in the Warring States period of the Army Marshal, he can also be said to have no timidity. Dare to say this to our boss? Are you trying to court death? Isn't that just a mere admiral? Let's make a big scene here today and completely sink your naval headquarters into the sea. The 8 strong generals standing behind Doflamingo, when they saw the Warring States Marshal talking to Doflamingo like this, they all stood up and shouted, "Just ants, do you have the right to speak here?" Looking at the 8 general-level powerhouses clamoring there, Khorasan, a talisman warrior, burst out unscrupulously with his astonishing aura. Boom boom boom. The mighty aura swept over everything. This was the terrifying force that made everything surrender to it. You must know that he is the spell warrior Khorasan, who belongs to the top powerhouse in this world. Is there anything else in this world that he should be afraid of? Only the spell warrior can defeat the spell warrior. The only ones who can be seen by these spell warriors are those spell warriors. Although the strength of the 8 generals and powerhouses in front of him is not to be underestimated, Khorasan's eyes only have Doflamingo alone. After all, only spell warriors will be seen by spell warriors. As a spell warrior, Khorasan is the only one who takes it seriously. My dear brother Khorasan, you didn't expect me to return from the deep sea prison today. Doflamingo's face can be said to be filled with a fierce look. Chapter 310, Doflamingo's rejection. Brother Doflaming, even if you have become a spell warrior, do you think you already have the power to kill me? The aura of the strong also burst out. At this time, Doflamingo and Khorasan can be said to have become the most dazzling beings in the entire battlefield. Boom 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 kakeka. At this time, the powerful aura of the two who were fighting against each other continued to erupt from their bodies. They became the most dazzling existence on the entire battlefield. The momentum swept away like a wolf smoke. Didn't you think that this is the power of a complete talisman warrior? But one day I will have this power too. 19. Doflamingo was also aware of the gap between himself and Khorasan during the confrontation. The power of a full-body spell warrior is an existence that he cannot match for the time being. Doflamingo's 5 old stars phone. The Warring States Marshal held back his anger and handed a phone bug to Doflamingo. Does the 5 old stars who used to be high above have any instructions now? Looking at the phone bug, Doflamingo's words in his hand can be said to be full of sarcasm. The existence that once made me look up to me can only be said to be soft-spoken to me now, because he already has the power to make the whole world fear him. Brother Doflamingo didn't expect you to become a spell warrior. This is something we never thought about. Now we give you a choice whether to return to Holy Land Marijoa. At this time, on the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa, the 5 old stars who control the highest power in the entire world government, they are talking to the phone in front of them with serious faces. Letting Doflamingo return to the Holy Land Marijoa seems to be a charity to Doflamingo. Ha ha ha. You goddamn old fellows, do you think the Holy Land Marijoa still has any attraction to me at this time? After hearing the voice from the phone bug, Doflamingo laughed, and his words were full of disdain. Returning to the Holy Land Marijoa gave you the status of the world's aristocratic heavenly dragon. Isn't this what you have been pursuing? With an angry look on their faces, facing Doflamingo, who despised the Holy Land Marijoa, although they wanted to kill Doflamingo, how could the power of the spell warrior be such an underestimated existence? Doflamingo now has the power to threaten the world government. It's true that returning to the Holy Land Marijoa was my original expectation, but for me now, it's nothing. The so-called world nobles of the so-called Tianlong people are just ants to me. In this world, only controlling the real power is my capital standing above this world. Doflamingo can be said to have truly understood the true meaning of this world since he experienced the deep sea prison and obtained the power of the sheep charm. Even if it is the heavenly dragons who are high above the world's aristocracy, they are slaughtered like pigs and sheep when facing the talisman warriors. Because the spell warrior has an invincible power that makes the whole world fear it. Even the high-ranking celestial dragons are nothing more than beasts to be slaughtered by others when they face the spell battle. Because this is the absolute influence brought about by absolute strength. Doflamingo returned to the Holy Land Marijoa and gave you the status of the Dragonborn. Isn't this this what you have been pursuing before? Although Doflamingo's words filled people with anger, but the situation at this time has already made the 5 old stars have to choose to give in, because they were terrified by Doflamingo's power at this time. 567 The tragic situation of Tiger attacking the Holy Land Marijoa twice can be said to be vivid in his mind. The 5 old stars also knew that with the defense of the Holy Land Marijoa at this time, it was impossible to defend against the attacks of the spell warriors. The power of a spell warrior can only be matched by a spell warrior, but the 2 spell warriors standing on the side of the Navy at this time are Lieutenant Admiral Sabo, who belongs to the Navy, and Khorasan, who is the king's subordinate Shishibukai. Although Sabo is a Navy, the 5 old stars also know that Sabo is not extremely loyal to the world government, not to mention Khorasan, one of the 7 seas under the king. Although he is a heavenly dragon, he, like Doflamingo, has become an abandoned existence of the heavenly dragon, but Khorasan is a complete spell warrior. His power even surpasses that of Doflamingo, and the most important thing is that he has allied with the 4 Emperor Ants and rules the entire underground black world. Chapter 311 The war ended. Returning to the Holy Land Marijoa used to be my pursuit, but for me now, there is only one thing I pursue, and that is to become the strongest spell warrior with a terrifying power that makes the whole world fear. Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of domineering. What about the Tianlong people who used to be high above? At this time, in front of him was just an ant, because he already has the power to surpass those of Tianlong people. Doflamingo said, your request. What do you want to end this war? With the appearance of Doflamingo, the magic warrior, the world government of the 5 old stars and the Navy can already predict what the final result of this war will look like. The naval headquarters, which represents the justice of the world, cannot be destroyed in this war. Do you want to negotiate terms with me now? The torture you tortured me in the deep sea prison is still vivid in my mind. You want me to give up easily now? Do you think it's possible? The words were full of blatant sarcasm. Even in the face of Doflamingo, the 5 old stars who are known as the world masters, there was no trace of gentleness. For him, the 5 old stars were just ants in his eyes, because he already has the strength to threaten the 5 old stars. On the bright side, the 5 old stars who control the entire world are in front of these talisman warriors, and they are also allowed to be slaughtered by them. Tell me your conditions. Doflamingo, although his heart was full of anger considering the situation at this time, the 5 old stars could only say that they could hold back their anger. The naval headquarters cannot be destroyed there. The naval headquarters, which represents the position of the beacon of justice in the world, can be said to be the strongest fighting force under the world government and also the face of the world government. Give me the identity of a Tianlong person again, and I will have the rights that a Tianlong person can have. At the same time, I'm going to be the king of the Drake Rosa Kingdom. By the way, I also want Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the identity of the Tianlong people has no effect on Doflamingo, the rights enjoyed by the Tianlong people are also extremely huge, because the Tianlong people enjoy the worship of the whole world. At the same time, Doflamingo wants to regain his ownership of the Dracrosa Kingdom, the former kingdom of the Doflamingo family. 800 years ago, the Doflamingo family moved to the Holy Land Marijoa in order to relocate, but they easily abandoned the Dracrosa Kingdom. There is no problem in re-granting you the status of a dragon and handing over the Dracrosa Kingdom to you to control these 2 things. There's no problem even handing over Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, to you, but you will promise not to attack the Navy again in this battle. After much deliberation, the 5 old stars finally agreed to Doflamingo's request. Because the naval headquarters at this time could no longer provoke a spell warrior, the combat power of the 8 generals and strong men under Doflamingo's command should not be underestimated. This war can be said to be completely over with the end of this call. Because of Doflamingo's deterrence, the balance between the pirates and the Navy, which should have been evenly matched at this time, can be said to have been completely broken. But for the Navy, this is actually a wonderful opportunity. The Navy is equivalent to having 2 spell warriors. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Saab, 12 spell warrior. Monkey spell warrior. King Shishibukai Khorasan, 12 spell warrior. Rabbit spell warrior. But on the side of Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates, Nico Robin only temporarily traded with the red-haired. After the war ended, Nicole Robin can be said to be completely separated from the pirates. Tiger needs to guard the Fishman Island to guard the Sea King Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient gods. He will not leave the Fishman Island easily unless it is a last resort. In other words, after the end of this battle, the situation of the pirate who should have the upper hand can be said to have undergone a shocking reversal. After all, the 2 spell warriors on the pirate side are not actually pirates at all. Release Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Open the way for these pirates to leave. Li Zhao's. Although his face was full of anger in the face of the current situation and the order of the 5 old stars, the Warring States Marshal could also say that he had to give an order. And the most important thing is that the Marshal of the Warring States has to carry this black pot himself. This is also the most helpless thing for the Marshal of the Warring States period. This kind of thing that is completely thankless and bears infamy can only be carried by the Warring States period as a naval marshal. My dear brother, I will come to you when I fully unlock the power of the spell warrior. His eyes were filled with a ferocious look. Looking at his brother Corazon Flamenco, there was only murder in his eyes. Chapter 312. The humiliation felt by the Navy. Brother Doflamingo, you really don't take our Navy in your eyes, do you? As one of the spell warriors, Sabo came to Doflamingo wearing a vice admiral costume at this time. As one of the spell warriors, Sabo was one of the few people present who could talk directly to Doflamingo, because in this world strength is everything. Strength can be said to be the foundation of everything. Sabo has the power to make Doflamingo dread because Sabo is a real perfect spell warrior. The strength of one body can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Monkey Charm Warrior, one of the 12 Charm Warriors, Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy Headquarters, you are one of the few people present who can speak to me like this. But you should know the situation at this time. Do you think the Navy at this time can still provoke me? Even in the face of Sabordo Flamenco, he didn't flinch at all because he was also a spell warrior. If he chooses 570 to back down when facing Sabo, how can he become the strongest spell warrior? But you should also know that the Navy is not an existence that you can easily need. The aura of the strong burst out instantly. As the representative of the Navy, how could Sabo easily let Doflamingo slander the Navy like this? Let's deal with the Sabo case first. Fearing that Sabo would do something impulsive at a youthful event, Marshal of the Warring States period, who finally settled this matter down, can be said to have quickly grabbed Sabo. The current Navy can be said to be in a disadvantaged state and cannot tolerate any attack at all. I want to become the supreme commander of the naval G5 base. At this moment, Sabo suddenly turned his head to look at the Warring States Marshal and said such words. The G5 base can be said to be one of the few JD naval bases in the New World. The reason Sabo said such a sentence was that he wanted to go to the New World to suppress Doflamingo, because only he can suppress Doflamingo, who is a spell warrior, and only he has the strength to deter the whole New World. I will report this matter to Lord Wu Laoxing, but I believe that Lord Wu Laoxing will also let you go to the New World. In the face of Sabo's request, the 5 old stars will not refuse, because in the current New World, only Sabo, who is a spell warrior, can suppress it. Whether it is the 4 emperors of the New World or the talisman warriors entrenched in the New World, these forces are the existence of the Navy that cannot be provoked for the time being. And there is only one most important goal of the 5 old stars now, that is to find the next spell warrior. After this war, the 5 old stars and the world government Navy all know the changes that the spell warriors have made to the entire world. It was only because of the appearance of Doflamingo that the war ended, because the power of the spell warriors on both sides is an unequal existence. Has this war ended like this? Looking at the 3 talisman warriors standing on the coast and the pirate power that kept retreating, Corazon, who was standing there, only saw Doflamingo, one of the 3 spell warriors on the coast. This is also impossible. With the strength of you and me, we can only match 2 spell warriors. Doflamingo and the 8 generals and strong men are enough to change the direction of the entire war. Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy Headquarters also came to Corazon with a heavy face. With 3 spell warriors, it is enough to make the 100,000 Navy army unable to move. This is the power of the spell warrior, and this is the power to fear. Even if the 3 of them stood there, the Navy Headquarters was terrified. 2 talisman warriors, 2 powerful 4 emperors, and 3 generals, countless elite lieutenants, and 100,000 troops. It was because in the face of these 3 people, these forces did not dare to move easily. Damn bastards, is this how our Navy allows them to be humiliated? This is the legendary spell warrior. If I can become a talisman warrior, then I will definitely slaughter all the pieces of the sea. Looking at the 3 spell warriors standing there to cover the departure of all the pirates, those Navy soldiers who watched everything in front of their eyes, their hearts can be said to be full of humiliation. What a humiliation this is! It can be said to be an unforgettable thing in their life. It didn't disappoint me. The prestige Doflamingo gained by joining this war is so huge. The Holy Lord hidden in Doflamingo's body. At this time, he could even feel that the power of the sheep talisman was constantly increasing, because this is the power of all beings that is constantly impacting the seal of the sheep talisman. The power of the seal is constantly weakening. The power of the sheep talisman seems to be completely breaking through the seal. 300 Chapter 13. The Future Spell Warrior. To form a new naval base. Have you heard? Vice Admiral Sabo will set up a new naval base in the New World. world. This naval base will be used to deal with the spell warrior Doflamingo and the 4 emperors. When the war had just ended, it was not long before the world that the Navy headquarters will form a new naval base at a new event has spread throughout the Navy headquarters, especially when they knew that this base would be used to deal with the spell warrior Doflamingo and the other 4 powerful 4 emperors. Some ambitious naval soldiers are full of yearning for this naval base, because he will become the front-line battlefield of the entire Navy, represents the official start of the naval headquarters to expand the territory in the New World. This can be said to be a good pursuit for those sailors who have a fighting spirit. Although the New World is full of crises, it is also full of opportunities, because the New World is a paradise for pirates and not under the jurisdiction of their navy. It can be said to be full of battles there, and it's an endless battle full of killing. Rebuild a base in the New World, a new base. You should know how hard it will be here. At this time, at the office door of the Warring States Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Lieutenant General Garp, who was standing here, roared at the Sengoku Marshal sitting on the office seat. After all, as a Navy veteran, Garp is also aware of the horrors of the New World. It could be said to be a truly terrifying place. Countless monsters roam the New World. What a cruel thing it would be to send Sabo now to a new world to open up a new battlefield. Grandpa, this is where I want to go. I applied to go to the New World myself. Facing Lieutenant General Garp, who was roaring there, Sabo suddenly stood up. After all, he came up with the idea of going to the New World to suppress those monsters. Although you do have the strength to suppress those monsters, don't forget that there are many insidious means in this world besides strength. The New World is not that simple. As a veteran Garp who has traveled to the New World and fought in the New World many times, he has seen the cruelty of the New World. In addition to the powerful strength in the New World, sometimes some cunning strategies will make a strong man fall. Of the Whitebeard pirates used to dominate the entire sea, the Rocks pirates, how powerful is his strength? Now the 4 emperors and Kaido were once members of the Rocks pirates, but even with such a pirate group, he was eventually destroyed. I believe that my strength is enough to suppress the new century. Whether it's the spell warrior Doflamingo or the 4 emperors of the New World, they all need me to suppress them. Sabo turned his head to look at Garp with a solemn look on his face, and he also knew that this was Garp's concern for him. But as a spell warrior, and a complete spell warrior, Sabo has also experienced a lot of things. You must know that he was once a man who singled out the 4 emperors. Although he had Garp's blessing at the time, now he has planned to break away from Garp's blessing and become a real strong man who can guard one side. The New World can only be suppressed by him as a spell warrior. Since you already have such an idea, then I won't stop you anymore. But I have always been your grandfather. Although your strength has surpassed me now, I still want to tell you something. If you are bullied outside, come back to me. Garp sees Sabo as his true grandson. In Garp's heart, whether it's Saboy, they have the same status as Luffy's in his heart. They are his grandsons. Grandpa, don't worry. No one in the world can bully me, because I am one of the 12 spell warriors under the Holy Lord's command. A man with great strength. The powerful domineering burst out instantly, and Sabo's words were full of confidence, because he is one of the 12 spell warriors under the Holy Master, a man with the highest combat power in the world. There are 12 spell warriors under the Holy Lord's command. There are already 5 of the talisman warriors now. The next 7 spell warriors will be the targets we need to look for. We need to pull him into the Navy's camp. At this time, the Warring States Marshal spoke. The previous battle at the naval headquarters had already seen the ferocity of spell warriors. The spell warrior has the power to decide the future destiny of the entire world. The naval headquarters, which was full of wars before, stopped the war because of the appearance of Doflamingo. Chapter 314 Garp's Fantasy. The 6th spell warrior who is about to appear. We don't even know what the Holy Master's criteria for selecting a spell warrior is. How can we find the 6th spell warrior? Thinking of the upcoming 6th spell warrior, Garp is also full of helplessness. After all, no one knows what kind of person the 6th spell warrior will be. After all, the top 5 spell warriors, their birth identities can be said to vary. Nicole Robin, a scholar. Tiger as a Murloc. Corazon, a naval spy. Sabo, Vice Admiral Capison. Doflamingo, a pirate. 570. The identities of these people can be said to be different, and even Tiger's race is not human. Is it an easy thing for them to find the 6th spell warrior? Because none of them knew what identity the 6th talisman warrior would appear in front of everyone. What is his race? What is his identity? It is also an unknown secret, whether it belongs to the Navy side, the pirate side, or the neutral camp. This is something that no one will know. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Anyway, there are only 2 things to do. First, one is to help Sabo gain a firm foothold in the New World, and the other is to find the next 7 spell warriors. The Warring States Marshal quickly stood up and said these 2 important things. Help Sabo build a naval base base in the New World to suppress the pirates of the New World. Find the next 7 spell warriors. Because everyone in this world knows how huge the impact of the spell warriors on this world will be. No, you guy won't leave the search for the spell warrior to me, right? Lieutenant General Garp looked at Marshal Sengoku with a strange expression, as if he had guessed something bad. You don't think so, do you? Let me find the next 7 spell warriors. Who else is there in the entire naval headquarters besides you having this power and the world? The Warring States Marshal looked at Lieutenant General Garp with a strange expression. Possesses the top fighting power of the 4 emperors. At the same time, it is an existence that wanders around with nothing to do. If people like you don't look for spell warriors, who else is going to look for spell warriors? You actually asked me to find the spell warrior. Did you make a mistake? Garp stretched out his right finger and pointed at himself in disbelief. Is he the kind of person who is suitable for finding someone? This is your next mission. You must find all the 7 rune fighters and return to the Navy headquarters. At this time, the Warring States Marshal can also be said to be a complete rogue. After all, this is also impossible. The influence of spell warriors on this world is too great. Whether it is the world government or the Navy, their pursuit of spell warriors can be said to have not slowed down in the slightest. After all, the spell warrior can be said to be a vital existence. In this world, the spell warrior has surpassed the 4 emperors and surpassed the marshal to become a top-level existence. If the former admiral was enough to deter the whole world, now only the spell warriors are deterring the whole world. The current spell warrior is the strongest force in the entire world. In addition to sending Garp to find the talisman warriors, the Warring States Marshal actually has other candidates, but Garp is the main force, and there are more people in the world who want to find a spell warrior than the Navy. Whether it is the world government or other forces, they can be said to be looking for spell warriors. Isn't it just looking for a spell warrior? What's the big deal? As if thinking of something, Garp had a strange look on his face. In this way, he can go back to the East China Sea to visit his grandson in an open and honest way. At that time, he will let his 2 grandchildren know the power of his love iron fist. Since Sabo can become a spell warrior, do Ace and Luffy also have this potential? If his 3 grandsons were all spell warriors, wouldn't his Munch family become an existence that the whole world would envy and hate? Thinking that in the future, the 3 admirals of the Navy will all be his grandsons, the corners of Garp's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. It is such an honor that the 3 future admirals of the Navy are members of his Munch family. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but let out a ha ha, as if he could witness the scene in the future. Witness the 3 grandsons of his Munch family become the 3 admirals of the Navy. Cap, why are you giggling there? After hearing Garp's laughter, the Warring States Marshal's face could be said to have a trace of anger. What do you mean by this guy? What time is it now? You are still here laughing at me. Is it worth laughing to ask you to find a spell warrior? Or that this kind of thing is something you simply can't take care of? You can rest assured in the Warring States period, I will definitely complete this mission. Chapter 315 Changes in the World. Has the 5th spell warrior finally appeared? What I didn't expect was that he would be Doflamingo. The mere Doflamingo, how can he be worthy of the status of a spell warrior? At this time, on an island with an extremely dangerous environment in the New World, Kaido, one of the 4 pirate emperors, is the beast. After he learned that Doflamingo actually became a spell warrior, his heart can be said to be filled with infinite anger. He is the beast Kaido, one of the legendary 4 emperors. Why can't even he become a spell warrior? Is it possible to become a spell warrior? Are the requirements really that high? Even if he is one of the 4 emperors, doesn't he have this qualification? Damn bastard, goddamn bastard, I must have the power of the goddamn 19 bastard spell warrior. The words can be said to be full of madness. After all, Kaido, the beast of the spell warrior's power, has experienced it many times. He also has a crazy pursuit of spell power. After all, Kaido, the beast, was once one of the strongest in the world, but with the appearance of spell warriors, the battle power of the 4 emperors has been gradually replaced. In the knowledge of everyone in this world, the spell warrior is the strongest existence. The talisman warrior possesses a powerful force that surpasses the 4 emperors. It can be said that there is no doubt about it. Even Kaido, the beast of the 4 emperors, has a prayer for the power of a spell warrior. After all, he had felt the fear of the power of the spell warrior. That is an invincible, terrifying power that even Kaido, the beast of the 4 emperors, feels the fear of this power. Doflamingo, I want to see the power of your spell warrior. Beast Kaido's eyes are full of naked ambition. In fact, not only the Navy, but the current 4 emperors are also constantly looking for the existence of spell warriors. After all, the power of the spell warrior is too frightening. Boss, are we going to find Brother Doflamingo now? When Doflamingo becomes a spell warrior, his power will be extremely terrifying. The 3 plagues surrounding Kaido, the beast. Although there was a trace of worry on their faces, there was no fear at all. You must know that they they are terrifying beings called monsters in the New World. Each of the three of them possessed a terrifying existence that surpassed that of the king's Shishibukai, and possessed a combat power that was comparable to that of a brigadier general. To find Brother Doflamingo, we must first test his strength. The most important proof is that you want to cooperate with me. Beast Kaido's eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent. For him, although the power of a spell warrior is extremely terrifying, as the fourth emperor, he has no fear at all. Which one of them was not killed from the sea of corpses, and which one was not an existence that has lived and died for a long time? Then let Doflamingo prove his strength to us. Even if it's a spell warrior, our three disasters are extremely terrifying existences. The three disasters standing behind Doflamingo, their aura also exploded into an incomparably terrifying moment. The new world will be changed because of you. Doflamingo hopes you won't let me down. Looking at the sea in the distance, Kaido's heart can be said to be full of ambition. What is all this for? In order to just want to have the ambition to dominate the whole world, the Navy creates a new base in the new world. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters will be the base chief of the new base. The Whitebeard pirates officially formed an alliance with the Doflamingo family. Doflamingo becomes the king of the Dracrosa kingdom. Doflamingo enjoys the treatment of Tianlong people. Time passed little by little. The shocking news one by one kept spreading all over the world. The establishment of the naval New World base. 570. The transfer of the Sob position. What Doflamingo did in the New World. These can be said to have become the existence of much attention. Everyone is staring at this existence like the eye of the storm. Although the wind is calm at the eye of the wind, the surrounding is full of crisis. Especially after Sabo entered the New World, the hearts of the pirates who heard the news could be said to be a stormy wave. After all, Sabo's feats in the New World are still vivid in everyone's eyes at this time. Challenge the four emperors of the New World to replicate the ability of the four emperors. The current Sob is not the Sob who entered the New World for the first time. Sabo, who entered the New World for the first time, was also protected by Lieutenant General Garp, but at this moment he already has the ability to independently swim in the entire sea. He possesses a terrifying power that attracts the attention of the whole world. Became an existence beyond Garp. This can also be said to be the most gratifying thing for Garp. Rat Spell Engraver. Chapter 316. Divine Carving Master. Dong 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 dong. The crisp drum sound suddenly sounded in this quiet village. This is on an island belonging to an unknown small village in the North Sea. Above this small village is a small base with only a dozen navies, and below this small base is a village with thousands of people. In this place with thousands of people in the village, in a remote location of the village, a dilapidated thatched hut appeared in front of everyone. Outside this dilapidated thatched hut is piled up with countless dirt, and there is a small table next to the dirt, but there are countless finely carved figures on the table. Take a closer look at these people. They are villagers living in these villages. He followed the dilapidated hut and looked towards the room. Now, in the dilapidated hut there is an 8-year-old child leaning on the side of the hut and sleeping with the dilapidated quilt there. I didn't expect you to have a relationship with me. Just when this 8-year-old child was sleeping soundly here, a strong golden light suddenly erupted in this room. The Holy Lord appeared in this room with his golden dragon carving. With his performance in the Battle of the Top, Doflamingo can be said to have absorbed the power of countless sentient beings. In addition, Doflamingo is called the king of the Dracrosa kingdom and enjoys the treatment of the dragon people, especially when the Whitebeard pirates allied with Doflamingo and Kaido the beasts fought against Doflamingo and lost to Doflamingo. When this news spread all over the world, the power of the sheep talisman can finally be said to be completely opened. When the power of the sheep talisman was fully unlocked, the Holy Master chose to leave Doflamingo without the slightest hesitation to find the whereabouts of the sixth talisman warrior. But what he didn't expect was that the person who could make him feel the resonance with the spell was actually an 8-year-old child. Although there was something about Nico Robin, an 8-year-old girl, but looking at the little boy in front of him, he never imagined that this little boy would have something unique. Is it because of these statues? The Holy Master turned his head and looked at this room, which was filled with those finely carved statues. Even in the eyes of the Holy Master, he couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. Although the material quality is not a top-level existence, but the characters of each statue can be said to be lifelike. Is that why you chose him? Do you think he has the power to fully activate you? Looking at the power of the rat charm that resonated with the little boy in front of him on the golden statue of himself, feeling the beating rat spell, the Holy Master also knew why he chose this little boy. The rat charm has the ability to turn stillness into motion, and this little boy's ability can fully cooperate with the rat charm. Since this is your choice, then I will follow your choice. Little devil, become my sixth spell warrior. I don't care what you want to be in the future. I don't care what your occupation is. I don't care if you commit a crime or save the whole whole world or even annex the whole world with ambition. I want you to do only one thing: to promote my name as a spell warrior. Uncover the power of the spell warrior. Let everyone in the world feel your fear. A golden light erupted from the golden dragon statue of the Holy Lord. The dilapidated thatched hut was illuminated by this golden light and suddenly became golden. The village that was quietly falling into a deep sleep can be said to have become a golden light under the illumination of this golden light at this time. But even the entire village was caught in this golden light. The sleeping villagers seemed to have no idea what was in front of them and still fell asleep there. Even the soldiers patrolling the base not far from this island, even if they looked directly at the village in front of them, even if the village burst into a strong golden light, as if they didn't notice the golden light, they continued to patrol there. The golden light in front of the eyes, Li Zhao's, was as if they couldn't see at all. Is the little guy willing to become a spell warrior under the command of my holy master? Lalo, who fell into a deep sleep, never thought that his destiny would change today. Originally, he was just a craftsman who was proficient in carving skills in this small village. In the future, he will become an existence that the whole world will compete for. At only 8 years old, he doesn't know what his destiny will be. After all, at the age of 8, he hadn't even left the village and didn't even know what the world was like. His future path will only be decided by himself after a number of obstacles. Chapter 317 Quiet Village. I became the rat charm warrior. Is all this true? The next morning, the sound of the rooster crowing in the village suddenly sounded. Lalo, who was used to going to bed early and getting up early, got up quickly when he heard the sound of a cock crowing. Listening to the sound of war drums from the naval base not far away. Raising his hands, Lalo didn't see any change in him, but the memory of last night seemed to be engraved in Lalo's mind at this time. It was a memory that he couldn't forget at all. I have the ability to turn a still life into a living one. How is it possible to give life to the dead? Lalo shook his head in disbelief. How is it possible to give life to the dead? Forget it, let's go out and work. Lalo didn't bother about this, but quickly packed up his food tools and walked towards a market center in the village. This is a village with thousands of people. There is also a small market center for buying and selling 570 transactions. Lalo, on the other hand, was able to eat and drink in this village by virtue of his superb craftsmanship. Lalo's parents were killed by pirates when he was 3 years old. His grandparents also passed away just last year. Under the care of the people in the village, Lalo can also be said to starve to death. But Lalo is also a very proud person, and he likes to carve since he was a child. When he was 8 years old, he was able to support himself with his superb carving skills. Little Lalo didn't eat breakfast. Right, come on, I have a bun here. Although the 8-year-old Lalo can support himself with his own craftsmanship, some kind-hearted ants still take care of Lalo in this simple village. After watching the young Lalo carrying a huge wooden box to this place, the kind-hearted ant immediately handed Lalo some of the buns and fruits they were selling. Thank you, Grandma Lalo. Thank you, Grandpa Marca. In this village with simple folk customs, everyone's heart is kind. Although he lost all his relatives, for Lalo, this village is his favorite place. What a well-behaved child. Okay, Lalo, hurry up and set up a stall. Uncle and Aunt's faces were full of loving smiles. Sometimes they even treat Lalo as their own. What do they think? Tap, step. Just when Reynald just set up his booth, just when he took out the dirt and took out a small carving knife to carve there, a man in a navy corporal costume appeared in front of him. Little Lalo, have you finished the statue that I asked you to sculpt for our base? This is a non-commissioned officer in his 30s. After coming to Reynald, he looked at the child in front of him with a smile on his face. Uncle Arca, I'm only a few people away now. I can finish it this afternoon. Looking at the non-commissioned officer in front of him, little Lalo quickly opened the backpack behind him. I saw a huge package in the backpack behind him. Inside this package are dozens of statues of Navy soldiers that have been carved. There are dozens of naval soldiers and a naval officer in this village, and this naval officer is the corporal in front of him. You little guy is quite fast. I hope to see your masterpiece in the afternoon. I looked at the dozens of statues already carved in the package. The non-commissioned officer also nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's not talk nonsense with you. I'm going to lead everyone on patrol here. The sergeant didn't say anything but nodded with a smile on his face. Although there are indeed many corrupt sailors in the navy, they enslaved the islands under their command like the emperor of the earth. But the navy of the island where Lalo is located is indeed a righteous soldier who protects one side. After all, most of the soldiers in the navy came from this island. The non-commissioned officer who came to Leno before, he still had a little friendship with Lalo's parents and was a childhood friend. The reason why he asked Lalo to carve the statues of soldiers at the naval base was just to take care of Lalo's business. Fresh fish, I have the vegetables I just picked here. How long did it take when the sun just emerged from the sea? sea. The whole village seemed to be awakened. Navy soldiers patrol the island. The villagers in the village came out to the market to buy food for the day. Fishermen go out to sea to fish. The farmer works in the field. Lilogo was guarding his small booth where dozens of statues of naval soldiers and a naval officer were carved. He saw that his hands were quickly pinching the soil, and a rudimentary carving knife in his hands was as beautiful as a butterfly flying among the flowers. Chapter 318 Pirates Attack. Lalo, your craftsmanship is getting better and better. It's really lifelike. Can you help me sculpt one if you have time? Don't worry, Auntie, I will give you the money. Just when Lalo was seriously carving the last navy statue in his hand, there is an ant who sells vegetables here. When he saw the last soldier statue in Lalo's hand, her face was also with a hint of surprise. Although he had seen Lalo's carvings many times, he was still amazed by the lifelike carvings that looked like real people. Okay, I'll carve one for you when I'm done with the things in my hand. How could Reynald refuse to do business when it comes to business? Then I'll wait. Ant's face can be said to be full of smiles. Boom boom boom. Just when the whole village fell into this peace and tranquility, suddenly the roar of artillery fire suddenly erupted from the sea in the distance. Pirates attack with pirates. Pirate attack. Just when the whole village fell into this early morning calm, just when the hammer fire of each family is rising, the roar of artillery fire suddenly broke the stability of the village. It can be said that the dozens of naval soldiers patrolling the village quickly entered the preparations for this battle. They charged towards the shore with various weapons in hand. Uncle Arca, a soldier, quickly ran out of the village, especially seeing the naval officer headed by these soldiers. Seeing him holding a long sword and moving straight ahead symbolizes that the coast has rushed past. After leaving, Lalo, who was holding the statue of the naval officer in his hand, was also full of worries. Brothers, go kill this group of navies, and we can wreak havoc in this village. Kill the navy to snatch this village. All the money and beauties are ours. At this time, a pirate ship docked here on the coast. Dozens of pirates rushed out from here. The leader was a 2-meter tall pirate captain with a gigantic mace. Blood Wolf pirates. When the navy came to the shore and saw the pirate ship docked on the shore, seeing the blood red wolf's head on the huge pirate flag, the naval officer's heart suddenly felt a ding-dong, because he has recognized the flag. A pirate with a bounty of 10 million Baileys in the North Sea. Blood Wolf Morka. He can be said to be an extremely cruel pirate. He attacked the people and attacked the villages. Any village that he captured would end up with corpses everywhere. Everyone was beheaded and women were humiliated. Even the elderly and children will not be easily let go. The flag of the Blood Wolf Sea group was even dyed red by this blood. Brothers, prepare to die. It's time to protect our wives, children, and protect this place. Arca, the top commander of this base, when he knew that the one who attacked here was the Blood Wolf with a bounty of 10 million Baileys, he was even ready to die in battle. After all, there are quite a few pirates in the North Sea with a bounty of 10 million Baileys. But for this small base, the pirates with a bounty of 10 million Baileys are simply not something they can match. Kill. Bang bang bang. The battle can be said to be triggered. Dozens of naval soldiers fought bravely under the leadership of Arca, but what they faced was the extremely ferocious Blood Wolf pirates. Their captain, Blood Wolf, a huge man with a mace, he can be said to be extremely ferocious, and he was seen rushing towards these navy soldiers with a mace. The spikes on the huge mace are extremely sharp. Several navy soldiers died under his huge mace during the swing. Everyone, run away. Flee to the naval base first. Just when Arca led his soldiers to fight against these ferocious pirates, the people in this village can be said to be all hurriedly running towards the naval base on this island. Arca led the navy soldiers to meet the enemy. After all, it was for the sake of these people to delay time. Although this is only a small base, how can it be said that it is the most defensive fortress on this island? But how can such a fortress resist the devastation of these ferocious pirates? Blood Wolf. Arca, holding a long sword, rushed towards the Blood Wolf without hesitation. Mere sergeant, do you think you are my opponent? You must know that there are countless admirals who died in my hands. Looking at Arca rushing towards him, the Blood Wolf's face can be said to be full of disdain. How many majors died in his hands, let alone Arca, who was a non-commissioned officer? Small. Chapter 319 The Power of the Rat Charm. If I really have the ability to transform stillness into movement, then use my ability now. At this time, Lalo, who followed the entire island people huddled in the base, looked at the distant coast from a corner of the base. Looking at the navy soldiers who had a difficult battle with the Blood Wolf at this time. Seeing these navy soldiers fighting bloody to protect them. Seeing that Arca, the naval officer who took good care of him, was full of crisis at this time. Lilogo, who was hiding here, quickly took out the statues of dozens of navy soldiers in his backpack. Look at the statues in front of you. These are the statues that have been painstakingly crafted by themselves. 573. Recalling what happened last night. At this time, Lilogo suddenly had a prayer in his heart. Pray that these statues can really be resurrected and then help the Navy soldiers on this coast to resist those vicious pirates. If what you say is true, I really became a 12 spell fighter under the Holy Lord's command as a rat spell warrior who turns stillness into movement. Then let these soldiers in my hands move. Lalo held up these small statues of soldiers in his hands, and for some reason his words suddenly became extremely serious. Just when he said that the soldiers could turn the stillness into the movement and give them life, a strange force suddenly erupted from Lalo's hands. Follow your orders, my master. We will fight for you on the battlefield. It was at this moment that a golden light enveloped these small statues. Under the speed visible to the naked eye, the size of these golden statues can be said to increase in size in an instant. In the blink of an eye, dozens of uniformed Navy soldiers in Navy uniforms appeared in front of everyone, and in front of these dozens of Navy soldiers is Naval Officer Alcard. How is this going? These sailors, Sir Arca. When these soldiers appeared in front of everyone, the eyes of the people of this base can be said to be full of disbelief. Master, what can I do for you? Arca led dozens of Navy soldiers and knelt down in front of Lalo. At this time, Lalo is their master. Even if they sacrifice their lives, they will protect their masters. Help the Navy soldiers kill those pirates. Although I don't know what's going on, the scene in my dream can actually come true. But looking at the fighting navies by the sea, Lalo immediately pointed his right hand to the blood-filled battlefield. Follow my master. We are the sword in your hand. Your finger is the battlefield where we fight. Without the slightest hesitation or the slightest flinch, when Lalo's order was issued, these Navy soldiers rushed towards the battlefield quickly. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of killing dozens of people suddenly resounded throughout the island. Ha ha ha. Damn Navy, today is your day of death. The mace in the Blood Wolf's hand swung down again and again. Arca could only resist there with a long sword. Although he knew that he might not be the opponent of the Blood Wolf, Arca still fought to the death to protect the people behind him. When I kill you, I will bloodbath this village. I will kill everyone here, rob all the wealth here, and rape the women here. The Blood Wolf's strength crushed Arca, and at this time he could easily resist Arca's attack. While attacking Arca, his words were also full of naked murderous intent. Kill, kill, kill. Just when these Navy soldiers were struggling to resist these pirates here, just when countless Navy soldiers shed their blood to protect the people behind them, a sound of killing suddenly reached their ears. Is this reinforcement from another island? Why did they come from the middle of the village? Look at these Navy soldiers who are wearing Navy uniforms and killed here. The soldiers guarding these bases were also full of puzzlement. No, why does that guy look exactly like me? This is exactly the person who copied our base. When these sculptors came to this battlefield, seeing these reinforcements from the Navy and even the pirates, their hearts were full of puzzlement. It is not surprising that there are two people who look exactly the same in this world, but a group of people look exactly the same, and it appeared here at the same time. Can this matter not surprise them? Boom! Arca the sculptor, without the slightest hesitation, he came to the Blood Wolf with a long sword in hand. The Blood Wolf he attacked with the real Arca. Although I don't know what's going on, why do these reinforcements seem to have copied them? However, with the arrival of these reinforcements, the situation on the entire battlefield has also reversed. The pirates were suppressed. Chapter 320 The Anger of the Blood Wolf. Who are you? Looked at these reinforcements who came from nowhere, and looked at this non-commissioned officer who looked exactly like him. Ulka asked with a puzzled look. Why did they run out from the center of the town? Why do they look exactly like themselves? And even the strength is comparable. On the orders of my lord, I am here to help you. Let's kill these pirates first. The cloner Arca, he can be said to be extremely decisive. Pulling out the long sword in his hand, he helped Arca fight the Blood Wolf together. Although I don't know who you are, but I'm a big pirate with a reward of 10 million Baileys. Can you use 19 as the basis for you rabble to defeat me? Although he was full of surprises for the sudden appearance of human blood wolves. However, after feeling that the strength of the cloner Arca was different from the real Arca, the Blood Wolf suddenly laughed wildly. After all, with his strength, even the two Arcas are not his opponents. No, even the Statue Man and Uncle Arca are not his opponents. Although the appearance of reinforcements temporarily suppressed the arrogance of the Navy, but the Blood Wolf is too powerful. In the battle between ordinary pirates and soldiers, the soldiers have begun to gradually suppress those pirates. However, in the battle between the Blood Wolf and the two Arcas, the Blood Wolf easily crushed Arca with its powerful strength. But is there anyone I know who can beat Arca? His heart was full of anxiety. Looking at the battle on the coast not far away, Lalo could be said to be extremely anxious. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the entire village. If these Navy soldiers can't resist these pirates, then facing these innocent villagers is blood slaughter. After all, at this time Lalo knew among the people, the Blood Wolf can be said to be the strongest existence. In that case, I will start carving with you as the goal. Looking at the Blood Wolf not far away, Lalo immediately began began to carve according to the appearance of the blood wolf. I saw him quickly take out a piece of soil. Then the knife in his hand was waving like a butterfly in a flower. Countless soils fell one after another. In this blink of an eye, a blood wolf holding a mace appeared in Lilogo's hand like this. Lalo, looking at the blood wolf, the mace in Lilogo's hand, the ants surrounding Lilogo. They suddenly called out Lilogo's name cautiously. The changes in the statues of the characters just now were seen by these uncles and aunts with their own eyes. At this time, Lilogo can be said to be their last savior. I hope you don't let me down. The carving knife in his hand was flying rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the carving of the blood wolf had been completed in Lilogo's hands. Go and help me defeat that pirate crew. Looking at the statue of the blood wolf in his hand, a strange power emerged from Lilogo's hands again. There was a ray of light in the eyes of the statue of the blood wolf. The body of the blood wolf statue grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Give me death. Just when the blood wolf suppressed the two arcas again, a roar sounded behind the two arcas. A blood wolf with a mace appeared behind the two. How can that be? Looking at another blood wolf who suddenly appeared behind him, Arca, the supreme commander of the naval base. It can be said that there was a burst of despair in his heart. Is today the day they perish? It seems that this is also the master's masterpiece. As the sculptor, of course, Arca knows what the sudden appearance of the blood wolf means. This is also one of his master's masterpieces, one of the warriors resurrected by the power of the 12-spell warrior rat spell warrior. 573. Don't worry, this is our reinforcement. Seeing Arca with a desperate look on his face, Arca the sculptor quickly explained. Boom boom boom. The sculptor blood wolf and the blood wolf melee together. What exactly is going on? Looking at the two blood wolves fighting together, Arca couldn't even tell which one was the real blood wolf. After all, the two of them can be said to be exactly the same. Whether it is appearance, momentum, or even the eyes are the same. When these two people stood in front of Arca, Arca couldn't tell which one was the real blood wolf. There is only one person who can distinguish the blood wolf, and that is Lalo. Rather than distinguishing the blood wolf, it is better to recognize which one is his statue. You bloody bastard, who are you? The blood wolf's heart can be said to be full of infinite indignation. What is going on in all this? Chapter 321. Become a pirate hunter? Two heavy knocks sounded. Two blood wolves fighting there at this moment. It can be said that the mace in their hands smashed heavily on each other's body. The real blood wolf, his chest is full of countless scars, and he was seriously injured and flew out cracked. The sculptor blood wolf, who was also attacked by the mace, smashed heavily on the ground. However, it is different from the blood wolf who vomited blood from severe wounds and has completely lost his combat effectiveness. The body of the carved human blood wolf is flashing with a golden light. The golden light quickly dissipated, and the sculptor blood wolf, who had previously offered a reward of 10 million Baileys, was able to stand together. At this time, he suddenly turned into a blood wolf statue only the size of an adult's palm. Kakaka. At this moment, the blood wolf statue was suddenly covered with cracks. With the sound of kaka, this blood wolf statue can be said to be shattered instantly. What exactly is going on? Is it just a statue who just fought with Laozi for so long? Looking at the blood wolf statue that turned into dust in front of him, the blood wolf who fell to the ground with scars all over his body and has completely lost his fighting power can be said to be full of shock in his heart at this moment. What the hell is going on in all of this? Why is this happening? What the hell is going on here? Arca also turned to look at Arca, the sculptor beside him. Why did the blood wolf from before turn into a broken statue? Could it be? At this moment, Arca suddenly turned his head and looked at the village behind him. Statue, soldier, why does all this make him feel so familiar? What's going on with all this? Because this is my ability. I have the power to turn stillness into movement. At this moment, a childish voice rang in Arca's ear. Lalo appeared behind Arca. At the same time, two blood wolves on the left and right sides of Lalo guarded Lalo with mace. Little Lalo, you said all this is because of your ability. Hearing Lalo's words and the blood wolves standing beside him on the left and right sides. Although Arca couldn't believe this at all. After all, this power of turning static into movement was too terrifying for him. Arca can be said to have seen the horror of this power at this time. Lalo, who was powerless at first, now has the power to destroy the entire base. Not to mention the sculptor marines who have completely copied them. The two blood wolves standing on the left and right sides of Lalo now are enough to destroy this naval base. Uncle Arca is a pirate with a bounty of 10 million Baileys, right? At this moment, Lalo suddenly looked at Arca with a smile on his face. Yes, he is indeed a blood wolf with a reward of 10 million Bailey. A strange look suddenly appeared on Arca's face. Don't you mean to ask for his bounty? Uncle Arca, I'm not in the Navy, and you should know about my current life. This money is also very important to me. Lalo spread out his hands towards Arca and said that he was just a child who survived here by craftsmanship, and he could be said to be living a life that was just full every day. 10 million Bailey can be said to be a huge sum of money for Laidlaw at this time, and this reward was originally what he should have received. Don't worry, kid, I will report this matter and I will help you win your 10 million Bailey bounty. Arca shook his head helplessly and at the same time promised Laidlaw. The money originally belonged to Laidlaw, and if it wasn't for Laidlaw's help the village might even be destroyed here. Laidlaw can be said to be the savior of the entire naval base and this village. Their naval base and the villagers here owe Laidlaw a favor. With 10 million Baileys like this, I've given it away. For Laidlaw, who was only 8 years old and grew up in this village, he, Lizea Howe, had not even seen 10,000 Baileys. 10 million Bailey was something he never dared to imagine. Sure enough, pirates are a huge walking treasure. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. In his heart, Laidlaw, who is a little devil, has become the walking treasure. You don't want to be a pirate hunter, do you? There was a hint of bitterness in his words and a hint of helplessness on his face. Arca asked Laidlaw, but in Arca's heart, Ka actually wanted Laidlaw to join the navy. After all, Reynald's strength is simply too powerful, or maybe his ability is too perverted. Chapter 322 The Shock of the Vice Admiral. Laidlaw did not reveal his identity as one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, and Arca, who didn't know the power of the spell warrior at all, couldn't imagine that the 8-year-old child in front of him would be a terrifying powerhouse who could change the fate of the entire world in the future. In Arca's view, Laidlaw is at most a devil fruit user. These statue warriors all belong to Laidlaw's devil fruit ability. Pirate hunter. Uncle Arca, I don't know what my future occupation will be, but one thing that won't change is that I will still be a sculptor. Looking at his manual carving knife, the corners of Laidlaw's mouth rose slightly with a hint of a smile. It wasn't because I liked this that I taught myself to carve. Okay, I will report this matter to the highest base in Bihai. By then, your 10 million Bailey will be without you. This little guy. Arca looked at Laidlaw in front of him and didn't say anything more to 573, but touched his little head with a look of relief. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment the two blood wolves carved warriors and the carved warriors who had just fought bloody there. Their bodies flashed red light and quickly returned to Laidlaw's body. When the red light returned to Laidlaw's body, the soldiers and the blood wolf all turned into the clay statue at once. These people actually consumed half of my energy. After all the red light returned to his body. Feeling the huge energy contained in his body, Laidlaw also shook his head with a wry smile. He found that his ability was not without limits. Each person's strength is different and the energy he consumes is also different. According to his estimation, he can only revive at most 10 powerhouses at the level of JD Blood Wolf. If he keeps the sculptural body of the Blood Wolf, then he will always occupy this energy. It was just that Laidlaw recovered the energy in these statues. This is a limitation on Laidlaw's strength. After all, if Laidlaw can now carve 10 one-piece statues, can he really have 10 one-piece powerhouses? Then this ability is simply too invincible. Resurrection of these statues requires the power of the spell warriors. With Laidlaw's ability at this time, he can resurrect at most 10 blood wolves of this level. With Laidlaw's future unblocking of the spell warrior power and other himself the improvement of the ability, the energy of this ability will be improved again. Okay, if Uncle Arca has nothing to do, then I'll go first back home. After quickly putting away all the statues that had been turned back into statues, Laidlaw raised his head and looked at Arca. Go back to rest early. I think this ability should also have side effects. If you feel anything wrong with your body, tell me immediately. Arca looked at Laidlaw a little worriedly. With such a powerful ability, Arca couldn't believe that he didn't even have any side effects. Yeah, Laidlaw didn't explain much but nodded with a good look on his face. The only thought in his mind now is to quickly return to his home and carve 10 blood wolves. After all, blood wolves are the strongest beings he knows now. It was also the only template he could sculpt. Damn bastard, where did that guy run to? What did you say? The blood wolf was beheaded by you? In one of the largest bases in Bihai, Lieutenant General Morka, who was responsible for guarding the base, looked at the phone bug in his hand in disbelief. The blood wolf is also a well-known existence in the entire North Sea. Although his strength is not very strong, the blood wolf's style is too vicious. Blood wolf's 10 million Bailey reward is not because of his strength but because of his vicious style. But after knowing that the blood wolf was actually killed by Arca, Lieutenant General Morka's face was still unbelievable. After all, he is somewhat aware of Arca's strength as the highest commander of the entire North Sea. After all, Arca was his former subordinate. You said that a devil fruit person appeared in your village. An 8-year-old kid who killed the blood wolf. He has the ability to carve others and resurrect that statue. After hearing Arca's story, Morka's eyes were filled with shock. As a lieutenant general, although he is only a lieutenant general belonging to Bihai among the 4 seas, he is also one of the high-ranking members of the entire navy. He also knew something about devil fruit abilities. At the same time, he was also curious about Laidlaw's devil fruit ability. Is there no limit to the ability ability of this resurrection statue. Chapter 323 Lailugo goes to sea. What did you say that kid left? When Lieutenant General Morka brought 10 million Baileys to the village where Lalo was, what he saw was a helpless Arca. I don't know when that kid left. Arca's face was also full of helplessness. When he went to find Lalo today, he found out that Lalo was no longer at his home. At the same time, some of Lalo's clothes and simple packages were all packed up and disappeared. Of course, the statues belonging to Lalo also left with Reno, or Lailugo also left something, that is, the statues belonging to all the soldiers of this naval base. This is what Lalo once promised to Arca. Although he did not receive the money from Arca, he still kept these statues. After all, these statues once fought alongside Arca and the others. These statues are all the statues that besieged the Blood Wolf pirates together before, and Lalo just left here with 10 statues of Blood Wolves and countless tools for making statues. Why did that kid leave in a hurry? Morka's Lieutenant General was also full of doubts. He didn't understand why Lalo left here in such a hurry. I don't know why Lalo left here in such a hurry, but I think he should have his own reasons for leaving here. At this time, Arca didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't know what Lalo was thinking. Originally, I planned to take him back to have a look. If it's worth training, I'll take him back to the Navy headquarters, but I didn't expect to leave. Morka shook his head helplessly. Hearing Arca's remarks, he thought of Lalo as a future elite and planned to train him. What a worry-free kid. Looking at Lieutenant General Morka in front of him at this time, the highest commander of the North Sea, whether it is strength, status, or strength, it is the strongest existence. But seeing his helpless expression, Arca didn't know what to say. After all, he only learned that Laidlaw had left this morning. I didn't expect that I could still use it like this. At this time, a huge naval warship was driving fast here in the sea area attached to the sea. This is an ordinary patrol ship and the only warship on the island where Arca is located. But this is not a warship belonging to Arca. When Laidlaw decided to leave his hometown and leave this village to go out and venture, when he made up his mind, he was very prepared. With the infusion of spell power, Lalo's physical strength is also strengthened. He can be said to be more handy when it comes to engraving. Whether it is the precise control of engraving or the speed of engraving, Lailugo can be said to have made rapid progress. Those soldiers at the naval base that took days to carve before, Reynald only spent an hour carving out those dozens of soldiers and Arca. At the same time, Laidlaw had an attempt to carve a naval patrol ship out of clay. That is him, the warship at the foot of the time. What I didn't expect was that even the warship Lalo could revive it into a real warship. At this time, the warship at Lailugo's feet can be said to be a living warship, and the energy it occupies Lalo is not too powerful. It just occupied the energy equivalent to 2 Blood Wolves. This is not to say that the strength of this warship will be stronger than the 2 Blood Wolves. It is just because the size of the military world is relatively large. At the same time, there are still countless figures on this warship. This is the character statue warrior and 4 Blood Wolves belonging to those naval soldiers in the original naval base. That's right, this is the strongest power Lalo has right now. A living naval patrol ship, dozens of naval base soldiers, 4 Blood Wolves with a bounty of 10 million Baileys. This strength is enough to make Lailugo traverse the entire North Sea. Of course, this just gave Lalo the ability to protect himself. In the face of real power, Lailugo's power is still vulnerable. After all, the strongest warrior in his hand at this time is just this Blood Wolf with a reward of 10 million Bailey. Moreover, the power of the seal of the talisman warrior within Lailugo's body can be said to have not been fully opened, and the strength of his body is also extremely weak. After all, he is only an 8-year-old child. After all, the power of the rat charm warrior is to transform stillness into movement. The power different from the bull spell is to directly strengthen oneself. Although they were all 8 years old when they first obtained the spell training, the situation of Lalo and Nico Robin can be said to be completely different. After all, the power of the cow charm is to strengthen Nico Robin alone, and the power of the mouse charm is to strengthen others. Chapter 324 Thunder Dragon. Where are we going next? Master Arca, the sculptor of the warship that led dozens of Navy soldiers, came to Lalo with a puzzled look. After all, even now, Laidlaw hasn't said what their next goal is. When he left the village before, he just said that he was far away from the village, but did not say their destination. Let's see those powerful pirates around here first, shall we? The carving knife in his hand can be said to be constantly flying. At this time, there were dozens of statues of Blood Wolves behind Lailugo. After all, the Blood Wolf was the strongest existence he knew. 577 and Lailugo also found a problem. That is, once his Blood Wolves died in battle, the energy in these Blood Wolves would return to Lailugo's body again. But the only thing that was lost was the statue. That statue would become a mass of shatters. In other words, although the energy is not enough, Lalo can completely reserve enough Blood Wolf warriors. If a Blood Wolf can't can't kill the enemy. 10 blood wolves are not opponents. Then Laidlaw can completely use the will battle to drag the enemy to death. Of course, if the enemy's strength is too strong, it can completely break through the defense of these blood wolf warriors and attack Lailugo. Then for Lailugo at this time there is no solution. Of course, enemies of this level will not appear in the North Sea for the time being. Only the monsters in the New World possess such terrifying power. As your master, we will search for those pirates in the sea area. Sculpting warrior Arca, he looked at Lalo respectfully. After all, Lalo gave him a new life. Lailugo is their master. Although I don't know if it will be successful, I also want to try it. After sending Arca away, the carving knife in Lalo's hand did not stop in the slightest. When 50 statues of blood wolf warriors appeared behind him, Lalo could be said to have stopped carving blood wolf warriors. But that doesn't mean Laidlaw stopped sculpting other things. A huge mass of dirt constantly changing shape in Reno's hands. When a shallow shape appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the big sword in Lalo's hand could be said to be flying quickly. Although the carving hasn't really started yet, everyone can clearly see that this is the shape of a dragon soaring above the 9 heavens, and this is a giant dragon from the west. They have sturdy wings, sharp dragon claws and teeth, and their bodies are full of sinister muscles like steel. Countless dragon scales can be said to be lifelike and exquisite. Although I don't know if it will work, I want to try it. Half an hour later, a lifelike roaring western dragon appeared on Lalo's hands. But before that, I need to recover all the energy in your body. After the western dragon appeared on Lalo's hands, feeling the limited amount of energy in his body at this time, Lailugo immediately turned his attention to the blood wolf warriors and the soldiers who were manipulating the naval warship. After all, the energy in his body at this time can be said to be only a certain amount. If the amount of energy in Lalo's body at this time is 100, then the naval warship under Lailugo's feet occupies 20 of the energy, and the 2 blood wolf warriors occupy 20 of the energy. Arca and dozens of sailors soldiers take up 40 energy. Now Rainer has only 20 energy in his body. This 20 is just a representative representing the energy data in Lalo's body at this time, not to say that it is digital to represent the energy in Lalo's body at this time. Except for the warship under my feet at this time, I can temporarily recover the rest of the energy. After thinking about it, Renault decided to recover all the energy except the energy of the warship under his feet. After all, they were still above the sea at this time. Once the general recovered the energy, wouldn't Lalo and the others just be thrown over the sea? Come back, my power, Laidlaw just called out softly. The power of the rat spell can be said to be mobilized instantly. The 2 blood wolf warriors standing behind Liudeo suddenly turned into the clay statue once again. The sailors who steered this warship were likewise reincarnated into clay statues. I don't know if these energies can revive you. After feeling the energy in his body at this time, Lailugo immediately looked at the giant dragon statue in his hand. After all, even in the world of One Piece, dragons are legendary creatures that are extremely terrifying. This is also one of the few creatures that Lalo can carve out of his own fantasy. Lailugo grew up in that small village, and you asked him to carve a statue of One Piece. After all, One Piece has been dead for so long, Reno doesn't even recognize the appearance of One Piece. Chapter 325 Dragon Knight. Resurrect my warrior Thunder Dragon. Feeling the energy in his body at this time, Lalo quickly injected the energy in his body into the statue of the giant dragon in front of him. Lalo called the giant dragon statue in front of him Thunder Dragon because he wanted to see if he could add the power of thunder to this dragon without any attributes. Crack. When Lailugo just finished saying this, Lailugo suddenly felt that the energy in his body could be said to be injected into the giant dragon statue as quickly as a rushing river. The dragon statue made of clay is covered with cracks as if it will shatter at any time. It won't just split like this. This is the first time that Lalo has seen this kind of broken scene before. Whether it was the blood wolf or the navy soldiers, they all quickly turned from mud to human beings. But this is the first time Lalo has seen the scene of broken fine lines and broken cracks. Ow, oh. Just when Laidlaw thought his 19 experiments had failed, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The giant dragon statue in Lailugo's hand turned into a pile of dust, but in the dust, a giant dragon the size of a normal hound but full of purple scales and thunder appeared in front of Lailugo. Although it didn't achieve what I expected, it didn't disappoint me. Is it just a young dragon? Looking at the purple dragon the size of an ordinary hound in front of him, although there was a hint of disappointment on Lailugo's face, it could be said that he was not completely disappointed. After all, in Lailugo's heart, what he wanted was the huge adult dragon, not the young dragon in front of him. However, you, who occupy most of the energy in my body, will be so powerful. Looking at the flashing thunder on Thunder Dragon, Lailugo also had a hint of expectation on his face. After all, this was the Thunder Dragon that consumed most of the energy in his body, and the energy he consumed was 8 times that of the blood wolf. Can you not lead me to fly above this sky? Although the size of the dragon is only the size of an adult hound, and also has the ability to fly. Although Lalo is only 8 years old, he is relatively young, but Lalo, who has never ridden a dragon, does not know how powerful the dragon's flying ability is. Oh, as if he heard Lalo's words, the thunder dragon who came to this world for the first time waved his wings and came to Lalo. Thunder flashed on Thunder Dragon's body, and countless sparks were scattered. But when Thunder Dragon came to Lalo, even if these thunders touched Lalo's body, it was as if Lalo also possessed the power to control the thunder, and these powerful thunder powers did not harm Lalo in the slightest. Recover the energy in your body first. After riding on the body of the Thunder Dragon, Lalo's first reaction was to recover the energy in the warship in front of him. Whoosh! The energy returned from the warship's body to Lalo's body, and a huge patrol warship was once again turned into a small warship statue. I will inject the remaining energy into your body. After recovering the energy of the warship, Lalo put his right hand on the back of the Thunder Dragon under his crotch. The power of the rat charm was once again instilled into the body of the Thunder Dragon under his crotch. The power instilled in the Thunder Dragon's body, and the Thunder Dragon's body and speed visible to the naked eye became larger again. If it was the size of an ordinary hound before, then the size of the Thunder Dragon at this time is already the size of a calf. Don't worry, one day I will make you the Thunder Dragon soaring above the 9 heavens, a real one enough to make the world surrender to it. Adult Dragon. With the changes in the size of the Thunder Dragon, the aura of the Thunder Dragon also became extremely terrifying. The power of thunder on the Thunder Dragon has also become more powerful. At the same time, Lalo also knew the reason why the Thunder Dragon did not reach the size of the adult dragon in his mind. This is mainly because the energy he provides is still too weak to turn the statue into a real adult Thunder Dragon. 577 However, when Rainer's body energy becomes huge, when he can fully provide the energy of an adult Thunder Dragon, at that time the dragon will no longer be a young dragon, but a dragon capable of soaring. A Thunder Dragon that unleashes the power of unpredictable thunder over the 9 heavens. The young Thunder Dragon can be said to answer Lalo's call. At this time, it can be said that the Thunder Dragon has occupied the power of all the rat spells. The power of the rat charm gives it powerful abilities. As long as my prestige can resound throughout the world, then I can unlock even more powerful forces. At that time, I will be able to control thousands of dragons. Lalo also learned from the Lord's mouth that the rat spell was sealed. He also knew the conditions for the seal to be opened. This is also the reason why he went to sea. Only by going to sea can he gain greater power of sentient beings and unlock the seal of the rat spell. Chapter 326 Hunting Pirates. But Xiaolei, let's look for those pirates above the sea first. Lalo, who was riding on the body of a Thunder Dragon with a body the size of an ordinary calf belly, was floating at a height of 100 meters above the sea. Even if he was flying at an altitude of 100 meters, the entire sea was an endless existence for Lalo. It can be said that it is not an easy thing to find those pirate groups in this endless sea. After all, these pirate groups are too small compared to the entire sea. It's too small to be noticed. Let's go. Although it is extremely difficult to find a pirate group on the sea, but don't forget that this is the era of great sailing. Countless pirates are sprouting like bamboo shoots after a rain, sailing on the sea one by one. Some of them are adventurers pursuing their dreams. Some are true pirates who do all kinds of evil. But these were not things that Laidlaw, who was only 8 years old at this time, could understand. In Lalo's heart, he only had one idea, and that was to find those pirate groups on the sea. Be a pirate hunter to hunt down these pirates, and then find the top strong among these pirates. Carve their statues to make them their own power. This is also one of the main reasons for Lalo to go out to sea, to find those powerful pirates and carve their appearance to become his own warriors. Lalo can carve the appearance of a spell warrior, but he can't exert all the abilities of a spell warrior. This is where the ability of the mouse spell is abnormal, and even he can completely carve out all the previous spell warriors if he wants to, but the abilities of these engraved spell warriors can never match that of a genuine spell fighter. There's a pirate ship in Xiaolei's place. Lalo, who was riding a Thunder Dragon flying above the 9 heavens, saw the flag of a pirate ship hanging on the sea not far away. Lalo immediately ordered the Thunder Dragon to pounce on the pirate ship. Boss, we can say that we have a great harvest this time. I didn't expect that village to be so rich. Those stupid villagers, how do they know that the Guardian Navy they expect has already been bought by us? Just when we blood-washed their villages, they were counting on those navies to save them. At this time, on this pirate ship, the voices of ridicule can be said to be endless. The pirates are laughing here. At the same time, their words were also full of blatant sarcasm, as if killing a village before was just a trivial matter for them. It can be said that they have done more of this kind of thing. This can also be said to be the norm in the entire era of great sailing. Although there is no shortage of adventurers like Luffy in this world, but there are more pirates who do real pirate things in the name of pirates. It can be said that this is the cruelty of the real era of great seafaring. One Piece Roger opened the prelude to this great era of sailing, which is why most people in the world hate Roger One Piece, because he caused the number of such pirates in the world to increase dramatically. Boom boom boom. Has there been thunder in the sky? What's the matter with this thunder's voice? The pirates who were reveling on this pirate ship, when they heard the roar of lightning and thunder above their heads, looking at the unobstructed clear weather above the sky, their hearts are also full of doubts. What is going on? Why is there such a thing as a thunderbolt? What it is? What is flying towards us fast? As the sound of thunder continued, the pirates on these pirate ships also heard the sound of thunder. From the place where the sound came out, a huge figure was flying towards here quickly. Dragon. When a thunder dragon the size of a calf appeared in front of everyone, the faces of the pirates who saw the scene can be said to be full of shock. Is there really such a creature as a dragon in this world? Li Zhao Zhao. Is there a kid on top of this dragon's back up? When the thunder dragon appeared in front of everyone with its wings waving, the appearance of Lei Luo, who was riding behind the thunder dragon, also appeared in front of everyone, especially when they saw that Lei Luo, who was only 8 years old, could actually ride a thunder dragon. Seeing this, they couldn't believe it. You are pirates, right? Then let your captain come out and talk to me. Lei Luo, who was riding a thunder dragon, didn't show the slightest discoloration on his little face even when he faced the dozens of vicious pirates on this pirate ship. Chapter 327 Encounters a pirate ship. If you weren't afraid of the thunder dragon under Lei Luo's crotch. In the face of this 8-year-old kid, Lelo, these pirates had already cut Lelo down, but the thunder dragon's aura was too terrifying. Although this is just a young thunder dragon, it is not an existence that these pirates can provoke. I am the captain of the Scythe pirate ship who offered a reward of 20 million berry in the North Sea. I don't know who you are, your excellency. Just when Lelo finished saying these words and wanted to meet their captain, at this time, a man in his 30s, with a face full of murderous intent and a huge sickle, came out of the pirate ship. Captain of the Scythe pirates, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million baileys in the North Sea. This is a very prestigious existence in the North Sea. After all, those with bounties reaching tens of millions of baileys in the 4 seas belong to the kind of top pirates. But when it comes to the second half of the Great Route, those with hundreds of millions of bounties belong to that kind of soldier. This is the crippling 580 coolness of the Great Route. He gathered countless elites from all over the world and then selected the elites among these elites as if they were raising goo. Survival of the fittest are those top-level monsters. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million baileys. Then you are an existence worthy of being carved by me. The corners of Lei Luo's mouth rose slightly, and he quickly took out the backpack behind him and then took out the clay carving knife from it. You got. Looking at Lei Luo, who was sitting on top of the thunder dragon and sculpting quickly, the captain of the Scythe pirates, Scythe, at this time his face can be said to be full of anger. If it weren't for the fear of the thunder dragon under Lei Luo's crotch, the captain of the Scythe pirates had long ago swung his scythe to kill Lei Luo. Okay, since gaining the power of the spell warrior, although Lei Luo's strength has not improved too fast, he can be said to have increased the speed of carving countless times. The knife in his hand was waving as fast as a butterfly. Countless amounts of dirt fell down quickly. It's just that a lifelike sickle appeared in front of everyone in less than a minute. I want to know what it will be like for you to play against yourself. Looking at the lifelike captain of the Scythe pirates in his hand, Lei Luo raised his head and looked at the members of the Scythe pirates on the long pirate ship not far away. Let me see your power. The power of the rat charm was mobilized again. A powerful force was extracted from the thunder dragon's body and poured into the statue of the captain of the Scythe pirate ship in his hand. Previously, Lei Luo had poured all his energy into the thunder dragon's body. Now, in order to revive the statue of the captain of the Scythe pirates, this energy must be extracted from the thunder dragon's body. In a sense, the thunder dragon became the place where Lei Luo stored his energy. He can also be said to be one of his own standards. Lei Luo wanted to see his energy increase. JD. After all, as the thunder dragon's body has more and more energy, the thunder dragon's size will also become stronger and stronger. In a way, this also proves that the power of the rat charm in Lei Luo is also increasing. Whoosh! A golden light enveloped the statue of the captain of the Scythe pirates in his hand. Light shines everywhere. Resurrect my warrior. When the golden light enveloped the statue of the captain of the Scythe pirate ship in his hand, Reynald threw the statue in his hand to the pirate ship without the slightest hesitation. After all, with the strength of the thunder dragon, he still couldn't drag two people, especially the captain of the Scythe pirates, a huge man, the guy who pretends to be a ghost. Look how I killed you. you? The captain of the Scythe pirates. When he saw the golden light shining on Lilogo's hands and then through the golden light behind their pirate ship, I saw that he quickly raised the sickle in his hand and then quickly slashed towards the golden light. Crack! The golden light instantly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when the scythe in the hands of the captain of the Scythe pirates was about to slash the golden light, a huge sickle appeared in front of everyone. This scythe can be said to block the scythe in the hands of the captain of the Scythe pirates. Who are you? He looked at the man in front of him who was exactly like him. Whether it is strength or appearance, it can be said that they are exactly the same. I'm the one who wants your life. Carved a warrior scythe. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and his face was full of bloodthirsty killing intent. The second scythe warrior strikes. Just when the first scythe warrior entered the pirate ship, the second scythe warrior also shot. Chapter 328. The Vinsmoke family. Who are you? Help, boss, help. With the first scythe warrior attacking the second, the third, and the fourth scythe warrior also set off later. This is the horror of the rat spell. After the first scythe fighter dragged the captain of the Scythe pirates, the second, the third, and the fourth, these three scythe fighters quickly entered the pirates. For these ordinary pirates, the scythe warriors with a bounty of 20 million baileys are simply unmatched existences. The killing can be said to be taking place here. As Lalo, who grew up in this world, most of the pirates are full of hatred. Lilogo's parents died at the hands of the pirates, so he was always full of viciousness towards the pirates Lilogo, and he never showed any mercy. Blood stained the entire pirate ship. The sound of killing resounded through the sky. With the continuous attack of the scythe warriors, the control of the entire pirate ship can be said to be instantly controlled by Lalo. The captain of the Scythe pirates, Scythe, was eventually killed by the attack of several scythe warriors. The captain of the Scythe pirate ship never thought that he would actually die by his own hands. Take me to the treasure room of this pirate ship. When the blood stained the whole pirate ship red, the whole pirate ship fell into silence. After the four scythe warriors stood on the entire pirate ship, Lilogo transformed the Thunder Dragon back into the statue again and put it back in his package. He came to the pirate ship alone. He looked at the scythe warrior who was standing in front of him covered in blood. Lilogo raised his head and said to one of the scythe warriors, "Follow my master." The scythe warrior will never refuse Lalo's order. Facing Lalo's order, the scythe warrior has only one choice, and that is respect. Dragon Knight Lalo, the strongest pirate hunter in the North Sea, the world's #1 sculptor, Lalo. Time flies, and a month has passed like this. A month is not short or long, but for the pirates in the North Sea, this month can be said to be their nightmare. The Dragon Knight Lalo suddenly appeared above the North Sea. With his terrifying strength, Lilogo can be said to be an invincible existence in the entire North Sea. With the power of several spells, Lilogo can be said to be able to traverse the North Sea and almost wipe out all the pirates in the North Sea. Even the terrifying pirate with the highest reward in the North Sea, reaching 60 million baileys, was defeated by Lilogo. The reputation of the Dragon Knight Lalo can also be said to have resounded throughout the North Sea. As Lilogo's reputation resounded throughout the North Sea, the seal of the rat charm was also being unsealed. It can be said that Lilogo's strength has been strengthened once again. Above the 9 heavens, a giant dragon whose size is comparable to an adult colossus is roaming above the 9 heavens. The sound of thunder and lightning flashed all over the body, and on the back of the giant dragon stood an 8-year-old kid. This is Lalo, known as the Dragon Knight, a terrifying man whose strength resounded throughout the North Sea. "Master, what is our next goal?" The thunder dragon, flying above the 9 heavens while waving his wings to swim above the 9 heavens, he asked Lalo on his back. In this month's time, Lalo, who rode the thunder dragon, can be said to have traveled all over the North Sea. At the same time, Lalo also carved countless statues of powerful men. It can be said that his strength has been improved again. Let's see what pirate ships there are. The North Sea can no longer meet my requirements. After we have traveled the entire North Sea this time, we will set off for the Great Route. Looking at the endless sea in front of me, Laidlaw just shook his head and didn't say much. 0 for Lalo. The pirates of the North Sea can no longer be seen by him. After all, the strongest pirate in the North Sea has already died in his hands. Well, just as Lalo looked at the whole sea helplessly, at this moment a ship appeared in front of Lalo. This is a very strange looking ship. It looks like a giant phone bug, and on the banner of the giant phone bug is written 66 characters. The Vinsmoke family, the horror family that once ruled the entire North Sea. Looking at the 66 characters on the flag, Lalo, who grew up in Bihai since he was a child, immediately knew which strength the battleship in front of him represented. The most powerful family in the North Sea, the Vinsmoke family, the one who once destroyed the Four Kingdoms terror exists. The huge strength of the ruler of the entire North Sea, he can be said to be the most massive power in the entire North Sea. Dragon Knight Lalo. Just when Lalo discovered the Vinsmoke family, this country without any tiny territory made up of phone bugs also discovered Lalo's existence. This reputation has resounded throughout the North Sea. The strongest pirate hunter dragon knight Lalo Xiao. Chapter 329 Vince Moklaju. I didn't expect that the pirate hunter dragon knight Lalo, whose reputation is resounding throughout the North Sea, turned out to be just such a kid. The patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Gage, came to the deck of this warship fully armed. When he saw Lalo, who was riding on the thunder dragon above the sky, and looked at his weak body at that time, Vinsmoke's face could be said to be full of disdain. The Vinsmoke family. Looking at the head of the Vinsmoke family with a disdainful face full of rebelliousness, Lalo frowned slightly. Indeed, he was only 8 years old at this time. 580. In the eyes of everyone, what kind of strength can an 8-year-old kid possess? It's normal to be looked down upon. Xiao Lei, let them see your power. After all, Lalo is only an 8-year-old kid, and no one can control the temperament of the arrogant child. Since you look down on me, today I will let your Vinsmoke family see my rat spell warrior. Terrific. Ow. Oh. At this time, the body already had a giant thunder dragon the size of an adult giant elephant. After hearing Lalo's order, he quickly raised his head to the sky and roared countless thunders in his mouth. What do you want to do, little devil? After seeing the thunder dragon's ready attack, Vinsmoke, who was originally full of disdain on his face, can be said to have undergone a great change in his complexion. Although his face was full of disdain, he was also extremely wary of the thunder dragon's strength. Vinsmoke, as the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Gage can also be said to have a lot of knowledge. When he was young, Vinsmoke Gage belonged to an illegal research team. He and Vegapunk developed weapons together, and then led the team to discover the bloodline factor. The world government thought the discovery was too dangerous, so they arrested Vegapunk and bought the team, while Gage successfully escaped from the government and carried out replication and transformation research alone, reviving the Kingdom of Germa. After Gage, he led the Kingdom of Germa to trigger the event of killing the 4 kingdoms of the North Sea. Vinsmoke Gage is also full of curiosity and ambition about the thunder dragon in Lalo's hands. He transformed his 4 sons and daughters through the technology of transforming people. Sanji is a product after a failed transformation, or in other words, for Sanji's mother, she is the most perfect existence, because he didn't lose his emotions because of the transformation. Gage wants to obtain the thunder dragon's genetic map so that he can copy the thunder dragon's powers into the bodies of his Vinsmoke family members. Don't you look down on me? Then today I'll let the Vinsmoke family, whose reputation is enough to deter the entire North Sea, know that I, Lalo, are not easy to provoke. Don't forget that Lalo was only 8 years old at this time. Although his childhood experiences made him extremely mature, but who can take care of the child's temper after he gets angry? Crackling, crackling, crackling. It can be said that the power of thunder in the dragon's mouth of the thunder dragon is constantly gathering, and the powerful thunder ravages the whole world. All the cannons aimed at the dragon above the sky. Vinsmoke can also be said to be a decisive man. In the face of Lalo, who took action in advance, he also quickly gave orders. The battleships around him raised their muzzles and aimed them at the thunder dragon above the sky. At this time, there were 10 telephone bug warships in the sea area, and the muzzles of all the warships were aimed at the thunder dragon. What the hell is going on here? What is that thunder dragon above the sky? Don't you idiots watch the news? This is the dragon knight Lalo, who has been famous all over the North Sea recently, an extremely powerful pirate hunter. At the same time, in a room of one of the 10 battleships, a girl about 14 years old wearing a long pink dress. At this time, she looked helplessly at the 3 little devils in front of her. Her 3 brothers are also the product of Vinsmoke's transformation of people. Although they showed strong talents since childhood, they can be said to have lost their feelings because of the transformation of people. As Sanji's brothers, they have been bullying Sanji for fun since childhood. After all, when Sanji was young, he liked to go to the kitchen to be a chef, which was simply unbearable for the princes of the royal family. In their opinion, cooks are what lowly people should do. As a royal family, they only need to be able to rule these lowly people. And Sanji did not gain strong power because of their mother's failure to reform, so this is also the reason why they were bullied by the 3 brothers. Chapter 330 Sculpting Vinsmoke Gage. Dragon Knight Lalo, the strongest pirate hunter in the North Sea, having a man who can turn the stillness into the movement and turn the statue in his hand into a real thing. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke is undoubtedly an extremely intelligent girl. She is also aware of Lalo, whose fame has spread throughout the North Sea recently. After all, dragons are terrifying creatures in this world. As a dragon knight, Lalo can be said to be the most shining existence in the entire North Sea, and Lalo's abilities were gradually known to everyone. Although Lalo has not openly stated that he is a spell warrior, but some people have even wondered if Lalo is a spell warrior. After all, Lay 19 Lalo's ability is too powerful little and too weird. Isn't it just a kid younger than us? What's there to be proud of? We will teach him a good lesson and let him know how powerful we are. The other three children of the Vinsmoke family, their faces can be said to be full of disdain. Boom boom boom. Just when Wenkai Moklaju reluctantly taught her three younger brothers a lesson, the artillery fire of the 10 battleships above the sea can be said to be launched in an instant. Countless artillery shells quickly bombarded Lilogo above the sky. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. At this time, the power of thunder in Thunder Dragon's mouth can also be said to be a rapid convergence. The powerful thunder force ravaged the entire space. In the face of these tens of thousands of shells, Thunder Dragon just exploded all the thunder in his mouth. Boom 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 boom. At this time, the entire Beehive heard only one sound, and that was the roar of the explosion. In the sky, it was as dazzling as a second sun appeared. The whole sea can be said to be a mess. Fragments of countless warships float above the sea. The fleet of the Vinsmoke family, which had 10 battleships before, had only one solitary battleship floating above the sea. Vinsmoke Gaj was covered in dark shadows. The spear in his hand was even broken. You guy, how can you have such a powerful power? Wensmogaj raised his head and looked at the Thunder Dragon above the sky. Why is Lilogo, who is only 8 years old, able to have such a powerful fighting power? How is this possible? The battleship of my Vinsmoke family is the strongest in the world. The three little devils of the Vinsmoke family. At this time, they were lying at the highest window of the battleship looking at the bloody battlefield in front of them. Looking at the battlefield in front of them, their hearts were also full of despair. Dragon Knight Reynald, is this the power you have? Vince Moklaju, who was already in her teens at this time, can be said to have truly seen the power of the world's top powerhouses. She used to think that her father's strength was the most powerful. One night was enough to intimidate the entire North Sea, and even Wensmogji, who could destroy the 4 kingdoms in one night. At this time, like a bereaved dog, he knelt down in front of Lilogo feebly. Go down. Lilogo patted the Thunder Dragon's hard-scale armor and motioned for it to fly down with him. Scythe Warrior, Blood Wolf Warrior, Black Bear Warrior. When Lilogo came to the deck of the warship, he took out a suitcase behind him and then threw the 10 Blood Wolves, 10 Scythe Warriors and 2 Black Bear Warriors in the backpack. Black Bear Warrior, a black bear with a bounty of 60 million Baileys for the strongest pirate in the North Sea, a person with the ability of the black bear fruit of the animal type. He can be said to be the existence with the highest bounty in the entire North Sea, but not long ago he also became Lilogo's trophy, also because he established the title of the strongest bounty hunter in Reynald North Sea. Dragon Knight Lalo has the power to transform stillness into movement. With the carving knife in your hand, you can sculpt 580 people and you can bring them back to life. And he has all the power of a sculptor, even if he has the power of a devil fruit. Looking at the 10 Blood Wolf Warriors, 10 Scythe Warriors, and 2 Black Bear Warriors in front of him, Vinsmokej immediately recalled the information he knew about Lalo. Patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, can you stand there and let me carve a figure? At this moment, a handful of dirt appeared in Latuo's hand, and the carving knife in his hand was also flying quickly there. No, he's going to carve his father. After seeing Lalo's actions, Vince Moklaju, who was on the highest tower of the warship, had a worried look on her face. You got. Wensmogaj's face was also full of anger. After all, this world doesn't want to suddenly have a few more replicants with the same strength as him. Chapter 331, The Unwillingness of Wensmogaj. You stop me, you damn bastard. Under the leadership of Vinsmoke Laju, the 3 children of the Vinsmoke family rushed towards Laidlaw with countless clone warriors. Don't let anyone come to disturb me. The clone warriors who faced these shocks, Lilogo didn't even frown. Master, feel free to hand them over to us. The 10 Blood Wolf Warriors and 10 Scythe Warriors can be said to be fully prepared. The 2 Black Bear Warriors, whose bounty amount was enough to match the bounty of 60 million Bailey, they were guarding Lilogo on the left and the right. At the same time, above Lilogo's head, the Thunder Dragon was swiftly waving his wings full of lightning. Boom. Kill kill kill. Although these replicants of the Vinsmoke family are all elite warriors, they all have sophisticated weapons in their hands. But at this time, the 4 children of the Vinsmoke family hadn't fully grown up. The most powerful Vinsmokerju was completely suppressed by a Scythe Warrior. As for the other 3 little ghosts, they were suppressed by the Blood Wolf Warriors, and the other Blood Wolf Warriors and Scythe Warriors fought with the soldiers of the Vinsmoke family. Okay. Just when the entire battlefield fell into a stalemate, Lalo gently blew the statue in his hand. The soil above the statue can be said to fall off quickly. A lifelike Vinsmogaj appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Resurrect my warrior. Looking at Vinsmogaj in his hand, the Rat Charm Warrior's power was used once again. The statue of Vinsmogaj can be said to be expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. Under the disbelieving gaze of the members of the Vinsmoke family, another Vinsmogaj appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this your power? At this time, the real Vinsmogage, who was seriously injured and incapacitated, looked at the man who looked exactly like him. Vinsmogage suddenly turned his head to look at Readaloud. He looked at the man who turned a piece of dirt into himself. "This is my ability to revive the statue and completely replicate the full power of the sculptor." Readaloud put away the carving knife in his hand. "In fact, this battle has already ended. The Vinsmoke family with their 4 children has also been suppressed by the statue warriors. The rest of the soldiers were even more vulnerable, especially when the statue of Vinsmogage appeared. The whole battlefield was no longer suspenseful. The Vinsmoke family that dominates the entire North Sea. Is this how you treat guests?" Although there was no amazing aura bursting out of Readaloud's body, but looking at the black bear warrior standing beside Readaloud and the statue of Vinsmogage standing beside him, the thunder dragon flying above Readaloud's head erupted astonishing thunder and lightning. At this time, they can be said to set off Readaloud's incomparably tall aura. "Tell me if you are the legendary talisman warrior." Vinsmogage bit his teeth with a fierce look on his face. As the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, he knew the strength of spell warriors. Readaloud's ability at this time is not something that can be described by a devil fruit person at all. This is not at all the power that devil fruit abilities can possess. "That's right, I am the rat charm warrior under the Holy Master." In the face of Vinsmogage's question, Readaloud did not choose to hide it. Actually, it wasn't that Readaloud wanted to hide anything. After all, it wasn't something worth hiding either. But what Readaloud encountered were all pirates, and how many of the pirates in the North Sea were well informed. Demon fruit power users are extremely surprising to them, let alone spell warriors. Only those people who are particularly well informed, and those who the spell warriors especially want to control, will care about this kind of thing. Vinsmogage, he is an ambitious man. All he wants to do is to revive the Vinsmoke family, Legians, and regain control of the entire North Sea in his Vinsmoke, in the palm of the family. "Sure enough, you are really the legendary talisman warrior." After hearing Readaloud admit that he is really a spell warrior, Vinsmogage was not surprised at all. After all, this was also what he had guessed in his heart before. "I didn't expect that the Holy Master would actually choose you, an 8-year-old little ghost chin." There was a bitter smile on Vinsmogage's face. "For the power of the spell, let alone the Vinsmoke family, whether it is the naval world government or the monsters in the New World, which of them is not eyeing the power of the spell warrior?" Chapter 332. The Vinsmoke family surrenders. "You little brat, do you know, there are countless people in this world who are eyeing the power of spell warriors. Whether it's the naval world government or the top monsters in the New World, once they know that you are a spell warrior, they won't let you go easily." Vinsmogage, even though he was seriously injured, he still stood up with a stubborn look on his face. His face can be said to be full of unyielding will. "As long as I have absolute power, what if there are more enemies?" Readaloud shook his head with disdain. Although he said so, he was also worried. After all, at this time, he couldn't match those top monsters in the New World. "Want to talk to me? Does the Smoke family work together?" Filled with ambition in his heart, Vinsmogage suddenly said such a sentence. Vinsmogage can be said to be bent on reviving the glory of his Vinsmoke family. In order to revive the 580 Smoke family, he can say that he is enough to give up everything. In order to gain enough power, he even turned his children into transformed people. "Cooperation with your Vinsmoke family. But do you think you have the power to cooperate with me?" After hearing Vinsmog's request for an alliance, Readaloud was not a fool. Even though he was only 8 years old, the strength of the two sides is basically in an unequal position. He completely possesses the power to annex the Vinsmoke family, and now the life and death of the Vinsmoke family can be said to be in his hands. Even as long as Readaloud wants to, he can completely replace the current Vinsmogage with the engraved Vinsmogage. In this way, isn't the Vinsmoke family still under his control? This JD. After hearing Readaloud's disdainful words, there was a trace of anger in Vinsmogage's heart, but looking at the carved warriors standing there and the thunder dragon waving its wings unscrupulously releasing thunder above the sky, and what terrified Vinsmogage the most was the sculptor Vinsmogage standing beside him. This sculptor can be said to have copied everything about him. As long as Readaloud is willing, his identity can be completely replaced by the sculptor. "What if I, the Vinsmoke family, are willing to swear allegiance to you?" At this moment Vinsmogage, who was standing beside her, suddenly spoke. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, he is also one of the few humans in the entire Vinsmoke family who has feelings. She didn't want to see her father and several younger brothers all die here. Unlike Vinsmogage, who had this worried look on his face at this time, the other 3 boys of the remodeled Vinsmoke family lost their feelings despite possessing extraordinary powers. Even though their father's current Vinsmogage was in danger of life, there was no trace of emotional fluctuations on the faces of these 3 little devils. They can be said to have completely lost their human emotions. "Leju, who asked you to say this?" After hearing that his his daughter actually said such words. Vinsmoke Gage roared angrily at Vinsmoke Leju. Lord Father, do we still have a choice? Don't forget, we have to revive the Vinsmoke family. Although Vince Mackerel was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, at this moment her courage even surpassed his father, Vince Mockridge. Father, I think you should also know what the meaning of the spell warrior is. The spell warrior is not something we can control. Of course, Vinsmoke Leju knew his father's idea, that is, to control Lalo, a spell warrior, under the command of his Vinsmoke family and become a thug of his Vinsmoke family. But is the spell warrior really so easy to control? Can the Vinsmoke family really control the spell warrior? You must know that even the world government dare not say that it can control the spell warrior. There are currently two spell warriors who belong to the Navy and the world government. One is Monkey D. Sabo, the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Karp of the Navy headquarters. The other is the God-hidden warrior Khorasan, the adopted son of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Neither of these two people can be controlled by the world government. Can the Vinsmoke family, a spell warrior that even the world government can't control it? Even if it was a short-lived alliance, in the end it was her Vinsmoke family's allegiance to the spell warriors. Hey. Looking at his eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Leju, Vinsmoke Gage finally nodded helplessly. Because of him, the Vinsmoke family has no right to choose at all, only the chosen destiny. Chapter 333 Conditions of the Vinsmoke family. My Vinsmoke family is willing to submit to you, but I have a request. If you can't agree to my request, then even if you destroy my entire Vinsmoke family, I will not submit to you. Vinsmoke can also be said to be a strong man. Although he was seriously injured, he still stood tenaciously in front of Lalo. Vinsmoke Gage's face was full of unyielding will. There was a firm look in his eyes. Speak your request. Lalo did not directly agree, but first asked Vinsmoke's request. After all, even spell warriors are not absolutely invincible in this world. You must know that there are already several spell warriors in this world. The power of these spell warriors can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Help my Vinsmoke family revive their reputation in the North Sea. My Vinsmoke family wants to dominate the entire North Sea. Vinsmoke Gage said, made his request. This can be said to be the ambition of the Vinsmoke family for hundreds of years. Since the decline of the Vinsmoke family, every generation of them has been thinking of reviving the Vinsmoke family. Do you want to dominate the entire North Sea? I promise you this condition, and from now on you Vinsmoke the family is the subordinate of my rat spell warrior Lalo. In the face of Vinsmoke's request, Lalo finally nodded in agreement. It's just a mere Bihai, and Lalo doesn't want to rule the world without him alone. He needs countless talents to assist him. The Vinsmoke family is a country with a large army. It's just that the top combat power can't match the world's top power. Those clone troopers of House Vinsmoke plus those fine weapons. As long as the money is enough, the Vinsmoke family can arrange an excellent army in a fast time, and the power of Lalo's rat spell can be said to have copied countless strong men. A powerful man led these great armies to attack the city and cut the land. The human cloning technology of the Vinsmoke family can be said to completely make up for the lack of energy of the rat spell. After all, it is impossible to say that even if Lalo was carved, he would have carved an army of nearly 1 million. In the future, Lalo will be responsible for the top combat power of these armies. Vinsmoke Gage, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, I am willing to swear allegiance to the great spell warrior Lord Lalo today. On one knee, Vinsmoke Gage swore allegiance to Laidlaw. Since then, the Vinsmoke family, which has deterred the entire North Sea, has become a fighting force under the spell warrior Lalo. Is this the temptation brought about by power? Watching the entire Vinsmoke family all devote themselves to themselves. Looking at the carved warriors standing beside him, it can be said that Lalo felt the absolute power brought by the absolute power of the spell warrior for the first time. With power, you can get endless rights and endless wealth. He will enjoy the treatment beyond the emperor. I, Vinsmoke Gage, will lead all the Vinsmoke families to swear allegiance to you, Lord Lalo. Vinsmoke Gage got down on one knee and fell in front of Laidlaw like this. The Vinsmoke family, whose prestige was enough to deter the entire North Sea, succumbed to Lalo's command. Laidlaw controls the entire Vinsmoke family. I'm a person who does what I say. Since your Vinsmoke family chooses to be loyal to me, then I will definitely complete the road to the revival of your Vinsmoke family. The words were full of disbelief, as if what he said was the truth, and there is no doubt that this is what will happen. My Vinsmoke family is willing to swear allegiance to Lord Lalo to wipe out everything in front of him. Vinsmoke Gage, who knelt on one knee and led all the members of the Vinsmoke family to allegiance to Lalo, could be said to be full of enthusiasm in his eyes, because in this world, spell warriors represent the strongest power. Although Laidlaw has not fully grown up, this is also an opportunity that belongs to his Vinsmoke family. The icing on the cake can never be compared to giving charcoal in the snow. Now is the time for Lalo to need the strength of their Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family will become become the sharpest knife in Lalo's hands. A sharp knife that opened up the territory for him. Your allegiance to the Vinsmoke family will get you what you deserve. There was a serious look in his eyes. For Rainer, the allegiance of the Vinsmoke family at this time will greatly enhance his strength. After all, Vinsmoke is also one of the top families in the world with powerful technology, powerful cloning technology. These can be said to endow the Vinsmoke family with their powerful war heritage. Chapter 334 Encroaching on the North Sea. Is this the power of your Vinsmoke family? It only takes 5 years to breed an elite clone fighter, walking in the top secret place of the Vinsmoke family. That is, the production line of the clones of the Vinsmoke family. Here, these clone fighters have been copied one by one, and each of them was instilled in their minds the idea of loyalty to the Vinsmoke family when they appeared on this world. Each of them is an elite warrior. As long as they are born, they can become the master of 100 battles. Even the end of the 4 emperors is very pitiful for these soldiers. 583. In the original book, isn't the reason why the 4 emperors and the Vinsmoke alliance wanted the extraordinary technology of the Vinsmoke family? Human cloning technology can continuously clone those elite warriors. They are not afraid of life and death and only fight for their masters. Each of them can be said to be the most perfect soldier among his elites. How many combat soldiers does the Vinsmoke family have now? Just looking at Lalo of these technologies, he turned his head to look at Vinsmoke Gage, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family. There are 20,000 soldiers in the entire Vinsmoke family. There was a hint of pride on Vinsmoke's face. You must know that this is the heritage of his Vinsmoke family. And the most important thing is that the 20,000 soldiers are the elite among the elite. This is simply not something that ordinary kingdom soldiers can match. They are all elites among the elites. The high-tech weapons of the Vinsmoke family can completely match the same number of soldiers in the 100,000 strong army of the Navy headquarters in the original Battle of the Top. That is to say, the 10,000 soldiers can completely match the 20,000 troops out of the 100,000 troops in the Battle of the Top. You must know that the 100,000 troops in the Battle of the Top are all from the elite of the world's elite navy. They can be said to be elite soldiers, each with extraordinary combat power. What's the cost of these soldiers? After hearing that the Vinsmoke family only had 20,000 soldiers, Lalo finally frowned and said a little dissatisfied. The 20,000 soldiers can only protect themselves, and they cannot reach the point of expanding the territory. After all, if they really rule the entire North Sea, then they must have soldiers to suppress these North Seas. That's right, at this time, Lalo's ambition has already aimed at the entire North Sea. He wants to become the supreme emperor of the entire North Sea, and it will take 5 years. It can be said that Lalo is very dissatisfied with the current number of soldiers, and these soldiers need 5 years of training. I'm sorry, Lord Lalo. Seeing Lalo with a tangled look on his face, Vinsmoke immediately got down on one knee in a panic. After all, the Vinsmoke family was completely in the hands of Lalo at this time. Which kingdom is the closest to here now? Laidlaw turned his head to look at Vinsmoke Gage. He was going to take the first step to rule the whole world. The closest to us is the Kingdom of Brook. The Kingdom of Brook is one of the countries that join the world government, with a population of almost 3,020,000 guard soldiers. As Vinsmoke Gage, who wants to revitalize the Vinsmoke family, he can say that he knows the situation of the entire North Sea very well. In that case, let's start with Brook Kingdom first. I want you to meet the King of Brook Kingdom as the head of the Vinsmoke family. Lalo had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He is gradually enjoying the desire brought by this power. Although he is only 8 years old, Lalo's ambitions as a man have become unscrupulous under the erosion of the power of the spell. Lalo, who used to be in a small fishing village, when could he think that he could decide the life and death of a kingdom of millions with a single word? This is absolute power brought about by absolute power. Meet King Brook. At that time, I will replace the king of the kingdom with a sculptor, and then with the assistance of the King of Brook, I will put Brook under the command of your Vinsmoke family. Lalo spoke out his plan to carve these kings with the power of his rat spell, and then use these carved kings to control his kingdom and eventually join the Vinsmoke family. And I will be the only emperor of the entire alliance. Laidlaw's eyes were full of desire for power. Replace these kings with your own statues to control these kings, and then control these kingdoms with absolute power. For Reynald, he only needs to do one thing to control a kingdom, and that is to replace all the high-level officials of the entire kingdom. King of the kingdom, the military power of the kingdom. These two things are vital. To control the king is to control the right to speak and control the justice of the entire country. To control the military is to control the fate of the country. Chapter 335 Brook Kingdom. We have to be careful about this visit from the king's high Vinsmoke family. When the credential of the Vinsmoke family was passed on to the Brook Kingdom, the Brook Kingdom was filled with fear. The Vinsmoke family is a source of nightmares for the entire North North Sea. The legend of the Shikoku annihilation overnight can be said to have resounded throughout the North Sea. The terror of the Vinsmoke family can be said to be shrouded in the heads of all the kingdoms of the entire North Sea. The Vinsmoke family has always wanted to revive the glory of the Vinsmoke family's rule over the entire North Sea, but the suppression of the world government makes it difficult for the Vinsmoke family to move in the entire North Sea. But the strength of the Vinsmoke family is also extremely fearful. With the strength of our Brook kingdom, we can't match the Vinsmoke family at all. When this credential came to the kingdom of Brook, the king of Brook can be said to quickly summoned all the princes and ministers of the kingdom of Brooker. Whether it is the civil servants and military officers of the Brook kingdom, or those powerful swordsmen and warriors, they can all be said to have been summoned by the Bruce kingdom. But in the face of the coming Vinsmoke family, does the Brook kingdom have any strength to resist? The strength of the Vinsmoke family is simply not something that Brook kingdom can match. At this time, the entire Brook kingdom can be said to be worried and have no hope for the future. I don't know what the Vinsmoke family wants to ask for this time. Their ambition can be said to be simply unsatisfactory. It can be said that everyone in the Brook kingdom fears and hates the Vinsmoke family. He hates the exploitation of King Brook by the Vinsmoke family and is afraid of the powerful strength of the Vinsmoke family. What should we do now? The head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Gash, plans to visit my Brook kingdom tomorrow. The king of Brook kingdom, looking at the document in his hand, he can say it felt extremely hot. For the king of the Brook kingdom, or for all the kingdoms in the North Sea, the Vinsmoke family is an existence that makes them feel extremely fearful. Because the Vinsmoke family can be said to be the strongest force in the North Sea, only the navy can overwhelm the Vinsmoke family. But the Vinsmoke family is also one of the world government countries. As long as the Vinsmoke family doesn't do anything too drastic, the navy won't easily intervene. For behind the Vinsmoke family is a sharp sword hanging over their heads, a sharp sword capable of beheading them at any time. After all, the Vinsmoke family once did the great feat of destroying the four kingdoms at once. Since the last incident of the destruction of the four kingdoms, the Vinsmoke family can be said to have been warned by the world government. I don't think they will do such crazy things again. The legion commander of the Brook kingdom, this is a burly man with a height of 2 meters and full of ferocious muscles. In the entire Brook kingdom, he can be said to be the strongest existence, and he is famous for the pirates who defeated 10 million Baileys in the entire Brook kingdom. He can be said to be the strongest expert in the entire Brook kingdom. But now they are facing the Vinsmoke family. This is the existence that they can't match at all. Alas, report it to the navy first. If the Vinsmoke family does anything excessive, I hope the navy can help. The king of Brook kingdom shook his head helplessly. For the current Brook kingdom, it can be said that they have no ability to resist. This is what the weak and the strong eat. In this world, the fist is the truth of everything. Only fists can represent everything. Power is the foundation of everything in this world. Because the Vinsmoke family has a terrifying power that makes the entire 583 Brook kingdoms fear it. He can be said to be the nightmare of all the kingdoms in the entire North Sea. Is the kingdom of Brook ahead? Just when the minister of the kingdom of Brook was worried, he even reported to the navy so that the navy would be ready at any time. Above the outer waters of the huge island of Brook kingdom, 10 telephone bug battleships belonging to the Vinsmoke family appeared on the sea. There are countless cannons with full firepower on the huge battleship. On the battleship headed by this ship, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Gage, looked at Lilogo respectfully at this time and introduced him. The power of the kingdom represented by this huge island, the kingdom of Brook. Then you will be my first kingdom under Lalo. Looking at the huge island in front of him, he thought that millions of people on this island would surrender to him in the future. Lilogo's heart can also be said to be full of pride. Chapter 336 Master. All the ministers of the Brook kingdom welcome the visit of the Vinsmoke family here. When the warship of the Vinsmoke family was docked on the pier of Brook kingdom, the king of the Brook kingdom led all the civil and military ministers of the Brook kingdom to come here. The face of the king of Brook kingdom can be said to be full of respect. When Smogage, who was wearing a battle suit, led 10 soldiers to appear in front of the king of Brook kingdom. Laidlaw was wearing a suit and followed behind Vinsmoke Gach. Everyone just glanced at Lilogo and said nothing. It seemed to them that Lalo, who followed Vinsmoke Gach, might be a member of the Vinsmoke family. The biggest possibility is the child of Vinsmoke Gach, king of the kingdom of Brook, as the person in front of him has millions of subjects. What about the king of the kingdom with an army of 50,000? In the face of the powerful Vinsmoke family, the Brook kingdom can be said to have no room for resistance. The patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, the king of Brook kingdom's face could be said to be full of flattery. After all, there is no way who made the strength of the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family far surpass his Brook kingdom. In the face of the powerful Vinsmoke family, his Brook kingdom can be said to have no room for resistance. King of Brook kingdom, the face face can be said to be full of naked disdain. For Wensmagage, the strength of the Brook Kingdom is not in his eyes at all. After all, there is only one force that the Chinese Smoke family fears in the entire North Sea, that is the Navy, or the world government, the true controller of the Navy. Because the world government simply cannot tolerate the Vinsmoke family ruling the entire North Sea. The North Sea is one of the 4 largest oceans in the world. The resource population here can be said to be extremely rich. How could the world government allow one family and one kingdom to occupy the entire North Sea? Those who occupy the North Sea are like declaring war with the world government. Patriarch of the Vinsmoke family. What if he saw the disdain in Vinsmoke's eyes? They don't have any resistance at all, or to them, the Vinsmoke family is something they fear. Let's go. He shook his head disdainfully, and Vinsmorkage didn't say any more nonsense. It won't be long before the top and bottom of the Brook Kingdom will be replaced by the Vinsmokage family. Patriarch of the Vinsmoke family. Under the respectful leadership of the King of Brook Kingdom, Wensmagage, and Lalo finally came to the palace of Brook Kingdom. At this time, the King of Brook Kingdom was also a very clever person. He placed 2 king chairs directly above the kingdom palace. Indicates that the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family can be on an equal footing with him. This is the kingdom of Brook. Logically speaking, there is only the King of Brook Kingdom sitting on a high position. But considering the vicious appearance of the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, and the glorious record of the Vinsmoke family, destroying the 4 kingdoms overnight, the King of Brook Kingdom had to put another king chair next to his seat. King Brook's sincerity can be said to be incomparable. But for the Vinsmoke family and Lalo, what if you were sincere? Tigers will not let them go hungry because of the warm hospitality of sheep. Tigers have their own way of thinking. In this world, the weak have no right to speak. You guy, why are you so bold? At this time, there are only those high-level leaders belonging to the Brook Kingdom above the palace, the princes and ministers of the Brook Kingdom. But just as they waited for King Brook to ascend to this high place with Wensmagage, but they saw that Laidlaw actually walked towards the king chair step by step. So this is the right to control the whole world. Ignoring the loud calls of those people, Reynald stepped onto the king's chair step by step. Patriarch Vinsmoke. King Brook turned his head to look at Wensmagage beside him. At this time, his heart, Leakenhow, could be said to be full of worry. Who the hell is this kid? What kind of strength does he possess? And even Wensmagage surrenders to it. Master, when Lalo was sitting on the king's chair, when everyone's eyes were on Lalo and Wensmagage actually knelt down on one knee in front of Laidlaw. Master Fang, this kid is actually the master of the Vinsmoke family. After seeing the dignified Vinsmoke family patriarch Vinsmokage kneeling in front of Lalo like this, it can be said that the Brook Kingdom is full of shocks. Chapter 337, Replacing the King of the Kingdom. King of Brook Kingdom, kneel in front of me. Lalo, who is sitting on this king chair, can be said to be full of endless majesty on his face. What if he is facing the king of a kingdom? He directly ordered the King of Brook Kingdom to kneel in front of him. You little brat, although I don't know who you are, my Brook Kingdom is not easy to bully. The commander of the Brook Kingdom army, at this time he was standing in front of the King of Brook Kingdom with a long sword in hand. Although I don't know what Lalo's true identity is, but as the commander of the Brook Kingdom, he has the fear of immortality. What if he died fighting for the kingdom of Brook? As a warrior of a kingdom, he has long been ready to devote himself to the kingdom. Appear, my warrior. At this moment, Laidlaw took out her carry-on package. 10 Blood Wolf warriors, 10 Sickle warriors, and 5 Black Bear warriors appeared in the entire palace like this. You are the Dragon Knight Lalo, the strongest pirate hunter in the North Sea. 587. Seeing these soldiers who suddenly appeared, some people who knew Lalo's abilities instantly recognized Lalo's true identity through these clay carvings. Could it be that your Vinsmoke family has already been replaced by this guy Reynald? Looking at Wensmagage kneeling there on one knee, the ministers of the palace of Brook Kingdom suddenly wondered if the Wensmagage in front of him was also the clay sculptor. Lalo, what exactly do you want to do? At this time, the entire hall was completely controlled by these 25 warriors, the strongest legion commander in the entire Brook Kingdom. In front of a Black Bear, he can be said to be completely vulnerable. After all, Black Bear was the captain of the strongest pirate group in the entire North Sea before, the strongest pirate in the entire North Sea. In other words, in this small palace, there are already 10 pirates with a reward of 10 million Baileys, 10 pirates with a reward of 20 million Baileys, and 5 pirates with a reward of 50 million Baileys. This power is not to mention a kingdom in the mere North Sea. Even in the first half of the Great Army, this is a very powerful force. Lord Relo, the Dragon Knight, King Brook Kingdom, when he saw that these warriors took complete control of the entire kingdom palace, the strongest warrior in his kingdom was so vulnerable after being defeated by Lalo's sculptor warriors. At this time, his heart was also full of fear and anxiety. Just a moment please. At this moment, Laidlaw actually took out 3 3 small lumps of dirt. Then it was carved under the terrified gazes of all the ministers of civil and military affairs of the Brook Kingdom. These 3 are the kings of Brook Kingdom, the commander of the Brook Kingdom army, and the prime minister of the Brook Kingdom. These 3 people represent the 3 tallest people in the entire city of Brook Kingdom. Represents the king of the royal family, the prime minister representing the head of the civil service, the army commander representing the head of the military attaché. What exactly do you want to do? Do you think this can replace my Brook Kingdom? When the appearance (JD) of the statue in Reynolds' hands gradually became clear, especially when the first statue representing the king of Brook Kingdom appeared in front of everyone. Everyone who knew Lilogo's ability could be said to be full of fear in their hearts. Could it be that they were replaced like this, and then the entire Brook Kingdom was quietly controlled by Lalo? Has the Brook Kingdom been quietly replaced like this? To shut up. Laidlaw raised his head slightly and glanced at the shouting king of Brook Kingdom. Blood stained the entire palace red. The king of the kingdom, who was still yelling there just now, died on the Blood Wolf warrior's mace. Lord King. Seeing a king die in front of his eyes, these civil and military ministers suddenly cried out. After all, they are relatively loyal to the entire Brook Kingdom. Those who can stay here are all important ministers belonging to the kingdom of Brook, and they also have a feeling of being beheaded at any time. As the king of Brook Kingdom, he can be beheaded, not to mention their ministers of civil and military affairs. Okay, that's it. Looking at the 3 lifelike statues in his hands, Lalo nodded with satisfaction. Resurrect my warrior. A golden light enveloped the 3 statues, and a strange force enveloped the whole bodies of the 3 statues once again. Under the unbelievable gaze of everyone, king of the kingdom of Brook, prime minister of the kingdom of Brook, commander of the army of the kingdom of Brook, these 3 people representing the highest power in the Brook Kingdom appeared in front of everyone. Replace them. Looking at the 3 Reynolds in front of him, he still nodded with satisfaction. After replacing these 3 people who represent the highest power in the Brook Kingdom, then control all the civil and military officials in the entire Brook Kingdom. Then Lalo controlled the entire Brook Kingdom at the least cost. Chapter 338. The Vice Admiral's Doubt. Although Lalo's strength can't match the previous talisman warriors, Lalo's strength is an existence that they can't match. That is to say, at this time, most of the kingdoms in the North Sea have been controlled by us. Lilogo's face was full of smiles. Before he knew it, he had already controlled most of the entire North Sea. Next, when his identity was revealed in front of the world, when everyone knew that Lilogo secretly controlled the entire North Sea like this, at that time, the power of all living beings will impact the seal of the rat spell. The sealed power of the rat charm will be greatly weakened. By that time, Lilogo's strength will have an earth-shaking increase. Even if he faces the next crusade against the world government and the navy, Reynald has the strength to deal with it. This is also the reason why Lalo hasn't revealed his identity yet, because what he will face next is the entire world government and the most powerful navy under the world government. Lieutenant General Morka will visit my Vinsmoke family next, and I think he should also be suspicious of this matter. As if thinking of something, Wensmogage also had a solemn look on his face. After all, he may face the world government and the navy next. You must know that the world government and the navy are the strongest combat power in the world. In the final analysis, the true master of the sea in this world is the navy. There are countless soldiers in the whole world, plus the countless and endless wealth. Even the 4 emperors would not dare to fight to the death in the navy. After all, the heritage of the navy is not something that the 4 emperors can match. The navy can fail once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. As long as the world government does not perish, there will be countless times when the navy can rise. But the 4 emperors are different. Once the 4 emperors fail, they will not only face the siege and suppression of the world government and the navy, but also countless pirates who want to fight for the position of the 4 emperors. Vice Admiral Morka. I've heard his name. After hearing the name of Vice Admiral Morka, Lalo suddenly thought for a while. He seemed to have heard the name from somewhere. When he was still in the small village where he was, Arka had planned to recommend Lalo to Vice Admiral Morka. Of course, Lalo is familiar with the name. However, time has changed, and in less than 2 months, the situation in the entire Bihai Sea has undergone such a shocking reversal. Lalo, a little man who used to carve for a living in that small village, has now unknowingly controlled most of the kingdoms in the entire North Sea and became the secret emperor of the entire North Sea. Countless people, countless lands, millions of troops. This is what Lalo achieved in the past 2 months, becoming the emperor of the entire North Sea secretly, and already possessed enormous power. Then let us announce in front of the navy that I am the emperor of the entire North Sea. After hearing that Lieutenant General Morka was about to arrive at the Vinsmoke family, Lalo's face could be said to be without a trace of timidity. Not to mention that the Lieutenant Admiral of the North Sea is simply no match for the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What if it was the real Vice Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. When he declared his enthronement as Emperor in Behi, the strength of his body was enough to impact the seal of the rat spell, although it was said that the power of the seal could not be completely lifted, but Readaloud is confident to face the crusade of the entire naval headquarters. This is the strength of Lilugo because he is a spell warrior, and he's also a rat charm warrior. I prepared you carefully, I hope you won't let me down. Lalo lightly patted a box made of gold beside his hand. In this box there was a treasure that Lalo carefully prepared to face the world government and the navy. Once Lilugo declared to be the king of the entire North Sea, then he will face a crusade against the entire world government, and his first opponent is the navy. I believe that with the ability of Lord Lilugo, what if we face a crusade against the world government? The face of Vince Mogage can also be said to be full of flattery. Does he know what is in this golden box? That is enough to make the whole world tremble. Knowing Lalo's abilities coupled with the items in the golden box is the confidence that Lalo and the Vinsmoke family dared to fight against the entire world. Even in the face of the most powerful crusade against the Navy headquarters, Leno would not have the slightest concern. In the future World War I, Lilugo will let the world know the power of his rat spell warrior. He will tell the whole world that he is the strongest spell warriors. Chapter 339, Lilugo's whole card. Although Lalo's strength can't match the previous talisman warriors, Lalo's strength is an existence that they can't match. That is to say, at this time, most of the kingdoms in the North Sea have been controlled by us. Lilugo's face was full of smiles. Before he knew it, he had already controlled most of the entire North Sea. Then when his identity was revealed to the world, when everyone knew that Lilugo secretly controlled the entire North Sea like this, at that time, the power of all living beings will impact the seal of the rat spell. The power of the 587 sealed by the rat spell will be greatly weakened. By that time, Lilugo's strength will have an earth-shaking increase. Even if he faces the next crusade against the world government and the navy, Readaloud has the strength to deal with it. This is also the reason why Lalo hasn't revealed his identity yet, because what he will face next is the entire world government and the most powerful navy under the world government. Lieutenant General Morka will visit my Vinsmoke family next, and I think he should also be suspicious of this matter. As if thinking of something, Wensmogage also had a solemn look on his face. After all, he may face the world government and the navy next. You must know that the world government and the navy are the strongest combat power in the world. In the final analysis, the true master of the sea in this world is the navy. There are countless soldiers in the whole world plus the countless and endless wealth. Even the four emperors would not dare to fight to the death in the navy. After all, the heritage of the navy is not something that the four emperors can match. The navy can fail once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. As long as the world government does not perish, there will be countless times when the navy can rise. But the four emperors are different. Once the four emperors fail, they will not only face the siege and suppression of the world government and the navy, but also countless pirates who want to fight for the position of the four emperors. Vice Admiral Morka, I've heard his name. After hearing the name of Vice Admiral Morka, Lalo suddenly thought for a while. He seemed to have heard the name from somewhere. When he was still in the small village where he was, Arka had planned to recommend Lalo to Vice Admiral Morka. Of course, Lalo is familiar with the name. However, time has changed, and in less than 2 months, the situation in the entire Behi Sea has undergone such a shocking reversal. Lalo, a little man who used to carve for a living in that small village, has now unknowingly controlled most of the kingdoms in the entire North Sea and became the secret emperor of the entire North Sea. Countless people, countless lands, millions of troops. This is what Lalo achieved in the past 2 months, becoming the emperor of the entire North Sea secretly, and already possessed enormous power. Then let's announce in front of the navy that I am the emperor of the entire North Sea. After hearing that Lieutenant General Morka was about to arrive at the Vinsmoke family, Lilugo's face could be said to be without a trace of timidity. Not to mention that the Lieutenant Admiral of the North Sea is simply no match for the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What if it was the real Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters? When he declared his enthronement as emperor in Behi, what he got, the strength of the body is enough to impact the seal of the rat spell. Although it is said that the power of the seal cannot be completely lifted, but Readaloud is confident to face the crusade of the entire naval headquarters. This is the strength of Lilugo because he is a spell warrior, and he's also a rat charm warrior. I prepared you carefully, I hope you won't let me down. Lalo lightly patted a box made of gold beside his hand. In this box there was a treasure that Lalo carefully prepared to face the world government and the navy. Once Lilugo declared to be the king of the entire North Sea, then he will face a crusade against the entire world government, and his first opponent is the navy. I believe that with the ability of Lord Lilugo, what if we face a crusade against the world government? The face of Vinsmogage can also be said to be full of flattery. Does he he know what is in this golden box? That is enough to make the whole world tremble. Knowing Lalo's abilities coupled with the items in the golden box is the confidence that Lalo and the Vinsmoke family dared to fight against the entire world. Even in the face of the most powerful crusade against the Navy headquarters, Leno would not have the slightest concern. In the future World War I, Lalo will let the world know the power of his rat spell warrior. He will tell the whole world that he is the strongest spell warrior. Chapter 340 The North Sea Kingdom gathers. What the hell is the Vinsmoke family thinking? 80% of the kings of the North Sea have all gathered in the Vinsmoke family. Does the Vinsmoke family want to revive his former glory? These kings are all countries that the Vinsmoke family have visited one by one. What agreement did they reach? Just when Lieutenant General Morka led his navy towards the Vinsmoke family. But when he was about to arrive at the Vinsmoke family, he found that there were countless kings in the North Sea who were heading towards the Vinsmoke family with countless gold and silver treasures. And these kings all had one thing in common, that they were all countries visited by the Vinsmoke family. Seeing this scene, Morka 19, his heart can be said to be full of infinite doubts. What is the reason for all this, and why do these kings obey the orders of the Vinsmoke family? What agreement did they reach with the Vinsmoke family? Could the Vinsmoke family really revive his glory hundreds of years ago? He came back to the entire North Sea and became the only emperor in the entire North Sea. But will the world government at this time allow the Vinsmoke family to rule the entire North Sea? This can be said to be fundamentally impractical. It is not easy for the world government to go to the North Sea and be ruled by a force. Let me see what your Vinsmoke family is trying to do. If your Vinsmoke family really doesn't know what to do, then don't blame me for being cruel. The words were full of fierce sternness. As the highest commander of the navy stationed in the North Sea, he is the only one responsible for the stability of the entire North Sea. This can be said to be his responsibility or his obligation. The Vinsmoke family, I hope you're not the kind of person who doesn't know good or bad, otherwise you will face the slaughtering order of our navy. Looking at the sea not far away, Vice Admiral Morka, who was riding on his warship, could be said to be full of infinite killing intent in his eyes. The Vinsmoke family will face the entire world government and the entire navy. Even the four emperors would not easily provoke existences. The king of Brooke, the king of Phila, king of the kingdom of Sus, as the kings of the dozens of countries in the North Sea arrived at the Vinsmoke family one by one. It can be said that the entire Vinsmoke family was caught in a commotion. At the same time, in the major cities of the dozens of kingdoms, countless huge screens can be said to be erected on the central square of the city. At this time, everything that belongs to the Vinsmoke family is being broadcast here. It can be said that the citizens of these dozens of countries are full of puzzlement in their hearts, but they also know that what happens next may shock the whole world, because before you know it, more than 30 kings of the kingdom have gathered in the large conference room of the Vinsmoke family. This is almost more than 80% of the kingdoms in the North Sea. The power here is enough to make the entire North Sea boil. And the most important thing is that this is the Vinsmoke family, the huge family that once dominated the entire North Sea hundreds of years ago. Now this family has once again brought together most of the kings of the North Sea. Some people even have guesses about what will happen next, but this conjecture is simply too surprising, or that this is something that people can't imagine at all. Lieutenant Admiral Morka. Just when all the 33 kings arrived at the Vinsmoke family and came to the huge conference room under the guidance of the Vinsmoke family, Lieutenant Admiral Morka, who belongs to the Navy, can also be said to have arrived at the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family, what exactly do you want to do? When they came to this huge conference room under the leadership of the clone soldiers of the Vinsmoke family, look at the 33 kings of the kingdom standing in the big conference room, and the huge throne at the top of this huge conference room 587. At this time, Lieutenant General Morka didn't know what the Vinsmoke family was going to do next. But does the Vinsmoke family really dare to do such a thing? Why did these kingdoms submit to the Vinsmoke family? Does the Vinsmoke family really have the power to rival the world government? Welcome the kings of the 33 North Sea countries. Just when Lieutenant General Morka's heart was full of suspicion, as the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Gaj, appeared in front of everyone wearing a battlesuit. At this time, his whole body can be said to be full of amazing momentum. Can you tell me the reason why you gathered the kings of the 33 kingdoms to come here? Lieutenant General Morka's face was full of iron. At this time, he directly stood up and questioned Wensmagaj. All the kings gathered here. What must happen here? Chapter 341 Bihai respects me. Today does not belong to my Vinsmoke family. In the face of Admiral Morka's aggressive questioning, Wensmagaj had a mocking smile on his face. Although most of the kings of the kingdoms of the North Sea are gathered together by the Vinsmoke family, but only the people here know that the real reason they came here is not because of the Vinsmoke family. They have only one master, and that is Lalo, the man who is about about to become the king of the entire North Sea. Today does not belong to your Vinsmoke family. What do you mean by this sentence? After hearing such words from Vinsmogage, Lieutenant General Morca's heart can be said to be filled with endless doubts. What is the reason for all of this? Almost all the kings have gathered here, but on the battleship of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmogage said that this matter has nothing to do with the Vinsmoke family. What does all this mean? Is there any hidden secret behind this? Because I will be the only emperor in the entire North Sea. At this moment, a voice that was immature but full of infinite majesty sounded from the other side of the conference room. Liludo, who was wearing a golden long coat, appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were full of infinite domineering. Although he only had the body of an 8-year-old child, his aura was extremely terrifying. Meet the master and the only emperor of the North Sea. When Lelo's figure appeared in front of everyone, all the kings of the North Sea, headed by Vinsmogage, all knelt down in front of Lelo, the strongest bounty hunter in the North Sea, Dragon Knight Lelo. Lieutenant General Morca also recognized Lelo's identity at a glance. After all, Liludo's name was resounding throughout the North Sea. The Black Bear, the strongest pirate in the North Sea, was killed by Liludo himself. Dragon Knight Lelo, what the hell is going on? There was a trace of anger in the words. Looking at these kings who were all kneeling in front of Liludo, after hearing them call Liludo the only emperor of the North Sea, Lieutenant General Morca suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What is the reason for all of this? Lieutenant General Morca, have you forgotten my abilities? I think your navy should also have some guesses. That's right, I'm the 6th spell warrior under the Holy Lord's command, the rat spell warrior Lelo. In front of all kings, in front of this Vice Admiral Morca, Laidlaw revealed his true identity, or an identity that the navy had guessed but could not easily believe. After all, that is the spell warrior. Each of them has the power to change this era. Boom boom boom. The Dragon Knight Lelo is actually a spell warrior. Is the entire North Sea going to be unified like this? When will my kingdom of Brook swear allegiance to Lelo? A huge force of sentient beings continuously impacted the seal of the rat spell. You must know that at this time the scene has been spread all over 33 countries in the Beehive by the phone bug. The major cities in all countries have projections of this phone bug. Hundreds of millions of people know everything about today. 33 nations of the North Sea pledge their allegiance to Lelo, the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight Lelo is the 6th spell warrior of the Holy Lord. All of this can be said to be constantly impacting their hearts. This can also be said to be something they hadn't thought of at all. You are actually a spell warrior under the Holy Master's command. As the Vice Admiral of the Navy, Morca, he knows the horror of the spell warrior, and also knows how great the influence the spell warrior has on the world. I must kill you before you fully grow up. The world government simply does not allow a unified empire in the North Sea. Without the slightest hesitation, Morca, the Vice Admiral, rushed towards the 6 paths like this. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The Firefly can compete with the sun and the moon. Do you think that you, like an ant, are still my opponent? His face was full of naked ridicule and disdain. Facing the Vice Admiral Morca, who was killing him quickly, there was only disdain in Liludo's eyes. Ow, oh, oh. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. At this moment, a huge dragon tail appeared from behind Ludeo. Li Qianzhao, a giant thunder dragon with a height of 5 meters and a length of tens of meters, wrapped in thunder and lightning, appeared behind Liludo. Touch! The dragon's tail smashed heavily into Vice Admiral Morca's body. The dignified Vice Admiral Morca flew backwards as fast as a baseball hit by a baseball bat. At this moment, blood burst out. Lieutenant General Morca's body is full of scars. From today onwards, the entire Beehive will respect me. At the moment when the blood bloomed, at the moment when Thunder Dragon obediently clinged to Liludo, infinite domineering burst out from Liludo's body. Here he declares that the whole North Sea will honor him. Chapter 342. The strength is rapidly increasing. From now on, Beehive will respect me, and I will be the only emperor in the entire Beehive. When these words came out of Liludo's words, everyone's hearts could be said to be filled with infinite shock. Could it be that the entire North Sea has already been controlled by Liludo? Isn't he afraid of crusades by the Navy and the world government? But for Lelo, who is a spell warrior, would he still fear the power of the world government? Would you still fear the power of the Navy? This is simply impossible. At this time, after the news of him becoming the emperor of the North Sea spread throughout the 33 countries, the power of all beings he obtained was enough to shock the whole world. It can be said that the power of the rat charm was instantly unlocked a lot. His strength has increased more than 100 times. I will be the only emperor in the entire North Sea. These words are constantly being heard in the ears of the king in this conference room 33, and also in the ears of the countless people. For the countless people in these 33 countries, the 590 scene in front of them can be said to be extremely shocking. What is going on? When did the king of their kingdom surrender to Lelo? When exactly did Laidlaw take control of these 33 countries? Liludo Luo became the only emperor of these 33 countries. This incident can be said to have set off a huge wave in the entire North Sea. For the 33 countries in Bihai, their people and subjects never imagined that one day they would be secretly controlled by one person. His own king actually became someone else's puppet. The fall of the country is just around the corner. Are we just swallowed up by them? After knowing that their country was unknowingly under the control of others, some of these people's hearts can be said to be filled with infinite indignation. But what else can JD do now? This man has taken control of 33 countries. Who in the entire Bihai would be his opponent? The only people who can become his opponents are the world government and the navy. But don't forget that man. He is a spell warrior. A spell warrior feared by all forces. The talisman warrior is enough to be known as an invincible existence in this era. Lalo's status as a spell warrior is enough to not fear the pressure of the world government by virtue of his strength. This is the world of the jungle. This is the world of blood. At this time, the countless people in the 33 countries of Bihai were filled with hesitation in their hearts. They don't know what their future will look like or where they will go in the future. But one thing they knew was that Lalo became the only owner of the entire North Sea. He will rule the world and rule the entire North Sea. At the same time, the North Sea will meet the endless suppression of the world government and the navy, because the world government will not tolerate Lalo ruling the entire North Sea. Lord King, what we're going to do next? With a worried look in his words, Vinsmokgaj's face was full of seriousness. After all, what we will face next will be the crusade against the entire world government. No one knows what will happen next. Although he still believed in Lalo's strength, Vinsmokgaj felt his scalp tingling when he thought that he was facing the endless army of the world government. I believe this news has already reached the ears of the world government, and what we will face next is only the crusaders of the world government. Only with a powerful world government it's hard to say what happens next. The corners of his mouth were full of a smug smile. For Lalo, as long as he repelled the army of the world government, he could truly rule the entire North Sea, and this attack can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. After all, the world government and the navy have already known the horror of spell warriors. In this world, spell warriors represent the strongest power. Each of them possesses unparalleled and incomparably powerful, terrifying power. For them, the spell warrior sometimes represents invincible power, the unparalleled, terrifying power. Haha, the crusade of your world government and navy that I, Lalo, are waiting for here. I will let the whole world know the horror of my spell warrior. The words are full of infinite domineering. At this time, Lalo is the one who dominates the whole world and makes everyone full of fear. Fearful powerhouse. His words and actions can even determine the future of the entire Bihai, because at this moment he became the supreme emperor of Bihai. I'm waiting to see Emperor Lalo. At this time, the 33 kings and the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family who were kneeling in front of Lalo, they can be said to all kneel in front of Lalo and let out that deafening roar. The 340th chapters of the admiration of the naval headquarters. Damn. Why didn't you know that a spell warrior appeared in the North Sea? An 8-year-old kid has become the emperor of the entire Bihai at this time. Now Bihai has been completely controlled by this kid. How do you ask us to explain to all the kingdoms in the world? An angry voice resounded in the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa, and the angry voices of the 5 old stars echoed here. You must know that it is the North Sea, one of the 4 major oceans in the entire world. The loss of the North Sea has already reached the ears of Lord Im. At this time, Lord Yumo can be said to be incomparably angry. Lord Yumo has only one sentence: if you lose Bihai, the 5 of you won't need to see me. It can be said that the 5 old stars at this time have used up all their energy for their own lives. Although the 5 old stars clearly control the entire world government, but there is only one person who truly controls this world, and that is Lord Im. Tell Admiral Waring states that the navy must retake the North Sea. Angry voices kept coming out of this room. At this time, the 5 old stars can be said to be desperate. What happened to summon us so urgently? I heard that a spell warrior appeared in Bihai. This spell warrior directly controlled all the kings of the North Sea and unified the North Sea. At this moment, at the door of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, countless vice admirals rushed towards here. When these lieutenant generals came to the office of the Warring States Marshal, they found that the 3 major naval admirals and the naval hero Karp and others had been waiting here for a long time. Everyone find their own place and sit down. As the admiral of the Warring States period, at this time, his face can be said to be full of solemn expression, because he knows what enemy they need to face next. A spell warrior. I don't know how many times the navy and the spell warrior have fought. The power of the spell warrior can be said to be unparalleled. Almost every one of them possesses the terrifying power to destroy the whole world. Although the strength of the navy is powerful, it is not enough for a spell warrior. I think some of you should have heard about Bihai. That's right, a spell warrior appeared in Bihai. He used his ability to control control all the kings of Bihai and completely controlled Bihai in his hands. Just today he ascended the throne in Bihai and became the only great emperor in the entire Bihai. This is something that the world government simply cannot tolerate. The 5 old stars ordered that we must regain the command of our world government. The warring states marshal's face was filled with a solemn look. The horror of the spell warrior is an existence that needs no description at all. Almost all the navies here have experienced the horror of spell warriors. Since it is a spell warrior, then we must also treat it with a spell warrior. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru heard that their enemy was actually a talisman warrior. He said such a sentence without thinking, because only spell warriors in this world can defeat spell warriors. The only opponents of the spell warriors are the spell warriors. There is only one spell warrior in our Navy, and that is Vice Admiral Sabo. But at this time, Lieutenant General Sabo is confronting Doflamingo in the New World. Sitting in the Vice Admiral, they immediately began to discuss each other. After all, there is only one spell warrior in the naval headquarters, that is Sabo. But at this time Sabo has already gone to the New World to confront those monsters in the New World. Distant water can't save near thirst, and as far as I know, the spell warrior's ability is above his own carving. 0. He can turn any statue he sculpts into a living creature, and he can maximize the ability of the sculpted character. The warring states marshal quickly shared some of the news he knew. Carve other people's statues and then resurrect those statues, and these resurrected statues have the ability to carve the people. Are all spell warriors' abilities so strange? After hearing the introduction of Lilogo's abilities by the Sengoku marshal, after hearing that Lilogo possesses such a powerful and strange power, the hearts of all naval officers can be said to be full of helplessness. Is it worth such a pervert? Although I know that you spell warriors are all incomparably powerful, but your power is really too perverted. Don't need anyone else to live. This is not something we can decide. If you find it a little difficult, then you can go to the Holy Master and ask him why the power of the 12 spells is so weird. Here these lieutenants, after talking about it, the warring states marshal roared angrily. Chapter 344 The helplessness of the yellow monkey. That is to say, we can only rely on the existing strength of our naval headquarters to deal with the Dragon Knight Lilogo of the North Sea. Kizaru frowned slightly. After all, this unlucky guy had fought against several spell warriors. The strength of these spell warriors can be said to be unquestionably powerful. Is my naval headquarters still weak? Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters only had a serious look on his face. Admiral Warring states. Naval Hero Garb. The 3 admirals of the Navy. Naval Instructor Zifa, Vice Admiral He 590, and the dozen or so Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters. This strength can be said to be incomparably powerful, and it makes people feel unbelievable. Could it be that with this power he couldn't shake that talisman warrior? And don't forget that Lalo is not a complete spell warrior. Lalo has not yet fully controlled all the power of the spell warrior, and for the current Navy, Lalo's danger has not yet reached the maximum. So this time, I will personally lead the 3 generals of the Navy and lead 10 general-level troops as a crusade against Lilogo in the North Sea. The warring states marshal's face was filled with a solemn look. This battle can be said to be impossible to lose. Naval Hero Garp and Vice Admiral Crane guard the naval headquarters. Zifa is still his naval instructor to teach these naval elites. At the same time, it is also an indirect help to assist in guarding the naval headquarters, and he led the 3 admirals of the Navy and a whole formation of slaughtering demons to order the fleet to go to the North Sea to fight Lilogo. You must know that this power can completely fight against the 4 emperors. The Sengoku marshal, who originally possessed the power of the 4 emperors, plus the terrifying combat power of the 3 generals, 10 lieutenants, plus a whole formation of the Demon Slayer Order fleet. This power can be said to be incredibly powerful. Do you want to stand with the spell warrior again? The corners of General Kizaru's mouth can be said to be full of bitterness. To this point again, don't they know that they hate fighting these spell warriors the most? When I think of the first battle with Khorasan, General Kizaru felt horrified. At the beginning, he almost died by Khorasan's hands, and he died by Khorasan's hands without any room for resistance. When Khorasan's dagger touched the back of his neck, General Kizaru felt that death was coming. A creepy sense of crisis, it can be said that it came to him instantly. General Yellow-Ape, seeing that Kizaru, who is a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters, has such a fearful look on his face as the most powerful 3 fighter in the Navy, the iron-blooded Akainu roared furiously. In his view, this is a cowardly act of fear of criminals. Could it be that as an admiral of the dignified Navy, as the most powerful Navy under the world government, how could you have such a cowardly behavior? You can say that you don't have back pain when you stand and talk. General Kizaru looked at Akainu with a disdainful look on his face. The power of the talisman warrior cannot be described in words. The rise of every talisman warrior is to climb up on the heads of countless strong men. From the first spell warrior Nico Robin to the 5th spell warrior Doflamingo. Which of them did not step on the shoulders of countless strong men to establish their invincible prestige? Okay, don't talk about it anymore. The order this time was given by Lord 5 Old Stars. Our only goal is to defeat the Dragon Knight Liluo. Liluo now has many names. The Emperor of the North Sea, the Dragon Knight Lalo, Rat Charm Warrior. Each title represents a powerful status symbol, whether it is the Dragon Knight of the North Sea Leroy Rat Spell Warrior. This is the recognition of him by everyone in the world. Recognize his strength and status. Defeat a spell warrior. This can be said to be a tough battle. All the admirals who know the power of spell warriors, they know how terrifying the terrifying power that spell warriors possess. Can they really beat the spell warrior? This can be said to be the doubt in their minds. We will do our best to defeat Lalo. Let the entire Bihai return to my world government. The words were full of unquestionable sternness. This time the Navy cannot afford to lose, otherwise the entire world government will lose control of the North Sea, and this loss is also unbearable for the world government and the Navy. This attack can only succeed and not fail. This is a battle that simply cannot be allowed to lose. But for the Navy at this time, they have no certainty of winning. The power of the spell warrior can be said to be obvious to all. Chapter 345 The helplessness of General Huang Yuan. Defeat the talisman warrior Liluo and retake the North Sea back under the command of my world government. The words were filled with deafening roars. At this time, the strongest combat power of the entire Navy was mobilized. The Navy headquarters Marshal Sengoku, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters, 10 commanders of the Navy headquarters, plus the standard Navy Demon Slayer fleet. It's totally possible. It is said to be an incomparably powerful force, powerful enough to destroy everything. The Navy can be said to show its powerful strength in front of the world. This terrifying force that is enough to destroy everything can be said to make everyone tremble. The huge power of the Navy and the world government can be said to be mobilized in an instant. Countless resources are continuously supplied to this huge fleet. The Marshal of the Navy headquarters and the 3 major generals and 10 lieutenant generals are all ready to fight at any time. Why do you have to give me such hard work? How can I say it is also a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters? There was a bitter smile in the words, and the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters at this time, his face can be said to be full of bitterness. Unexpectedly, the Navy actually gave him such an order. As a person with the ability of the shining fruit, the speed of restoring him can be said to be unparalleled. Therefore, the Admiral of the Navy gave him an order, that is, let him use his devil fruit ability to rush to the North Sea to investigate the situation in the North Sea. If it is an ordinary battle, then there is no problem. Even if he went to investigate the 4 Emperor's Nest, the Japanese ape, it could be said that he did not have the slightest fear. However, his next enemies are the Navy and the world government, who are extremely troublesome. Rat Charm Warrior. Although Kizaru has a general idea of the abilities possessed by the Rat Charm Warrior, but he doesn't believe that there is only so much power in a spell warrior. The power of the spell warrior can be said to be beyond doubt. Marshal of the Warring States period. Are you sure you are not wrong? Let me go to Bihai to investigate the situation in Bihai at this time. There was a bitter smile in the words. Even if it is a person with the ability of the shining fruit and has the combat power of the general level, even in the face of the powerful 4 emperors, there is no fear at all. But asking him to fight against the talisman warriors gave him an incomparable headache just thinking about it. Your speed can be said to be the fastest in the entire Navy, and with the strength of your Admiral of the Navy headquarters, I think there is no one in the Navy who can match you and is the most suitable for this task. The Warring States Marshal's face was also full of helplessness. After all, for him, there was nothing he could do. After all, it can be said that it is a trivial matter to use a general-level powerhouse as an outpost. After all, he was a general-level powerhouse. I knew you were cheating on me like this. General Kizaru's face can be said to be full of helplessness. Although it is a person with the ability of the shining fruit, it has a super fast speed. But in the face of the talisman warrior, General Kizaru's heart can be said to be full of infinite crisis. Did you make a mistake? That's a talisman warrior. This is an order. You must go to Bihai to investigate the situation for me. It can be said that the words are full of infinite sternness, and the Warring States Marshal can also say that there is no way to do it. After all, only General Kizaru is the most suitable for this matter. Whether it is speed or strength, he can be said to be one of the best in the entire naval headquarters. In this case, only General Kizaru is the most suitable. Alright, I'll go, but be ready to collect my corpse. General Kizaru's face can be said to be full of helplessness. Originally it was a very wretched face, but at this moment it can be said to be full of sadness. I'm not going to send you to death. Can't you escape with your speed? Looking at General Kizaru's face, the Warring States Marshal's face can be said to be full of helplessness. Didn't I ask you to do something wrong? Do you need it? Although my speed is fast, I am facing a spell warrior. General Kizaru will never forget how he was pushed against the back of his neck by Khorasan with a dagger. It can be said that his own shining fruit ability has no effect in the face of spell warriors. His speed was completely crushed by Khorasan. From that moment General Kizaru knew the true horror of the spell warrior. That feeling is like suffocation, which is full of despair. Find out all the military situations in Bihai. We want to know where Laidlaw is. Catch the thief first and capture the king. Only by defeating Lai Luo and catching Lai Luo can we quell the civil unrest in Bihai at this time. General Huang Yuan, your mission this time can be said to be a long way to go. The warring states marshal patted General Kizaru on the shoulder. His tone at this time can be said to be full of solemnity. Chapter 346 The Golden Box. Be careful. General Aokiji came to the side of General Kisaragi and saw that he gently patted General Kisaragi on the shoulder. Thank you, but I don't need you to tell me. With a bitter smile on his face, the heart of General Kizaru at this time can be said to be full of bitterness. Are spell warriors really that easy to deal with? If the spell warriors are really easy to deal with, then this world government will not condone the spell warriors to do anything wrong in this world. The level of intractability of the talisman warriors even surpassed that of the four emperors. The talisman warrior has become a terrifying existence above the four emperors. Okay, my colleagues, if I come back alive, then I will definitely invite everyone to a drink. The face is full of bitterness smiling. In the end, the figure of General Kizaru turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is it really good for us to do this? Looking at General Kisaragi who just left, everyone's heart can be said to be full of sadness. But there is no way to do this. Who made them fight is the spell warrior, an existence that is enough to make everyone fear. The talisman warrior is the strongest warrior in the world. Every spell warrior represents a top-level power. The Navy has fought against spell warriors many times, but every time they have failed. If it weren't for special circumstances, the Navy didn't want to engage the spell warriors either. But this time, it is about the future of the North Sea and the future of the entire world government. This time, it can be said that the Navy has put all its strength into it. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden light flashed quickly above the sky. The golden light shines in the world. Admiral Kizaru turned into that golden light and left the Navy fleet and flew quickly towards the North Sea. No one knows what General Kizaru's departure this time represents. After all, the next person he is going to fight against is the spell warrior. And through the explanation of Khorasan, a spell warrior, some important personnel in the Navy and the world government also know the reason why the spell warrior is so rampant. It is to promote the prestige of the spell warrior and then unlock the seal of the spell warrior. Only the spell warrior whose seal is completely unlocked is the strongest spell warrior. The current Lai Luo seal has not been completely lifted for him. What he has to do now is to let everyone in the world know of his existence and then unlock the seal of the spell warrior. This can be said to be an extremely difficult battle. Winner takes all, loser for cow. If Lai Luo loses, then his only consequence is to be beheaded in the public eye. Use the blood of Lai Luo to declare to the world that Lai Luo and the world government are not allowed to be bullied at will. But if their Navy and world government lose, then they may not only abandon the control of the entire North Sea, but even those who are eager and full of wildness will come out to carve up the whole world. Neither of them can lose this battle. But how can one side not lose in a war between two armies? It's getting more and more interesting. At this time in the newly built royal palace of the Bihai Empire, Lai Luo, the emperor of the North Sea, had a smile on the corner of his mouth at this time. Is it Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters? If that's the case, then let me see the power of your admiral. The intelligence of the Vinsmoke family is also extremely powerful. It was not long before the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters had just left the Navy's Grand Fleet. The information of the Vinsmoke family had already received the news, and the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters personally went to the North Sea to investigate the situation in the North Sea. Hearing that Admiral Vinsmoke Gaj was about to arrive, it could be said that he quickly reported the news to Lailo. After all, for the Vinsmoke family, the Admiral is not something they can provoke. Although the Admiral is only a little difficult for the spell warriors, for those spell warriors who have completely unlocked the seal of the spell, the Admiral is an invincible existence. But for the Vinsmoke family, the Admiral is not something they can easily shake. After all, that is the Admiral of the Navy, who represents the strongest combat power of the Navy and the strongest combat power of the world government. Each of them is a terrifying monster with incomparable strength. Linios, the so-called natural disaster power that everyone possesses. The strength of each of them can be said to be incomparably terrifying and terrifying. Then, let me see the power of your Admiral of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Lailo gently took out the golden box that he had put aside. All the characters in this golden box are carefully crafted by Lailo. Naturally, it is a person with the ability to shine fruit. If that's the case, then I will choose a good opponent opponent for you. Opening the golden box and looking at the 5 lifelike statues in the box, the corners of Lailoto's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. Chapter 347th Carving Spell Warrior. Is this the North Sea? General of the Yellow Monkey, who quickly came to the North Sea area by using the ability of the Flash Fruit, walking in this extremely lively town in Bihai. He also has a trace of solemnity in his heart, because he found that even if the entire Bihai kingdom was unified into the Bihai Empire, the people of these countries did not have the slightest anxiety, but their faces were still full of happy smiles. It seems that the unification of the entire North Sea can give them greater happiness. After the unification of the entire North Sea, all the kingdoms became an empire. All military forces were unified as never before. The pirates in the North Sea were slaughtered frantically. At this time, the people in the whole Bihai felt happiness. After all, they no longer had to pay the heavenly gold like the Tianlong people. It must be known that the wealth that feeds the Tianlong people every year is a kind of exploitation for the entire Bay 590 Sea Kingdom. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. Just when Kizaru had a worried look in his heart, a voice full of adjustment suddenly rang in his ears. The sound can be said to appear silently without the slightest sound. Whoosh! After hearing such a sentence in his ear, General Kizaru's figure instantly moved and disappeared where he was standing before. At this moment, cold sweat broke out from his eyebrows and feet involuntarily. He didn't even notice anyone approaching him. Corazon, Shishibu, High Rabbit, Amulet Warrior, Shinayan Assassin, Corazon. When Kizaru turned around and saw the person who suddenly appeared behind him, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his heart when he looked at this very familiar figure. General Kizaru. He will never forget the danger he felt when Corazon put the dagger on his back. You should be in the New World. Why did you appear in this North Sea? Looking at Corazon, the rabbit charm warrior god Hidden Thorn, who appeared here, General Kizaru's heart could be said to be filled with infinite worries. Could it be that there was some kind of deal between Corazon and Lalo? No. Looking at the half-smiling Corazon in front of him, after thinking of the abilities Lalo possessed, General Huang Yuan suddenly thought of something bad. You are Lalo's sculptor warrior. Although it is doubtful, General Kizaru's doubt can be said to be extremely certain. That's right, I'm not the real talisman warrior god Hidden Thorn Corazon, but I have the same power as him. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Corazon's body appeared beside General Kizaru at some point. Well, when Corazon appeared beside General Kizaru in a teleportation, General Kizaru's body stiffened instantly, but at this time he didn't choose to run away, but stood there pretending jaded that nothing had happened, because Admiral Kizaru knew that with the speed of Corazon's stab, even if he wanted to escape, there was no way he could escape. Rather than angering Corazon by running away, let him sit here and listen to what Corazon is trying to say. After all, if Corazon really wanted to attack him, then Corazon could have attacked him just now. Go back and tell the Navy to tell the world government that the North Sea belongs to me, Lord Lelugo. The words are full of sternness and without the slightest doubt. Corazon's words are like the truth, and they do not allow others to question. I didn't expect that he could even carve a spell warrior. The corners of his mouth can be said to be filled with a bitter smile. Although they didn't fight, General Kizaru could be absolutely sure that Corazon at this time was simply an existence that he couldn't match. Corazon's strength completely surpassed him. Then what should I call you? At this time, after the General Huang Yuan knew that his life was not in any danger, his wretched face could be said to show a wretched smile. At least his life is no longer in danger. You can call me a sculpted warrior. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the sculpted warrior Corazon looked at Kizaru with a smile on his face. Sculpted warriors, spell warriors, this world can be said to be more and more interesting. General Kizaru's heart can be said to be full of helplessness. Who is this holy master? Why does each of the 12 spell warriors of his holy master possess such a heaven-defying ability? Everyone's strength is incomparably powerful, which makes people feel incredible. Is the holy master really invincible? Is he really a god in this world? No one knows what the identity of the holy master is, but there is no doubt that the strength of the holy master is enough to make the whole world tremble. Chapter 348 The Shock of the Navy. What did you say? That guy has the ability to carve a spell warrior? When General Kizaru returned smoothly, the Warring States Marshal's face could be said to be full of joy. At the very least, General Kizaru returned smoothly, and the situation in Bihai might not be as chaotic as he imagined. But when he heard the news that General Kizaru told him, the face of the Warring States Marshal could be said to be full of horror. The power of a sculptor carving spell warrior that Lalo actually possesses. And the most terrifying thing is that these engraved spell warriors actually possess the original power of spell warriors. In other words, this time their navy may be facing a terrifying enemy they can't even imagine. That's right, because I met Corazon, who also has the superhuman silence fruit ability and the power of the rabbit charm. The corners of his mouth were were full of helplessness. At this time General Kizaru told him everything that happened before. Went to the North Sea and met Khorasan, a warrior who carved spells. The carved warrior Khorasan has all the abilities of the same spell warrior Khorasan. Although I don't know if this carved warrior Khorasan can spell it, there is no doubt that even if it is a carved warrior, Khorasan's strength is still superior to him. It's going to be difficult now. We all know Khorasan's strength very well, but you also need to know that among all the spell warriors, there is only one person who is the strongest. Nicole Robin, the bull spell warrior known as the first spell warrior. The unparalleled terrifying force is enough to sweep everything. Thinking of the horror of Nicole Robin, the heart of all the navies here, it can be said that there is a trace of horror in the middle. Nicole Robin can be said to be the first spell warrior to appear. Her unparalleled power can be said to deter the whole world. If that guy can sculpt even Nicole Robin, although I don't know how much power she has, Nicole Robin, there is no doubt that she will become an extremely terrifying opponent for us. The Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters had a solemn expression on his face. After all, he had experienced Nicole Robin's power back then. When facing Nicole Robin, the naval slaughterer was as vulnerable as a child. The Navy warships were destroyed by her one by one. At that time, he and Akainu, who were only lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, were beaten by Nicole Robin. Should we continue to the North Sea next? Everyone turned their attention to Sengoku, the marshal of the Navy headquarters. The power of the spell warrior was too terrifying and unbelievable for them. The power of spell warriors is really not something they can easily match. They all knew the horror of the spell warrior. We have no choice. Even if the front is indeed full of danger, we have no choice to retreat. If we were scared off by that guy Lilugo before we even reached the North Sea, then our navy and the world government can be said to be completely disgraced. The face of the warring states marshal can be said to be full of solemn expression. For them, they also know the dangers of this trip, but for them, for their navy, they can't go back at all. The world government simply cannot tolerate this failure. Moreover, the navy is not allowed to retreat without a fight. Even if all of them die in battle, they must establish the fearless image of their navy in the whole world. Their navy can all die in battle, but not all of them as deserters. This can be said to be a dead end, but it is also a dead end that has to go. 0. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters shook his head helplessly. For him, he didn't know how to describe the current situation. The Navy and the world government have no way out. The Navy and the world government simply cannot tolerate the loss of the North Sea. The North Sea is a must-have for the world government and the Navy. The world government needs the wealth of the North Sea, and the Navy needs the troops of the North Sea. The North Sea can be said to be a vital existence. Continue to go to the North Sea. This matter is only allowed to be known by the high-level Navy, and is not allowed to be communicated to those Navy soldiers. The warring states marshal's face was full of dignified expressions. If these Navy soldiers knew that they might be facing 5 talisman warriors next, which of these Navy soldiers would have the courage to continue fighting? You must know that it is a spell warrior, and there are 5 spell warriors. In the face of their combination, who in the world today has the courage to fight them? It can be said that there are very few people who have the courage to fight. Chapter 349th Chapter Carving Spell Warrior Attack. I didn't expect that the world government is really a group of people who are not afraid of death. When I learned that the naval fleet did not choose to evacuate but continued to drive towards the North Sea, the corner of Lilugo's mouth, who knew the news, could be said to be full of sarcasm. Are the previous warnings not enough, or do they really think they dare not take him? His eyes were full of violent aura, and for Lalo, this was a naked humiliation to him. Isn't his own name enough to deter the entire Navy, to deter the world government? This is the humiliation of Laidlaw by the Navy and the world government. 593. This can be said to be something he can't bear at all. He is the only emperor in the entire Bahai Empire. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Starting today, I will let the whole world know the power of my North Sea Emperor. Pick up the golden treasure box he put aside. There are 4 other figures in this treasure box. Bull Spell Warrior Nicole Robin, Chicken Charm Warrior Tiger, Sabo the Monkey Spell Warrior, Sheep Spell Warrior Doflamingo, plus Khorasan the Rabbit Charm Warrior who was resurrected by him before. At this time, the 5 spell warriors who were famous all over the world before Lilugo were resurrected by Lilugo's carvings one by one. When the golden light was instilled on the 4 statues, the 4 statues instantly swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meet the master. The 4 talisman warriors, carved warriors. When their bodies were transformed into human figures, they knelt down in front of Lalo on one knee. The strength of these carved spell warriors can't match the real spell warriors, and most importantly, they can't enter the strongest state of spell warriors. Spell warriors, you must know that the spell warriors who enter the beastly transformation of spell warriors are the strongest state. These spell carving warriors only possess a part of the abilities of these spell warriors. They can't can't be compared to real spell warriors. Although they can't resist real spell warriors, but for ordinary people, the ability of these spell carving warriors is already incomparable, terrifying. The horror makes people feel terrified. Naval world government. Then today I will let you see my power. It can be said that the words are full of murderous tone. Although Lai Luo was only an 8-year-old kid at this time, his words at this moment can be said to be extremely severe. To him, he is the emperor of the North Sea. Everything in Bihai should be controlled by him. Anyone who dares to violate his Bihai can be said to be his greatest enemy. This is something he simply cannot tolerate. For an 8-year-old kid, it's not about competing for his favorite toy. Although Lai Luo is relatively mature, this kind of maturity does not mean that he will tolerate when someone comes to offend him. Let the entire world government see your strength in the navy. He looked at the 4 spell-carved warriors kneeling in front of him. Lai Luo's heart can be said to be full of lofty ambitions. You must know that the power of his rat spell has not been fully unlocked. When the power of his rat spell was completely unlocked, he believed that one day the spell warrior he carved would be able to fight against the real spell warrior. At that time, he will be fearless and become the strongest existence in the whole world. We will definitely carry forward the prestige of the master, and let the prestige of the master rat spell warrior spread to the whole world and become the strongest spell warrior in this world. His face was full of seriousness and seriousness. At this time, the 4 spell carving warriors knelt down in front of Lai Luo. Their words can be said to be full of seriousness and seriousness. No matter what it was for, but this time they were fighting for Lai Luo. Lai Luo is their master and they will protect Lai Luo's dignity. Let the whole world know of your existence. Even in the face of real spell warriors, I'm not afraid. At this time, Lai Luo can be said to have become extremely confident. Even in the face of real spell warriors, he is not afraid, because this is the pride of a spell warrior. For them, they all think that they are the strongest beings. Even though the top 5 talisman warriors had already entered the state of perfection, Lai Luo was not at all timid. For him, he believes that his strength is enough to defeat the top 5 spell warriors. Curse warriors, I hope you can show me your strength. Although I haven't entered the state of complete body at this time, I believe that one day I will defeat all of you and become the strongest spell warriors under the Holy Master. Standing in the palace of the North Sea Empire, Lai Luo can be said to be full of ambition at this time. Chapter 350. The Great War begins. Get ready for battle. The ensuing battle can be said to be extraordinarily cruel. At this time, when the Navy fleet was about to reach the North Sea, on this huge fleet of naval demon slaughter orders, all the Navy officers were there to instruct these Navy soldiers. After all, the next battle can be said to be extremely cruel and bloody. Everyone knows that the next battle will attract the attention of the whole world. When the carved spell warrior appears in front of everyone, it will set off a bloody storm in the whole world. After all, the whole world knows the powerful power of spell warriors. Once everyone knows that the spell warrior Lai Luo can actually have the power to carve a spell warrior, then the whole world will set off a bloody storm. All 19 people are ready to fight. We are about to reach Bihai. I think the rebels in Bihai must be ready to fight. At this time, the entire naval fleet can be said to be full of solemn expressions. The entire fleet can be said to be preparing with a solemn expression. After all, what they will follow next is the North Sea Empire. At this time, in the hearts of all naval soldiers, they can already imagine that it will be a great generation that will shock the world. The navy of the North Sea Empire and his navy headquarters, the demon slaughtering order, fought together. Ow, oh, oh, oh. At this moment, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and under the shocked gazes of everyone, an ice dragon with blue ice crystals all over its body flew over from the distant sky. Have you carved Sabo's abilities? When this ice dragon appeared in front of everyone, the faces of the senior navy officers who knew Lai Luo's true power could be said to be full of solemnity. Everyone, get ready. When this ice dragon appeared in front of everyone, the entire navy fleet can be said to be in complete panic. Just let me see whether your frozen fruit is stronger or my frozen fruit is stronger. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, as a person with the ability to freeze fruit, he already knew the ability of this ice dragon the moment he saw it. This ice dragon is a combination of the dragon body of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido plus his frozen fruit ability, Ice Age. When this ice dragon came to the sky above the naval fleet, countless chills erupted instantly. The entire sea can be said to be frozen in an instant. The whole sea is frozen. The breath of the ice dragon can be said to instantly freeze the entire sea. At this time, the entire sea can be said to be crystal clear and become a huge block of ice. Damn, we're totally stuck here. At this time, the Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters was completely angry when he saw the situation in front of him. It can be said that infinite anger surged in his heart. At the same time, he is also full of worries about the next situation. After all the navies can be said to be trapped here at this time. They are completely incapacitated. Damn it, die for for me. Right at this, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, he was sprinting towards the ice dragon quickly as he rolled up and down with violently burning molten lava. Leave this guy to me. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, his eyes were full of anger, and he could be said to have slammed away without the slightest fear as the molten lava rolled bump like a meteorite hit. Akainu collided directly with the body of the ice dragon, and the collision between the ice and the magma can be said to be sparks. It can be said that all the soldiers in the Navy headquarters are looking here. Bah! Akainu's body slammed heavily on the frozen ice. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Although you have indeed copied Sabo's abilities, your strength is far less than Sabo's. Although he was slightly injured, the corner of Akainu's mouth showed a 593 smile. Through the tentative attack just now, he already knew the strength of the ice dragon in front of him, the peak of the general's combat power. Although he did carve Sabo, he did not have the full power of Sabo. Bump! The body of the ice dragon also changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, this group of ice dragons with a distance of 100 meters quickly marked Sabo's figure. Yes, I do not have the peak power of the original monkey spell warrior Sabo, but for you, I am an opponent you can never defeat. Flower World. At this moment, countless huge palms suddenly appeared on the frozen ice surface. This is like the palm of the sky supporting giant quickly smashing towards these frozen warships. Sculpted warrior of Nico Robin, the bull spell warrior. When these huge palms appeared in front of everyone knows who the engraved warrior will appear next. Chapter 351, The Battle of Speed. The Warring States of Buddha. At this time, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters directly used his magical beast devil fruit ability to enter the state of a golden Buddha. The impact of the Buddha in the face of these huge palms that can be called the arms that cover the sky. The Warring States Marshal directly attacked them one by one with his strongest shockwave. Cow charm carving warrior Nico Robin. At this time, he entered the Buddha's warring states in the state of devil fruit, and his face can be said to be full of solemn expression. In this way, wouldn't I have to face the goddamn assassin Khorasan? Admiral Akainu fights with the carving warrior Sabo. The warring states Marshal fought with Nico Robin. Then, when the spell warrior appeared, only he and Aokiji could fight against it. The impact of the Buddha. Looking at this tall figure standing in front of him, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters can be said to be extremely alert. After all, he has experienced the strength of this little girl many times. One of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, Nico Robin, the bull spell warrior, an absolutely invincible terrorist force. Touch. Facing the Buddha's impact from the Buddha's warring states Marshal, Nico Robin had a reaction, that is, she made a fist with her right hand and slammed it away. Crack. The whole space of heaven and earth seems to be shattered by this hole. The impact of the Buddha of the warring states Marshal was completely defeated directly. How can we fight this? Are we fighting against all spell warriors? The Navy soldiers on this warship at this time, their faces can be said to be full of frustration. As the Navy soldiers of the Navy headquarters who participated in the Battle of the Top, they knew the horror of these spell warriors. Those people are the top monsters among the monsters, and each of them possesses incredible power. Everyone is ready to fight. These people are not real spell warriors. They don't have the peak power of spell warriors. The face of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters can also be said to be full of solemnity. After all, what they will face next can be said to be a tough battle. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, let me be your opponent. At this moment, a huge voice came from the sky above the entire naval fleet. Tiger, the chicken charm warrior. Hearing these words, Aokiji already knew who his opponent was, the man who attacked the Holy Land Marijoa twice and was able to retreat completely. A man who can fight several generals and strong men by himself. Then who will my opponent be? Although General Kizaru's face was still as wretched as he was before he knew it, he had already exerted his domineering arrogance to the extreme. Yellow, General of the Yellow Monkey. At this moment, a naval soldier raised his right hand in shock, pointed at Kyabutazen behind him, and stammered, "SHH, don't send it out easily, sound good?" At this moment, a mocking voice came to mind behind General Kizaru. Carved warrior rabbit charm warrior Khorasan did not know when he appeared behind Admiral Kyabu. Looking at the Navy soldier who raised his right hand and stammered at him, Khorasan raised his right index finger to compare to him, a gesture of not speaking. "I knew that my opponent would be you." At this time, General Kizaru turned his head helplessly and looked at Khorasan behind him. "I didn't expect you to be able to hide my knowledge and domineering." With a helpless look on his face, Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters can be said to have felt restrained above this ability for the first time. The speed of his glitter fruit is completely incomparable to the power of the rabbit charm. In addition, the superhuman silence fruit's power of disappearing like a pervert is enough to make everyone fear it. Khorasan can be said to be a natural assassin and one of the strongest assassins. Then, Admiral of the Navy headquarters, would you like to play play with me?" With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he gently turned the dagger in his hand. This sentence is not so much a question as a joke, but a certainty. Good for Lino. This war is simply unavoidable. If you want, then I'm willing to play with you for a while. Sword of Tienkong Cloud raised his hands, and the golden rays of light gathered in the hands of General Kizaru. At this moment, a sharp sword appeared in the hands of General Kizaru. Whoosh! Khorasan's figure disappeared, and at the same time, the figure of General Kizaru turned into a golden light. The battle between the two of them can be said to be silent. If the battle between the Sengoku Marshal and Nico Robin is the strongest head-to-head, then the battle between General Kizaru and Khorasan can be said to be gone at a touch. Chapter 352 Trapped in Iceland. Then who is my opponent next? At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice could be said to be ringing in the ears of all the naval soldiers. This voice came from above their sky. Doflamingo. All the sailors who heard this voice, when they looked up, found Doflamingo floating above their heads. Doflamingo's strength has been proved in the naval headquarters. It can be said to be an extremely powerful monster. But now that Doflamingo is here, it can be said to be bad news for all naval soldiers. Let's do it. At this time, it can be said that all the 10 lieutenant admirals of the Navy stood up. Admiral Sengoku battles Nico Robin. The 3 naval admirals fought with 3 spell warriors respectively. Right now, the strongest one here is only the top 10 lieutenant generals of the Navy. How can fireflies compete with the sun and the moon? Do you think that you have the power to rival me with 593? Seeing that he rushed over to the top 10 naval admirals, Doflamingo's mouth could be said to be full of naked disdain. Crush me. Raising his right hand to crush the fruit instantly activated. Kakeka. The space above the entire fleet can be said to explode in an instant. The power of Doflamingo's fruit crushing instantly enveloped the entire fleet. It's not good that he will completely smash us like this. At the moment when Doflamingo's power to crush the fruit was activated, the top 10 lieutenant admirals of the Navy immediately felt an extremely dangerous sense of crisis. Kakeka. At this time, the naval fleet was completely frozen here and lost the ability to escape. At this time, the soldiers on the ships of the Navy's Grand Fleet JD can only be said to have abandoned their ships and fled. Boom boom boom. The roar of the roar is endless, and the ships of the naval fleet can be said to be completely destroyed. At this time, it can be said that they are all trapped on this huge ice continent. You guys, first we were trapped here with ice and snow, then we were all transferred from the Navy fleet with the strategy of turning tigers away from the mountains, and now we have been trapped here by destroying all our ships. When the Marshal of the Navy headquarters station saw that Doflamingo had destroyed all the ships with one blow, at this time he could say that he knew Lelo's plan in an instant. At this time, there are only 2 people who can escape here. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, he has the ability to shine fruit. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters is a person with frozen fruit ability. One can fly, and the other can quickly escape from frozen ice. For our master, all he wants is to capture all of you and force the world government to recognize the identity of our North Sea Empire. Nico Robin, who was the Marshal of the Navy headquarters during the Sengoku World War I. Facing the roar of Admiral Sengoku, the corners of her mouth can be said to be full of naked disdain. At this time, these Navy soldiers can be said to have completely become Lelo's bargaining chip, which is used to force the world government to recognize his North Sea Empire's bargaining chip. At this time, the entire Bahai Empire has achieved unprecedented unity. However, there are still some people in this empire who are stubborn and want to get help from the world government. After all, the imperial unification can be said to have invaded the interests of many nobles of the original kingdom. Although these people accept the empire's rule on the surface, they have done a lot of bad things in secret. If you want to capture us all and force the world government to recognize your status as the North Sea Empire, don't be delusional. While fighting against Nico Robin, the Warring States Marshal rejected them sharply. When we capture you all, you will know what choice the world government will make. Although he kept talking, Nico Robin's attack did not slow down. Powerful offensives attacked the Warring States Marshal again and again. Although the sculpted warrior Nico Robin cannot compete with the real Nico Robin at all, it does not mean that the Warring States Marshal can match it. There is only one attack of Nico Robin, that is, the attack of both being covered with armament and domineering, and then punching and punching. This kind of attack can be said to be completely capable of defeating all methods with one force, so that the Warring States Marshal has no way to do anything at all. Boom boom boom. Of all the battles, it can be said that the battle between Admiral Akainu and Sabo was the most intense. It can be said that the lava of Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters is constantly spewing out like an erupting volcano. But facing the carved monkey charm warrior Sabo in front of him, Akainu also felt extremely aggrieved. After all, Sabo once copied Akainu's abilities. Chapter 353 Laidlaw's Achilles heel. Can our Navy really win this battle? An ordinary Navy Navy soldier knelt down on the ground with fear and frustration on his face. At this time, his eyes can be said to be full of infinite fear. The Warring States Marshal and jade-carving warrior Nico Robin fought together. Nico Robin's strength can be said to be unparalleled and powerful, and the life of the Warring States Marshal can only be said to be comparable to it. The 3 admirals of the Navy were dragged by the other 3 spell warriors respectively. The 10th Lieutenant General of the Navy fought with Doflamingo. These soldiers of the Demon Slaughtering Order can only be said to be easily slaughtered here. Whether it is Doflamingo's power of crushing fruit, the power of Momo fruit and the power of string fruit solid, or the God Stab Corazon, that unparalleled speed, Nico Robin's invincible iron fist. The huge arm is like a hand covering the sky, and it can easily crush countless naval soldiers to death. The psychic power of the chicken charm warrior Tiger can be said to kill people invisibly. Sabo is constantly using the power of the strong that he has copied. The power of the 4 emperors, the power of the high-level naval headquarters and the power of those top pirates can be said to have been exerted by him one by one. The entire battlefield was completely dominated by these 5 carved spell warriors. To state again here, these carved spell warriors do not have the power that these real spell warriors have at all, and they cannot perform the final complete spell transformation. Although the number of these spell warriors is large, but in 1-to-1 can't match a true spell warrior. And the rat charm warrior has a fatal weakness, that is his own strength, which is different from the powerful strength of the previous charm warriors themselves. The rat charm warrior itself has no power, which can be said to be the biggest Achilles heel. Crush me. Momo's fruit is 100 times stronger. The power of crushing fruit is combined with the power of Momo fruit. The space of 100 meters around Doflamingo can be said to be shattered in an instant. Although there are 10 lieutenant generals and strong men here to contain them, but is Doflamingo's strength so strong that these lieutenant generals can contain them at will? 2 of the top 10 lieutenant generals were seriously injured and had to withdraw from the battle. At this time in the palace of the Baha'i Empire, looking at the situation of the live battle from the phone camera bugs in front of him, Vince Moggich's face can be said to be full of flattery. Of course, although they can't exert the true strength of these spell warriors, it is enough for this group of Navy. Lilugo sat high on the dragon chair of the Emperor of the North Sea Empire. At the same time, the power of thunder continued to flicker behind him. A thunder dragon the size of an adult giant elephant, he just lay behind Lilugo. This thunder dragon can be said to be the strongest thug under Lilugo. The power of the rat binding spell he possessed even surpassed those of the spell carving warriors. After all, I can't blame Lilugo. After all, Lilugo is not a real strong man. If the power of the rat spell occupied by each of the 5 spell warriors is 1.5, then the power of the rat spell occupied by this thunder dragon is 2. The remaining 0.5 energy was stored by Lalo in his body in case of emergency. Then let me end this war. At this time, the entire war can be said to have fallen into a stalemate. After all, these spell warriors are not real spell warriors. The strongest Nico Robin has been able to persist with the Warring States Marshal for so long, which is already a great thing. The Navy is trapped in this ice. The island completely lost the ability to escape. Moreover, the North Sea Empire did not dare to send the Navy to Iceland easily. Otherwise, relying on those general-level masters to snatch battleships and threaten the naval soldiers of the North Sea Empire, this can also be said to be a very normal thing. Although they are now being held back by these auxiliary warriors, their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. In the face of such high-end combat power, the soldiers of the Baha'i Empire are of no use at all. Your Majesty, you plan to go to the battlefield in person, Wenz Moggich said with a hint of horror on his face. It seemed that he had already heard what Lalo planned to do next, so he could be said to have quickly stood up to stop him. As Lalo's direct descendant, Vince Moggich can also see Lalo's greatest weakness. Although Lalo's carved warriors are incomparably powerful, Lalo himself does not possess great power. This is also the reason why the Thunder Dragon always guards Lilugo's side. Chapter 354 Rat Spell is the strongest state. The entire battlefield can be said to be in a state of anxiety. The strength of 5 spell-carving warriors is enough for the entire naval headquarters to crusade the fleet, but the strength of the naval crusade fleet headed by a naval headquarters marshal, 3 generals, and 10 lieutenant generals should not be underestimated. It would be easy for these carved warriors to take them down. Just when the war was in full swing, a burst of dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky. The thunder dragon with thunder and lightning wrapped around its whole body appeared above everyone's heads. Lilugo, who was wearing golden armor, rode a thunder dragon. This is the Dragon Knight Lalo, the only emperor of the North Sea, the controller of the North Sea. This battle can be said to be known by the entire North Sea under Lilugo's special permission. The phone bug spread the battle information here all over the North Sea. At the same time, the world government can also be said to be be paying attention to this place all the time. There are also phone bugs here in the Navy that pass the battle images to the world government. This 8-year-old kid, has he become the emperor of the entire Baha'i? At this time, at the 5-old star gate above the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa, I saw Leilugo on the body of the Thunder Dragon through the phone bug, and watched Leilugo, who was only 8 years old, actually ride the Thunder Giant. The Dragon King is over the entire North Sea. At this time, it seemed that he was the only figure in the whole world, and everyone's eyes were on him. Sure enough, the power of my seal has been unsealed a lot again. When he appeared here, Leilugo discovered that all the power of all beings was condensed on the seal of his rat spell. The seal of the sealer rat charm can be said to be constantly weakened. The power of the rat charm was continuously instilled into Leilugo's body. Leilugo can be said to be getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect that. Just like this, the power of my rat spell has been enhanced again. Leilugo, who felt the increase in the power of the rat spell in his body, could be said to be full of confidence in the next battle. Leilugo, Emperor of the North Sea, the 6th spell warrior under the Holy Master's command. When Leilugo came to the sky above this naval fleet, everyone's heart can be said to be full of shock, especially those top-level naval forces, the marshals of the Navy headquarters, and the 3 major admirals of the Navy. They can clearly feel the breath of the Thunder Dragon under Leilugo's crotch, which is even more terrifying than these carved spell warriors. Return all of you to me. Readaloud waved at the spell-carving warriors. I saw that under the puzzled eyes of everyone, these spell warriors were all turned into golden statues. What do you guys think is the real trouble next? Khorasan, the sculpted god of hidden thorns bursting out of countless golden rays of light all over his body, suddenly showed a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stood in front of General Kizaru. Chapter 355. The war ended. This is my true strength. When the power of all the rat spells in his body was infused into the Thunder Dragon's body. At this time, the body of the Thunder Dragon can be said to have undergone amazing changes. The body that was originally the size of an ordinary elephant instantly became as huge as that mountain. The purple thunder covered the entire body of the Thunder Dragon as if it were materialized. I will let the whole world see my strength. Leilugo, who stood on the body of a Thunder Dragon the size of a mountain, can be said to be full of amazing domineering in his words. Is this the ability he has? Although the group of 5 old stars in the Holy Land of Marijoa, thousands of miles away, did not face the Thunder Dragon's incomparably terrifying momentum, however, the Thunder Dragon's huge body and the substantial thunder are enough to prove his power to the whole world. Fusing the 19 energies of the 5 carved warriors just now, this dragon is far stronger than the previous carving warriors. The Navy headquarters Marshal Sengoku, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters, the 10 lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, tens of thousands of slaughtering demons ordered an army. After looking at this mountain-sized body above the sky, everyone's heart can be said to be full of despair. They looked up at the sky, but the sky was already after being blocked by a pair of wings that covered the sky. A powerful thunder raged in the entire space. Roar of the Thunder Dragon King. At this moment, the head of the giant dragon, the size of an ordinary 2-story building, suddenly exploded. There are countless thunderbolts in the dragon's mouth. The harsh sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Everyone is fully prepared. When everyone saw the powerful thunder and lightning power contained in the dragon's mouth, everyone could say that it was their strongest attack method. The impact of the Buddha in the Warring States period of the Buddha. The power of the 3 major naval admirals known as the 3 major natural disasters. The devil fruit ability, swordsmanship, and taijutsu of the top 10 lieutenant admirals of the Navy. All the artillery fire was aimed at the Thunder Dragon above the sky. You can challenge such a huge force by yourself. It's really rare in the world. Everyone who saw the scene can be said to be full of horror in their hearts, especially those forces who know the strength of the admiral. Their hearts can be said to be full of infinite fear. Don't worry, you won't die here. You will be my bargaining chip and the bargaining chip with the world government. Leilugo, who controls the Thunder Dragon. Even in the face of the crusade against the most powerful navy, it can be said that he did not change his color in the slightest. The Thunder Dragon's strongest attack is ready to go. Boom. After a short charge, the lightning power in the Thunder Dragon's mouth exploded instantly. The sun above the sky is blocked by this light. The impact of the Buddha, 8-foot hook jade, absolutely frozen, canine-toothed red lotus. The admiral of the navy and the marshal of the Warring States period can also be said to be bursting with all their strength. Whoosh! Countless forces collided with this giant ball of lightning. At the moment when the forces collided, a golden light shone from the explosion. I didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. When I watched that golden light streak across the sky and quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, the corner of Leilugo's mouth was a disdainful smile. Do you think you can escape my palm? The golden statue belonging to Khorasan, the thorn of the gods, was gently played by Leilugo in his own hands. I think it's the speed of your shining fruit or the speed of my carving of warriors. The golden light from the thunder dragon's body was extracted by Leiluo, and the extracted golden light was once again instilled into the golden statue of Khorasan in his hand. Whoosh! When the golden light was instilled into the golden statue of Khorasan, the golden statue rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time the golden statue also disappeared in Leiluo's hands in an instant. Kizune can't escape, let alone you. The smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, and what was in front of everyone's eyes could be said to be a mess. It can be said that most of the Navy soldiers have fallen into a coma. Not a few people died in this explosion, except for the escape Kizaru, the three generals of the Navy headquarters. The figure of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters also disappeared. Admiral Akainu couldn't help but leave a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The body of the Golden Buddha, Marshal of the Navy headquarters Sengoku, can be said to be full of scars at this time. 2 of the 10 lieutenant admirals of the Navy even died on the spot. Now tell me your choice. Leiluo, who was on the back of the Thunder Dragon, was a little surprised by the disappearance of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, but he didn't feel very surprised. After all, I am a person with the ability to freeze fruit, but this is a frozen island. This can be said to be his home ground. Chapter 356 The Escaped Kiwi. Damn, order Lieutenant Sabo to return from the New World immediately. The words were filled with endless anger, and the 5 old stars above the central tower of this holy place, Mary Joa, could be said to be completely furious. Their words can be said to be filled with infinite anger. It can be said that the previous battle in Bihai came to an end. In addition to the naval crusade fleet, except for Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aoki of the Admiralty, the rest of the people can be said to be all trapped on that island. Doflamingo of the New World is stupid and restless. Although he accepts our comfort, he will not give up. Although they were extremely angry, the 5 old stars who were the masters of these worlds could also be said to be quiet in an instant. Currently in the Navy, there are only Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters and Black Arm Zifa, the former Navy headquarters admiral. These 2 top combat powers, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aokiji, are missing at this time. The faces of the 5 old stars can also be said to be full of sorrow. After all, the naval headquarters at this time can be said to have suffered heavy losses. If these top naval forces are all damaged in the North Sea, then the Navy under the New World will lose control of the entire World Sea. The most important thing now is to find Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters and Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Aokiji may still be able to escape, but Kiaburu is not sure. Thinking of the scene in which the sculptor Kola was chasing after Kiabu before, everyone could be said to have a hint of helplessness in their hearts. Sabo has to come back. No, then these navies are finished. After repeated discussions, they finally decided to send Sabo back from the New World. After all, only spell warriors can fight against spell warriors. The power of the spell warrior is too terrifying. The base of the New World has just been established. We can ask Khorasan, a member of the King's Shishibukai, to help us deter Doflamingo together. I don't think we need to elaborate on the grudge between Khorasan and Doflamingo. The 5 old stars once again made a decision. Let Khorasan help hold Doflamingo, then have Sabo meet Laidlaw of the North Sea Empire on behalf of the world government. Only spell warriors will be valued by spell warriors. Even if the admiral is dispatched now for Lalo, he will not see it. It can be said that the life and death of the admiral are uncertain at this time. At this time, Admiral Garp was the only one guarding the naval headquarters. Run! Why don't you keep running? On an island in the North Sea, Khorasan looked at the breathless Admiral Kizaru with a smile on his face. You got. General Kizaru's wretched face can be said to be full of sweat. As a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters, it can be said that this is the first time he has experienced this kind of feeling, like a lost dog. Are you really going to kill them all? His words were filled with boundless anger. He is a dignified admiral of the naval headquarters. When did he enjoy such treatment and was humiliated like this? In this world, only strength can represent everything. Strength is the foundation of everything. My strength is stronger than yours, so I can do this. Looking at the Admiral Kizaru, whose face was full of anger, Khorasan's face can be said to be full of ridicule. The world is so cruel and so unimaginable. Just like the celestial dragons who rose to the top of the world, in their eyes, everyone's life and death are as vulnerable as ants. They can be said to have never considered anyone's feelings because they are above everyone else. Admiral Kizaru, are you going to let me do it, or go back with me obediently? The corners of his mouth were full of mockery. What if it was even against the admiral of the Navy headquarters? His strength had already surpassed that of the general at this time. His speed is also not something that can be matched by Kizaru, who has the ability of the shining fruit. Although I know that I may not be your opponent, Lin Yazeo, I am also a Navy man. There was a solemn look on his face. Even though he he knew that he might not be Khorasan's opponent, Kizaru still planned to fight to the death to prove his strength to everyone. Kizaru is also a navy, and a navy with a backbone. Really, Yang? But at this moment Khorasan appeared behind Kizaru at an unknown time. How could you be so fast? It can be said that a drop of cold sweat was shed on Kizaru's face. At this time his heart can be said to be filled with infinite despair. Why is it so fast? Chapter 357 Sabo's helplessness. General Huang Yuan didn't expect you to come back again. He looked at the extremely embarrassed Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. Seeing that he was easily captured by the carved warrior Khorasan like this, Lalo's mouth can be said to be full of ridicule. You didn't think of the dignified Admiral of the Navy headquarters, did you? You can't even escape the palm of my hand. Emperor of the North Sea, do you really plan to completely turn against the world government? At this time General Huang Yuan can be said to be in a state of embarrassment, but his face was still full of stubbornness. Even if you become someone else's prisoner, your destiny at this moment is controlled by others. But he still has his own pride as an admiral of the Navy headquarters. To completely turn against the world government? No, I don't think the world government has the confidence and courage to turn against me. Even in the Navy there are also spell warriors. 597 The king of the world government also has a spell warrior in the Sea of Kaiwu, but the world government at this time has made too many enemies, and he doesn't dare to offend me completely. It can be said that Lai Luo was full of disdain for Kiabu's threat. The world government at this time did not dare to offend them at all. After all, the enemies that the world government has made now are simply too many. As a spell warrior, Lalo is not someone they can easily provoke. It is absolutely impossible for the world government to tolerate Bihai being cut off from the command of the world government. General Kizaru's face was full of seriousness. Then it depends on whether the world government has the ability to take Bihai back from my hands again. The words were full of mockery. How about even facing the world government? Lai Luo can be said to be without the slightest timidity. The foundation of the world government is not what you can imagine, and the power of the world government is not something you can estimate. Even if Lalo is a spell warrior, he has the power to make the entire world conquer fear. But the world government is the one who has controlled the world for more than 800 years. Terrorist organization. His strength cannot be underestimated. In the past 800 years, the world government has experienced many hardships and challenges, but he still controls the whole world and is the uncrowned overlord in this world. Then I am here waiting for the challenge of the world government. With a rebellious look on his face. What about the threat of world governments? Will Lai Luo feel intimidated by this? But you are just my prisoners now. I think, what price will the world government pay to bring you all back? The words were full of ridicule. Then it was time for him to negotiate with the world government. After all, it is impossible for the world government to abandon the powerful combat power of the Navy headquarters. Once all the senior Navy leaders are killed in battle, this loss to the Navy and the world government cannot be looked at directly. The world government and the Navy will lose control of the sea. What price will the world government pay? There was also a trace of worry in the heart of General Kizaru looking at the sea in the distance. What price will the world government pay? So how would you Lai Luo open his mouth as a lion? If Lai Luo lion opened his mouth to say the conditions that the world government could not accept, then the world government will not hesitate to abandon all the senior naval officers. After all, to the world government the Navy is nothing but a tool lackey in their hands. I didn't expect that these spell warriors would cause trouble one by one. At this time, the spell warrior Sabo, who hurried back from the New World, had a strange look on his face when he learned about the situation in Bihai. These spell warriors can be said to be more difficult to deal with. One by one makes people feel a headache, and their courage can be said to be bigger than the other. As expected, they are talisman warriors. All of them are bold. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sabo also wanted to say something happy about what Laidlaw had done in Bihai. Although Lai Luo is only an 8-year-old child, he has done countless feats that adults can't do. Is it time for you to admire them now? As a spell warrior, only you who are also spell warriors can defeat him. But considering the lives of those at the top of the Navy headquarters, so the prerequisite this time is to protect the warring states and them. In the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, the naval hero Karp can be said to have the highest rank in the entire Navy at this time. When the entire Navy's top management was almost wiped out, it could be said that he had to stand up and lead the entire Navy. This time the negotiation is not so easy to resolve. Sabo is also a smart person. Will Laidlaw easily give up his interests? This is simply wishful thinking. Chapter 358 Sabo's ability. It is because we know that this negotiation will be difficult, so we will send you back from the New World. It can be said that the words are full of serious and dignified expressions. After all, the only emperor of the North Sea Empire, Lai Luo, the strength he showed was simply too powerful. Spell spell warriors can only be defeated by spell warriors. There is only one opponent of the spell warrior, that is the spell warrior. Use me to deal with Lalo, who is also a spell fighter. But this guy's abilities are really too perverted. Even a talisman warrior can carve. Sabo's mouth also had a hint of a smile. Lalo's ability can be said to be incomparably perverted, but the more he did, the more curious Sabo felt. This guy is actually able to use the abilities that the great spell warrior possesses. It can be said that the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters are not to be missed. Whether it is the warring States Marshal or the two major naval generals and countless high-ranking naval officers, naval soldiers are not an existence that can be easily discarded. There was a serious look in the words. As the highest status in the current naval headquarters, Karp can be said to be the highest controller of the current naval headquarters. The power he possesses can be said to be incomparably huge. After all, whether it is the identity of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, or the identity of the Navy veteran, or even the identity of the Navy Marshal, Karp has this qualification. So this is the most troublesome thing. Sabo shook his head helplessly. If it was just a battle, Sabo was not afraid of Lalo's power. However, almost all the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters were wiped out by Laidlaw. Facing this situation, Sabo can also be said to be full of helplessness. What should he do if Laidlaw threatens him with someone at the top of the Navy headquarters? On the premise of ensuring your own safety, try to save as many people back as possible. Karp can be said to have been across the sea for countless years, and he has an incomparable understanding of the cruelty of this world. In this world, it can be said that in addition to that powerful strength, the conspiracy can be said to be even more terrifying. I know this, and I'm not a fool. Facing Lieutenant General Karp's exhortation, Sabo nodded with a smile on his face. After all, Karp is his grandfather in name after all, and the friendship between the grandfather and grandson of the two of them can also be said to be incredibly deep. When he first gained the power of a spell warrior, Karp used his position in the Navy to keep himself. He did not let himself fall into the hands of the world government and become their puppet pawn. And when Sabo went to the New World to copy the abilities of those four emperors, Lieutenant General Karp was blessing him all the way. Sabo can be said to have never forgotten Karp's kindness. He and Luffy and others are righteous brothers. For Karp was his Sabo's grandfather. Karp's kindness is something Sabo can never repay in his life. This trip to the North Sea can be said to be full of dangers. Lieutenant General Karp's face can be said to be full of seriousness. After all, they are spell warriors, and every spell warrior can be said to have powerful strength. Each of them has a magical power that makes people feel incredible. As a member of the spell warrior, of course I know the power that the spell warrior possesses. I won't underestimate them easily. Sabo is also full of confidence. After all, he is a complete spell warrior. He believed that his strength was not comparable to Lalo. There is a huge gap between the perfect spell warrior and the sealed spell warrior. A complete spell battle can be transformed into a spell, which is an ability that other sealed spell warriors cannot possess. Be careful of capsize in the gutter. Although your strength has far surpassed mine, but I still hope you can come back alive and safe. Although Sabo's strength has already surpassed Lieutenant General Karp, but for Karp, what he cares about is that Sabo can come back to him alive. You don't know anything about my strength. There was a serious and solemn look on his face. For Sabo, only by becoming a spell warrior can you know the true power of a spell warrior. Karp had no idea about Sabo's power. Sabo's power is completely beyond Karp's imagination. You got. Lieutenant General Karp shook his head helplessly. The power that Sabo possesses is not something she can easily estimate at this time. Sabo's power has completely surpassed the range of abilities known to Lieutenant General Karp. Chapter 359 The Conjecture of Naval Prisoners. Admiral Sabo of the Navy Headquarters is dispatched to the North Sea Empire. Admiral Sabo of the Navy Headquarters represents the issue between the Navy and the world government and the North Sea Empire. Emperor Lei Luo Shangtang North Sea Empire. When Sabo returned to the world and returned to the naval headquarters, these news can be said to have spread all over the world. After all, Sabo can also be said to be a talisman warrior whose reputation has spread throughout the world. Everyone is looking forward to the battle between Sabo, one of the spell warriors, and the spell warrior Lalo, complete spell warrior. I don't know what is the difference between your strength and 597 me. At this time, Lei Luo, the emperor of the North Sea Empire after the First World War of the North Sea Empire, can be said to have reached the peak of his power of beings. The power of the rat spell can also be said to be about to be unsealed, but there is a world of difference between a sealed spell warrior and a perfect spell warrior. A spell warrior in a sealed state cannot be transformed into a spell warrior. Such a spell warrior will never be able to exert the power of a real spell warrior. That's why Lalo wanted to see Sabo's power, because he wanted to know where his limits were. How huge is the gap between the two spell spell warriors. How powerful is the real spell warrior he possesses? For Lalo, there is only one thing he wants to know: how huge the gap between himself and the real spell warrior is. Is this gap really that he can't make up for the time being? There was a hint of disbelief in his words. After all, for Lalo, he also wanted to know how huge the gap between them was. Sabo is also a spell warrior. His visit this time follows the normal king-level hospitality process. Lilo's face can be said to be full of seriousness. After all, Sabo is also a spell warrior and his status can be said to be equal to him. It can be said that the spell warrior Lalo has never been taken lightly. After all, each of them can be said to be people who have gone through endless hardships and then come through that hardship. Every spell warrior can be said to have accepted countless challenges. They can all be said to have survived these challenges. According to the royal level hospitality etiquette, standing at the side Vinsmogage, after hearing Lalo's instructions, his face can be said to be full of seriousness and seriousness. After all, what they will face next is Sabo, who is known as a complete spell warrior. The strength of each of them can be said to be incomparably strong, and the strength makes people feel incredible. Facing Sabo's arrival, Vinsmogage's face can be said to be full of worry. That's right, according to the king-level hospitality etiquette, as a spell warrior, he can be said to be worthy of this status. In the face of Vinsmogage's question again, Laidlaw nodded. In a sense, the identity of the spell warrior can even be said to be above the dragon people, because the talisman warrior possesses a terrifying power that makes the dragon people fear it. The chicken spell warrior Tiger, he once entered the Holy Land Marijoa twice and then killed countless Tianlong people in the Holy Land Marijoa. He can be said to be the nightmare in the minds of all Tianlong people, a nightmare that the Tianlong people will never get rid of. Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters visits the North Sea Empire. All the senior officers of the naval headquarters were captured by the Bahai Empire. This news can be said to spread all over the world in an instant. Of course, his influence on the North Sea Empire can also be said to be the greatest. After all, Sabo is also a talisman warrior with a reputation throughout the world, and his strength can be said to be an existence that cannot be underestimated. It can be said that the entire Bahai Empire entered a state of high security in an instant. It can be said that the high-level prison cell of the Navy headquarters is filled with countless masters. The entire cell can be said to be heavily guarded. Why did the Bahai Empire suddenly strengthen the prison surveillance of the cells? I think something must have happened to the North Sea Empire, or that the reinforcements from the world government are about to reach the North Sea Empire. The words are full of confidence and seriousness. At this time, in this cell where countless high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters are imprisoned, seeing the heightened alert state of these jailers in the cell, at this time, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters had a serious look on his face. At the same time, there are conjectures in his heart. Is there something wrong with the North Sea Empire? What the hell happened here? Could it be that reinforcements from the Navy and the world government have reached the North Sea and made the Emperor of the North Sea Empire feel dangerous? If I guessed correctly, it should be that kid Sabo who came this time. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, with a bitter smile on his face. After all, he also suffered a lot from Sabo. Chapter 360 The Double Kings Meet. Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters visits the North Sea Empire. Time flies by in a flash. Just when everyone was looking at the North Sea Empire, starting from the naval headquarters, a fleet can be said to arrive at the naval headquarters quickly, and this fleet is headed by no one else. He is Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters. He is also a top-level powerhouse belonging to one of the 12 spell warriors. It can also be said to be the strongest existence in the Navy. Today Sabo officially came to the North Sea Empire on behalf of the Navy headquarters and the world government. I am the Vinsmoke family of the North Sea Empire, Vinsmogage. Today, on behalf of the North Sea Empire, I am the official host here, Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters. As Vinsmogage, who is under one person and more than 10,000 people in the entire North Sea Empire, at this moment he can be said to enjoy enormous power. The entire North Sea Empire can be said to be entirely under the care of Vinsmoga. The only emperor of the North Sea Empire, Lalo, can be said to have truly handed over all the rights of the entire North Sea Empire to Vinsmogage. After all, for Lalo, as long as he has absolute strength, he can control the entire North Sea Empire. The ruler of this incomparably huge empire, Vinsmogage, a man with absolute power under one person and more than 10,000 people in the North Sea Empire. Looking at the entire world of Vinsmogoji in front of him, it can be said that no one dares to look down on him. Although Lilugo is the emperor of the North Sea, the 8-year-old Lilugo does not manage the affairs of the North Sea Empire. At this time, everything in the entire North Sea Empire can be said to be handled by Vinsmogage alone. Of course, this doesn't mean that Lalo is just a puppet emperor at this time. Just because because Lilogo possesses absolute power. For him, even if the North Sea Empire is controlled by others, he can easily regain it with his strength. This is the strength of the spell warriors, and this is their confidence. With his powerful strength, he can suppress everything and ignore everything. For Lieutenant General Sabo, you powerful spell warriors, this worldly right is not in your eyes at all. Otherwise, your strength would have been enough to divide the world. The corner of Vinsmogage's mouth could be said to have a slight smile. The Vinsmoke family's decision to join Lalo can be said to be the wisest decision of the entire Vinsmoke family. At this time, the Vinsmoke family can be said to be the first family in the North Sea. Relying on Lilogo's command, they can be said to completely control the entire North Sea. Lilogo is the emperor of the entire North Sea Empire, so his Vinsmoke family is the controller on the bright side of the entire North Sea. It's really getting more and more interesting. Take me to meet your so-called first emperor of the North Sea. Let me see what kind of strength that guy has. Sabo's face can be said to be full of naked mocking smiles. For the spell warriors, they should pursue absolute power. The worldly prosperity of this world can also be said to be something they can easily attain. Lilogo became the only emperor of the North Sea Empire. This may be a brilliant record for ordinary people, but for the spell warriors, these can be said to be within easy reach. In today's world, there are only spell warriors who can check and balance spell warriors. Is this the royal palace of your Baha'i Empire? Under the leadership of Vinsmogage, Sabo, and others finally came to the royal palace of the North Sea Empire. At this time, the palace of the Baha'i Empire can be said to be built by concentrating most of the human, financial, and material resources of the Baha'i Empire. The whole palace can be said to be resplendent and full of luxury. This was also deliberately done by Vinsmogage, and as for the specific reason, only Vinsmogage knew this. When Sabo followed Vinsmogage in the palace of the kingdom, he could say that he saw a strange sight. In a square in the palace of the kingdom, here stood 5 statues of figures entirely made of gold. The figure statues made of these 605 golds are the 5 spell warriors: Bull spell warrior Nico Robin, Chicken charm warrior Tiger Sabo, the monkey spell warrior, Sheep spell warrior Doflamingo, Rabbit spell warrior Corazon. And in the middle of the 5 golden statues, the only emperor of the North Sea Empire, Lilogo, was standing there. And not far from Lilogo, a giant thunder dragon the size of a colossus was staring at Sabo. So this is your Achilles heel. As one of the top powerhouses, Sabo can also be said to have discovered Lalo's greatest weakness in an instant. If the previous spell warriors were powerful, it was their own strength. Well, the most powerful thing about the rat spell is the statue of resurrected characters, but he didn't improve his own strength in the slightest. In other words, Lilogo himself is only the strength of an 8-year-old child. Chapter 361 Sabo vs Sabo. I didn't expect that as a spell warrior you would have such a huge weakness. Seeing Lalo in front of him, Sabo's mouth could be said to have a sarcastic look, because this fatal weakness is enough to make Lalo fall into a situation of life and death. As expected, a perfect spell warrior can see my weakness at a glance. Unlike you, my rat spell cannot strengthen my own strength, but you should know that in terms of combat effectiveness, my rat spell is the strongest. At this moment, as Lilogo's voice fell, the statue of the 5 golden spell warriors standing beside Lilogo before can be said to be resurrected in an instant. The chicken spell warrior Tiger immediately opened his psychic shield to protect Lilogo within it. The other 4 talisman warriors stood there looking at Sabo eagerly. Sure enough, none of the spell warriors are easy to provoke. Looking at Lalo, who is now fully armed, Sabo's mouth twitched slightly, but for him, this kind of deterrence has no effect at all. As a spell warrior, you should know how terrifying the power between spell warriors is. Sabo's mouth was full of mockery. The words were even more filled with contempt. Although these golden engraved talisman warriors can match the powerhouse of the general level, but after the battle with the real spell warriors, these golden spell engraving warriors realized how powerless they were. Today I'll show you my power. Let you know what the power of a real spell warrior is. An astonishing aura erupted from Sabo's body. This is not a negotiation for the North Sea Empire to release all the high-level naval headquarters. Rather, it was a test to let the North Sea Empire know the terrifying power possessed by the world government. It is a battle and a trial at the same time. Then let me see the strength of your Baha'i Empire Emperor. The astonishing momentum can be said to be shrouded in the royal palace of the entire Baha'i Empire. This momentum rolled away like wolf smoke. Then let me see the power of your spell warrior complete body. At this time, it can be said that the seal of Lilogo's spell can be completely unsealed. He is also a little curious about the power of a complete spell warrior. After all, that is the supreme dream of all spell warriors. Open the seal of the spell warrior and gain the power of the full spell warrior. This can also be said to be one of Lilogo's dreams. After all, as long as a spell warrior doesn't want to become a real complete spell warrior who doesn't doesn't want to have the powerful power that makes the whole world fear? Today I will let you try the feeling of fighting against yourself. The power of the rat charm is infused into the golden statue belonging to Sabo. The breath of the golden statue can be said to be more and more close to Sabo, and the momentum of the golden statue is also extremely terrifying. A demon like the abyss descending came to the world. I didn't expect that you could not only copy my strength but also my momentum. Sabo, who feels the change of momentum of his own golden statue. At this moment the corner of his mouth could be said to have a slight smile, but his eyes were also full of fighting intent, and it is still endless fighting intent, because at this time Sabo, with his strength, can be said to be a rare opponent in the entire One Piece world. The only people who can fight against him are spell warriors. Today an opponent finally appeared, which can be said to be an exciting thing for Sabo. After all, for the strong, only fighting against the strong can improve their strength. Although I haven't reached the state of complete body, I want to know how huge the gap between you and me is. For Lilo, all she wanted to know was how far she was from the peak of the world. After all, for this world, the spell warrior represents the strongest power, and the perfect spell warrior represents the pinnacle of this world, the kings. Then let me ask you about your strength. Sabo raised his right hand, and the power belonging to the four emperors' Whitebeard could be said to be activated instantly. The power of the shaking fruit seems to be able to shatter the entire space of the world. The powerful and unparalleled terrifying force can be said to cause the entire island to tremble in an instant. Don't forget that these carved warriors of mine also have your power. Facing Sabo, the fruit power that has already driven Whitebeard to shake. The corner of Lilo's mouth can also be said to be full of smiles, because at this time the golden statue belonging to Sabo is also the ability of the activator to shake the fruit. Chapter 362 Destroy the Golden Carving Warriors. Earthquake. The power of the real spell warrior Sabo and the carving warrior Sabo can be said to be activated at the same time. The power of the powerful quake fruit can be said to be the monstrous waves that set off the entire island. Let me see the power of your true spell warrior. At this time, Lilo, who was protected by four carved spell warriors, flew above the body of the thunder dragon. At this time, he almost instilled all the power of the rat spell into the body of Sabo, the carved spell warrior who fought against Sabo, the constant initiator of the power of the shaking fruit. But even Sabo, the golden engraved spell warrior who has condensed most of the power of the rat spell, in the face of the real Sabo, he can also be said to be powerless and beaten back step by step. After all, Sabo is a real monkey spell warrior, and he is also a complete spell warrior. Your Majesty, this battle can completely sink the entire island. Standing beside Lilo, Devsmokage, flying in the air with the scientific and technological power of the Vinsmoke family, looked at the newly built palace of the North Sea Empire on the island, which had turned into ruins at this time. After, his face could also be said to have a distressed look. After all, the palace of the Baha'i Empire can be said to have just been built. He can be said to have spent a lot of effort on Vinsmokage. The palace is just a place to live for me, and my next plan is to go to the New World. Facing Vinsmokage, whose face was full of distress, Laidlaw didn't feel much, because when Sabo appeared in front of him, he had already made up his mind. That is to go to the New World. The pressure, JD, given to him by Sabo's complete spell warrior is too great. It was so huge that he couldn't bear it at all. At this time, Lilo can be said to have truly seen the power of the spell warrior. At the same time, he also knew what his most fatal weakness was, and that was his own strength. Although the power of the rat spell is also extremely powerful, but when facing the real spell warrior Sabo, at this time Lilo also knew how deadly his fatal weakness would be. The power of a true spell warrior is something he simply cannot match. At this time, Reynald can be said to have made up his mind, and that is to go to the world to see the power of this new world powerhouse. Only in this way will his strength be improved, because only in this way can he become a real powerhouse. Your Majesty, you plan to go to the New World. After hearing Lilo's decision, there was also a trace of worry in the words of the Vinsmoke family. After all, the New World can be said to be even more terrifying at this time. The number of spell warriors in the New World can be said to be the largest. Nico Robin, who is looking for the historical text in the New World. Tiger guards the Fishman Island at the entrance to the New World. Vice Admiral Sabo of the Naval Headquarters should suppress the new base in the New World. Khorasan, one of the 7 Wuha under the king. Doflamingo, king of the Dracrosa Kingdom. In other words, almost all of the spell warriors have gathered in the New World. Sabo was temporarily transferred to the North Sea because of the naval headquarters. Once the Baha'i matter is resolved, he will still guard the New World. The New World already has 4 spell warriors. Sabo and Lalo are in the North Sea at this time. If the New World used to be respected by the 4 emperors, so now the real overlords of the New World are these spell warriors. Khorasan, a member of the Shichibukai under the king who belongs belongs to the world government. Nico Robin, a bull spell warrior who is allied with the 4 emperors Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks, allied with the beast Kaido, Doflamingo, the kingdom of Dressrosa. Among them, Khorasan and the 4 emperor ants can also be said to be in a state of semi-alliance. At this time the whole new world, the plate, can be said to be completely divided up. Because of this, I am more willing to go to the new world because I am also a spell warrior. As a spell warrior, how could I be cowardly and not dare to go to the new world? Lailuo can be said to have made up his mind. He wants to completely unlock the seal of the new world through this one line of new world and become a real spell warrior. Crack. Just when Lalo was talking to Vinsmokage, the spell warrior of Lalo's golden statue could be said to be completely blown away by Sabo. The power of the shaking fruit instantly hit the golden statue warrior. The whole body of the golden statue warrior can be said to be completely smashed. These toys of yours can also be said to be vulnerable. Utilize the power of the dragon of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido. At this time, Sabo transformed into the 100-meter dragon and flew in front of Lalo. As expected, he is a perfect spell warrior. Even if you haven't entered the state of a complete body, your strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the palace that has long since become a mess and turned into ruins. Looking at the gold-carved warriors that were completely blown up in the ruins. The corners of Lailuo's mouth could also be said to twitch slightly. The golden engraved warrior, who was enough to defeat the general and the strong, was blown up by Sabo's punch. Chapter 363, The First Spell Warrior. Now I think we can have a good talk. Looking at the spell warrior Lalo in front of him, Sabo, who entered the body of the dragon, can be said to have a powerful aura that enveloped the space above the island. The terrifying momentum made all the birds within a radius of dozens of miles in this space can be said to fall from the sky. Because this momentum is simply not something these birds can bear. Some birds even exploded and died. Is this the power possessed by the world's top powerhouses? The terrifying strength of a complete spell warrior. Standing beside Lalo, Vinsmokage, who also felt this powerful momentum, can be said to be full of fear in his heart. When this momentum overwhelmed Vinsmokage's body, Vinsmokage immediately felt as if he was being held down by a big mountain. The whole body is full of fear that makes people feel terrified. As expected, he is a complete spell warrior. His strength is just scary. Facing Sabo, he felt suffocated. Lailuo let the golden carved chicken charm warrior tiger open his psychic hood to block him. Otherwise, with his will, he would be unable to resist Sabo's terrifying aura. You're not bad either. Although you haven't completely unlocked the seal of the spell warrior, your strength can be said to be one of the best among all spell warriors. Once you have completely unlocked the seal of the spell warrior, I think your rat spell warrior is powerful enough to rival that woman. Sabo still recognizes the power that Lalo possesses, although it has not completely unlocked the power of the spell warrior. But with the powerful ability of the rat charm, even the golden carved warriors resurrected by the rat charm made Sabo feel a bit difficult. Yes, it's a bit tricky. If I'm not mistaken, the woman you're talking about is Nico Robin, the bull spell warrior known as the first spell warrior. There was a slight smile on the corner of Lailuo's mouth. Nico Robin is the first spell warrior, and she is also called the first spell warrior by everyone. In addition to being the first to become a spell warrior, this first spell warrior can also be said to be the strongest, being recognized by her strength. That's right, it's Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior. I believe that when the power of your mouse spell is completely unsealed, you should have a strength comparable to her. Sabo can also be said to be incomparably recognized for Nico Robin's strength. After all, Sabo had seen Nico Robin's absolutely invincible terrifying power during the Battle of the Top. Break through all methods. Any attack can be broken with a single punch for Nico Robin. But now you are not even my opponent, let alone challenge him. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Sabo's mouth. Yes, the completely unsealed rat charm warrior may have this qualification, but for Lalo, he is no match for Sabo, let alone challenge Nico Robin. One day I will completely unlock the seal of the spell warrior and become the strongest existence. Looking at Sabo in front of him, it can be said that Lalo's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. Even if he challenges the first spell warrior Nico Robin in the future, even if he is weak, he will still advance to challenge the first spell warrior. Courage is commendable, but at this time you can't even beat me. How do you think you can beat it? What about Nico Robin? Sabo was very impressed with Lalo's courage, but courage is courage, and strength is strength. Although Lailuo has the courage to challenge Nico Robin, his strength is far from Nico Robin. 0-0. You don't need to talk about me. I think you also have the idea of challenging Nico Robin in your heart, but you should know that Nico Robin's strength is not something we can easily provoke. The corners of Lailuo's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. As a spell witch warrior doesn't want to be the strongest spell warrior? Nico Robin is called the first spell warrior, and how many people want to challenge her? But the prestige of of the first spell warrior can be said to be worthy of the name. Absolutely powerful power can be said to be owned by the master. Nico Robin's strength can be said to be unparalleled. In line with the huge size of flowers and fruits, Nico Robin's strength can be said to be the strongest existence in the entire world. But fortunately, what Nico Robin is looking for is only the historical text. If she is an ambitious person, then both the world government, the navy, and the pirates will feel panic, because Nico Robin has the power to dominate the world, possessing a small terrifying power to make this world surrender. Chapter 364, Final Treaty. Now we can sit down and have a good talk. Sabo regained his human body and looked at the spell warrior Lalo in front of him, the only emperor of the North Sea. Sabo's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. With his own mighty strength, Sab is enough to overwhelm Reynald. Among the entire navy and the world government, only Sabo, the vice admiral of the navy headquarters, possesses this power. That's why the world government sent Sabo here, because only absolute power can prove itself to the whole world. Only the power of 600 can allow Lalo to talk to him fairly. Vens Mogage is looking for a place for his freshman year, and I want to have a good discussion with the vice admiral. Lilo's face can be said to be full of solemnity, although he is only an 8-year-old kid, and he possesses the terrifying power that makes the whole world fear him. But the opponent he is facing now is simply too powerful. A true full-body spell warrior, one of the top combat powers in the world. From having the power of a spell warrior to now, it can be said that Lalo felt the pressure of true power for the first time. Even though Lalo is a rat spell warrior, Sabo is a complete spell warrior. The strength of the two can be said to be different. The power possessed by a truly perfect spell warrior is completely beyond Lalo's imagination. As ordered, Your Majesty. In the face of Lalo's order, how could Vince Mogage dare to refute it? After all, Lalo is the only real emperor of the entire North Sea First Empire. He is the only master of the country. The senior officers of the navy headquarters and all the soldiers must be released. The North Sea Empire is also under the jurisdiction of the world government. The world government can recognize the position of the North Sea Empire, but as the king of the North Sea Empire, Lilo, he must obey the call of the world government. All the royal families of the Bahai Empire will enjoy the treatment of Tianlong people. Sabo's absolute force can be said to allow the world government and the North Sea Empire to have a real fair and just dialogue, but it is not an easy thing to make the North Sea Empire surrender like this. At least at this time, all the high-level officials of the naval headquarters are in the hands of the North Sea Empire. The North Sea Empire controls the life and death of the high-level naval headquarters and the 100,000-strong army. And the most important thing is that the world government doesn't dare to be too lively. Lalo, after all, that is a terrifying monster with a powerful spell warrior. Although Sabo's strength is enough to suppress Lalo, to suppress the entire North Sea Empire, it is not an easy thing to keep Rainer. Lalo is also a spell warrior with a peculiar spell power. With the power of this peculiar talisman, Lalo is enough to protect himself. Once the world government really chooses to go to war with the North Sea Empire, even if Sabo can really hold off Lalo and make the world government reassign the entire North Sea Empire to his world government, the world government will face a war against the world. A spell warrior with a deep hatred of the government. Once Lalo chooses to attack the forces of the world government everywhere, then even the world government can't bear such consequences. This is something that the world government cannot bear, and it is impossible to bear. After a month-long tug-of-war negotiations, the North Sea Empire and the world government can also be said to have reached an agreement, or it can be said to be a treaty between the North Sea Empire and the world government. The world government recognizes the position of the North Sea Empire, recognizes the identity of Lilo, the only emperor of the North Sea Empire, and also grants Lilo the identity of the world noble Tianlong to enjoy all the rights of Tianlong. In fact, for the talisman warriors, the identity of the heavenly dragons is not important to them at all. After all, even beating the heavenly dragons is nothing more than a crusade against the admiral of the navy. But once these talisman warriors beat the Tianlong people, who would dare to attack the three generals under the navy? Which of the three generals under the navy has never seen the horror of a spell warrior? Each of the talisman warriors possesses the terrifying power of destroying the world. At the same time, the world government has also played a trick, that is, Lalo must accept the call of the world government. Once there is a war in the world government, Lalo must help the world government to reach a strategic alliance between the two. This so-called strategic alliance is nothing but a verbal agreement. Once the North Sea Empire and the world government have any conflict of interest, war can be said to be imminent. And most importantly at this time, the reason why the world government recognized the position of the North Sea Empire was only because of one thing, that is, Lilo was a spell warrior enough to make the whole world fear him. Tiger Charm Admiral Aoki Aokiji. Chapter 365 Admiral Aokiji. Where is this place? I remember that I clearly escaped from that big explosion. At this time, the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, his words can also be said to be a little confused. He has no idea where he is at this moment. The whole body can be said to be full of scars. But at this time, the green pheasant had landed on a small island. He didn't know what happened to the top combat power of the Navy headquarters at this time. Can the soldiers on the slaughtering demon fleet in the Navy headquarters survive? Are you sad for your weakness? Do you want to gain powerful power to maintain the justice in your heart? At this moment, a voice full of infinite majesty suddenly sounded in the ear of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Who are you? Why are your words ringing in my ears? After suddenly hearing a 19 voice in his ear, General Aokiji's face suddenly filled with a solemn look. This can be said to be a voice that he did not hear at all. The voice was full of majesty like a god. I think you should have heard of my name, because I am the Holy Lord. At this moment, the Holy Master said something that Aokiji couldn't even imagine. What do you say? You said that you are actually the Holy Lord. With a hint of disbelief in his words, Aokiji couldn't imagine that he would be able to talk to the Holy Master one day. Yes, I am the Holy Master with the power of 12 spells. Although Aokiji's face was full of disbelief, the Lord's words still rang in Aokiji's ears. Do you want to have the power to maintain justice in your heart? Become a true Navy who guards justice. The Lord's words still rang in Aokiji's ears, and his words were full of infinite majesty that was unbelievable. Are you planning to make me a new spell warrior? A new spell warrior. The words were full of endless surprises. After all, there is only one thing that comes to mind when thinking of the Holy Master, and that is a powerful spell warrior. For the Holy Master, he can be said to be the master of all spell warriors. A very powerful monster. No one knows how powerful the Holy Lord is, but everyone knows that the Holy Lord is an invincible monster. A spell warrior already possesses such a powerful force. How powerful is the Holy Master with 12 spells? Yes, do you want to be the 7th spell warrior under my command? The voice of the Holy Master resounded in Aokiji's ears again. This sentence can be said to make Aokiji extremely surprised. After all, they are spell warriors. Every spell warrior possesses a terrifying power that makes the whole world fearful enough. You mean I have a chance to become a spell warrior? The words were full of infinite surprises. Even the normally calm Aokiji's face at this moment can be said to be full of surprises. After all, that's a spell warrior. Every spell warrior possesses a powerful force that terrifies the whole world. In this world, spell warriors represent the strongest existence. Since I found you, it means that you have the aptitude to be called a spell warrior. Become a soldier under my Holy Master. Yang Ai's prestige as a talisman warrior. The words can be said to be full of infinite divinity, and the heart of Aokiji at this time can be said to be full of infinite secret joy. At this moment, a golden dragon statue appeared in front of Aokiji. This is the Holy Master, and the true face of the Holy Master can be said to have appeared in front of Aokiji. The whole body is full of divine brilliance. The dragon statue is full of infinite majesty, and above the golden dragon statue are 6 stone charms. After all, there are already 6 spell warriors in this world at this time, and the Holy Master has already entrusted 6 spells. Crack! At this moment, the tiger talisman came off from the golden dragon statue of the Holy Master. In this way, he turned into a ferocious tiger and rushed towards the green pheasant. Bump! The tiger jumped directly into General Aokiji's body. At the same time, a golden tiger appeared behind Admiral Aokiji. From now on, you will be my 7th spell warrior. When the power of the tiger talisman entered the body of Admiral Aokiji, Aokiji became the 7th spell warrior. Did I just become the 7th spell warrior? When the dragon statue disappeared in front of General Aokiji, Aokiji's words can also be said to be full of infinite doubts. He thus became the 7th spell warrior. This can also be said to be something he hadn't thought of at all. He could actually become a spell warrior. Chapter 366 Evil Thoughts Green Pheasant. But the power I have. After feeling the power of the tiger charm in his body, Aokiji frowned. The tiger talisman has the ability to transform people into good and evil. In other words, Aokiji can completely transform into a person full of absolute goodness and absolute evil. As long as what an absolutely kind person does represents the justice of the world and the kindness of the world, then he can be countered by this power and constantly improve his own strength. But what absolute evil represents is the power of absolute evil, which means that Aokiji fell into darkness and became the devil of darkness. One represents absolute justice, absolute goodness, and the other represents absolute darkness and absolute evil. But Aokiji can also be said to have once again fused these two clones into one person. At that time, the fusion of the two strengths will represent the real Aokiji. Don't talk nonsense, release me quickly. At this moment, a voice full of infinite evil resounded in Aokiji's mind. kind. This voice can be said to be full of infinite temptation and infinite evil. This person is an absolutely evil person, differentiated from the tiger talisman. What he represents is the power of absolute evil. This is also the reason why Aokiji hesitated again and again, because he doesn't know what impact his ability will have on this world. After all, if he is just kind, then Aokiji won't have any idea. The key evil Aokiji is too evil. Aokiji is not sure that he can control the evil in his heart at all. After all, the evil Aokiji is the source of evil. No one knows if the evil Aokiji is released, what impact will it have on the world. If the evil Aokiji has the idea of destroying the world, then it can be said that no force in the world today is his opponent. Or in other words, there are only spell warriors, but how many of them are good people? At this time, the Navy headquarters and the world government were already suffering from headaches, and the power of the spell warriors was too terrifying. The evil Aokiji is also a spell warrior, and he can also reach the pinnacle of spell warrior power. This is the perversion of the tiger charm warrior. The good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji both have the power to rival the true spell warriors. In other words, once Aokiji chooses to split, then there will be two more spell warriors in this world. One has absolute goodness and the other is absolutely evil spell warrior. This can be said to be an extremely terrifying thing. At this time, Aokiji can also be said to be in a state of headache. He doesn't know how to choose and how to choose. Damn bastard, hurry up and release me. I'm going to let the whole world fall into my panic. When the power of the tiger talisman is attached to the body of the green pheasant, the evil green pheasant has already awakened. Evil aura constantly erupted from Aokiji's body. The will of Aokiji, which the evil breath constantly eats away. Aokiji was seriously injured, and his will can be said to be extremely weak. At this moment, the evil aura can be said to be constantly swallowing Aokiji's thoughts. An evil aura could be said to be constantly erupting. This evil aura wrapped around Aokiji's body and devoured his will. At this time, Aokiji's breath can be said to have become extremely evil. Make your choice. If you don't release me, then I will perish with you. The evil aura continued to erupt. The evil aura was entangled on Aokiji's body. At this time, Aokiji was as incomparably terrifying as a demon from the human world. You damn bastard, don't forget that I am your real master. Aokiji was wailing in pain, but in the face of this wailing sound, the evil aura could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. Powerful makes everyone feel fear and fear. It is this kind of mourning sound that can be said to be as pleasant to the ears as the fairy moon to the evil green pheasant. The insolent voice of the evil green pheasant kept coming out. You and I don't need to be like this at all. The evil Aokiji is constantly destroying Aokiji's will, and as the Holy Master's spell warrior, the kings, do you plan to resist the power of the Holy Master? The Navy and the world government are ridiculed by the whole world. In the final analysis, the power you have is not enough. Accept the power bestowed upon you by the Lord. The power of the tiger talisman in Aokiji's body is constantly being used. At this time, Aokiji was like two people. A figure full of evil is constantly scouting out of his body. This is the evil mind Aokiji representing the absolutely evil Aokiji. You can't control the power of my Aokiji in this world. The power of the tiger talisman continued to be released. The strength of the evil mind green pheasant is constantly increasing. Chapter 367, The Return of the Green Pheasant. Admiral Aokiji, you have nothing to do, right? We've been looking for you for a long time, since the last war. Time flew by when the world government signed a contract with the North Sea Empire. It can be said that the senior officers of the naval headquarters were completely released by the North Sea Empire, and all the senior naval officers returned to the naval headquarters. However, when the warring states marshal was rectifying these retreating soldiers at the naval headquarters, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, at this time he once again appeared in front of everyone. But this time, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji, had a radiant look on his face like a god. The moment everyone saw him, they felt that their whole body was filled with a holy breath. After seeing this scene, everyone can say that there is a bit of weirdness in their hearts. What happened to Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters? What happened to Aokiji? When the figure of 603 Aokiji appeared in the office of the warring states marshal of the Navy headquarters, everyone who saw the Aokiji appearing in front of them could be said to be full of doubts in their hearts. What happened to Aokiji? Why has his temperament changed so much? I became a spell warrior. The corners of his mouth were filled with a smile like a holy radiance. At this time, Aokiji was as radiant and holy as the gods who descended to the earth that day. Everyone didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. But when Aokiji said that he was a talisman warrior, everyone's faces were full of surprise and disbelief. Admiral Akainu's face can be said to be full of exclamations. After all, he understands the power possessed by spell warriors. That's right, I did become a spell warrior, but I don't know if this power is a good thing thing or a bad thing for you. Thinking of that figure full of evil aura. Aokiji's face can also be said to have a hint of hesitation. That figure can be said to be extremely terrifying, full of evil aura. Whenever I think of that figure in King Z's eyes, it can be said that there is a flash of fear. You become a spell warrior. It should be a good thing for the world government and the navy. With you and Sabo, our naval headquarters can truly stand on the sea. The Warring States Marshal had a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know why Aokiji said such a thing. What happened? But after seeing the dignified look on King Z's face, the Warring States Marshal's heart could be said to be flickering with an unpleasant feeling. Did something important happen? My spell ability is a bit special. He can completely separate my good and evil sides, just like giving me a good and evil avatar. The clone of good thoughts and the clone of evil thoughts represent my absolute goodness and absolute evil. I am now representing JD, the absolute good me, but at the same time representing absolute evil me is above the sea. Aokiji had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth, and the evil thoughts clone absorbed the power of evil thoughts. The more evil he is, the stronger the power he has. No one knows what this evil avatar will do in the end. After all, he represents the power of absolute evil. Only by doing those evil things, the avatar of evil thoughts can increase its power. That is to say, for the avatar of evil thoughts, he doesn't care about the life and death of these ordinary people. For him, what he wants to obtain is only absolute power. Because as Aokiji's evil doppelganger, he can be said to share everything about Aokiji. Whether it is the ability, strength, or even memory of relatives, he shares them together. For this avatar of evil thoughts, he also has everything that Aokiji has. However, for the good Neon King Z at this time, what the evil Neon King Z did was something he could not tolerate at all. One represents absolute justice, and the other represents absolute goodness. Their personalities can be said to be completely different. One possesses absolute goodness, and the other possesses absolute evil. The good Neon Ching Pheasant will never allow the evil Neon Ching Pheasant to act indiscriminately. The words are full of infinite seriousness. Aokiji explained his current situation very quickly. Your spell warrior actually has this ability. After hearing Aokiji express his abilities, among the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters, it can be said that there is a trace of horror on their faces. They did not expect that Aokiji actually possesses such power. You said that your evil thoughts clone has the ability to devour others' evil years and increase your own strength. The more evil people are, the stronger the evil thoughts he has. For your evil thoughts clone, these evil people are the tonic for his growth. The faces of everyone at the top of the Navy headquarters can be said to be full of solemn expressions. Chapter 368. The Evil Green Pheasant Meets Doflamingo. What you mean is that at this time you represent the kindness and youth, and the green pheasant who represents the evil is still on the sea at this time. It can be said that the Marshal of the Warring States period of the Navy headquarters frowned at this time. It should have been a joy for Aokiji to become a spell warrior, but the power of this spell is too deceiving. After all, what his navy represents is the justice of this world. The existence of the evil Aokiji also means that there will be a huge devil in this world. That's right, that's why I rushed back to the Navy headquarters in such a hurry. I need you to shape me into a god spirit. Aokiji's face is full of dignified expressions. Everyone has kindness. There is a distinction between evil. When evil overcomes good, that person is a bad person, but when good overcomes evil, that person can become a good person. There is only one thing Shen Neon King Z has to do, and that is to continuously improve his strength. Only when he can defeat his evil will he be the original King Z. Once he is crushed by that evil thinking King Z, then the whole world will fall into that darkness. Become a being that is admired by everyone like a god. Absorb the power of good thoughts and suppress the power of evil. The face of the Warring States Marshal can also be said to be full of solemnity. After all, it is not easy to create a character like a human god. That's right, I can't be suppressed by evil, otherwise the world will end. Aokiji's face was filled with a solemn look because he didn't want to let himself fall into darkness and become the source of chaos in this world. Make me a naval hero first. I need to absorb the power of all beings to unlock the power of the spell within me. After thinking for a while, Aokiji said such a sentence. There is only one thing he wants to do now, and that is to unlock the power of the tiger charm in his body. Only when the power of the tiger talisman is completely unsealed can Aokiji truly control the power of this charm, so that both good and evil are under his own control. At this time, the true will of the green pheasant has been suppressed by the separation of good and evil Buddha mantra. The current two clones can be said to be Aokiji, but it can also be said that they are not Aokiji himself. In this case, our navy will greatly assist, and we will also report this matter to the world government. I think with the news capabilities of the world government and the full cooperation between the world government and the navy headquarters, you will soon become a hero and a highly anticipated existence in the entire world. The Warring States Marshal's face face was full of seriousness. At this time there have been 7 spell warriors, and they can be said to have a little understanding of the abilities of the spell warriors. In order to gain real power, spell warriors must absorb enough power from all living beings to open the seal in their bodies. This can also be said to be a weakness of the spell warrior. At least from now on, if there is a spell warrior who is an enemy of the world government and the Navy headquarters, then the world government and the Navy headquarters will do whatever it takes to suppress this person's reputation in the world. Only in this way can the growth of this spell warrior be slowed down in this world. I didn't expect that the admiral of the Navy headquarters would dare to come to me. In the palace of the Drake Rosa Kingdom in the New World, Doflamingo, who regained control of the country, looked at the evil green pheasant in front of him with a smile on his face. It is said that Doflamingo might still fear the power of Aokiji before he obtained the power of the spell warrior. But since gaining the power of a spell warrior, Doflamingo has become one of the strongest in the world. 0. But why do you feel so evil to me? Looking at the evil Aokiji Doflamingo in front of him, it can be said that he frowned. If Doflamingo thinks he is also an evil person, then the evil Aokiji in front of him is like the source of the evil, making people feel extremely evil and terrifying, because he feels that Aokiji is now even more evil and terrifying than him. Because now I am also a spell warrior. Facing Doflamingo's question, Aokiji revealed his identity as a spell warrior. You have also become a spell warrior. Can't you control the power of a spell warrior just by your will? Although he was surprised that Aokiji became a spell warrior, what made Doflamingo most curious was why the Admiral Aokiji became what he is now. Could it be that the power of the spell made Aokiji completely degenerate? Couldn't even he, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, control the power of the spell? Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of curiosity. Chapter 369 Cooperation. Because I'm not the real Aokiji at this time, I'm just a clone of Aokiji's evil thoughts. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the evil mind green pheasant. At this time, his words can be said to be extremely arrogant. After all, he is the evil mind green pheasant now, and he has a terrifying power that makes people feel trembling. At the same time, his thoughts are also extremely evil. What exactly is the power of the spell warrior you possess? After hearing Aokiji's words, Doflamingo's face can be said to be full of curiosity. If it wasn't for the feeling that Aokiji gave him a completely different 603, Doflamingo wouldn't believe that Aokiji actually became a spell warrior. At the same time, he is also full of curiosity about Aokiji's abilities. I am one of the 12 talisman warriors, the Tiger Talisman Warrior. My only ability is the differentiation of good and evil. At this time, I'm just a clone of my evil thoughts. For Doflamingo's question, Aokiji can be said to have directly stated his abilities without any hesitation. After all, this is not something that needs to be concealed. The 12 spells represent 12 abilities. The ability of Aokiji is the differentiation of good and evil. But I believe that the ability you have should not be so simple. It's not just 2 mere clones. Many flamenco finally asked this question. After all, as one of the spell warriors, he knew the powerful power possessed by the spell warriors. If the Tiger Talisman only has the ability to clone, then he is not worthy of the title of talisman. My good and evil avatars have the ability to devour good and evil respectively. The more good and evil we have, the stronger our power will be. The corners of his mouth are full of evil smiles, and the evil Aokiji can be said to have no reservations. After all, he came to Doflamingo this time, but he wanted to form an alliance with Doflamingo, and these things were not really secret. The power to devour evil and good enhances the abilities of the 2 clones. Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of curiosity after hearing Aokiji's simple statement of the power he possesses. After all, how are good and evil consumed? That's right, as an evil clone, as long as I devour the power of evil, my strength can grow infinitely. The words can be said to be full of infinite arrogance, and the Aokiji at this time can be said to be extremely evil. Devouring the power of evil. So you came to me this time to devour the power of evil that I have in my body. Doflamingo stood up and came before the evil Aokiji. He opened his arms as if embracing the evil Aokiji. I just want to cooperate with you. With my identity as a spell warrior, I should be able to cooperate with you. Facing the aggressive Doflamingo, Aokiji also did not flinch at all. After all, he was also a spell warrior. Although Aokiji is not a complete spell warrior, his power is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. Although he can't match the real spell warrior, his strength is not something that ordinary strong people can match. The evil avatar only possesses half the power of a spell warrior. Although he can't match the real spell warrior, once he devours enough evil power, his strength can completely match the real spell warrior. This is where the Tiger Talisman Warrior perverts. If it has enough evil and good power, the Aokiji can completely match the 2 spell warriors, but the same is true of the scary part of the tiger charm. If good cannot suppress evil, then the world will be shrouded in fear. The evil Aokiji will destroy this world, because for the evil Aokiji, the more bad things he does, the stronger the power he has. If it can destroy the whole world, then the power of the evil Aokiji is enough to surpass the power of becoming a god, and this evil power is enough to make him transcend the mortal body and become a god. Would you cooperate with me? I don't know if you are worthy of this qualification. After all, you are only half a spell warrior. Faced with Aokai's request for cooperation, Doflamingo's first reaction was to test his strength. After all, only people of the same strength deserve such qualifications. If Aokiji's strength cannot convince Doflamingo, then Doflamingo can agree to join forces with Aokiji. But if Aokiji's strength can't satisfy Doflamingo, so many flamenco didn't mind killing the Aokiji on the spot. Chapter 370 The Power of the Evil Green Pheasant. In the end, you just want to test my strength. Looking at Brother Doflamingo with a mocking expression on his face, the corner of the evil Aokiji's mouth is a hint of mockery. This world is such a realistic and naked world of the weak and the strong. Although you are also a spell warrior, you are only half a spell warrior in the end. If you say that you are a complete spell warrior, then you are fully qualified to form an alliance with me, but now you are not worthy of this qualification. But since you are also a spell warrior, I can give you a chance to challenge me. If your strength can satisfy me, then I don't mind investing in cooperation. After all, I have many opponents. Doflamingo's words can be said to be without the slightest concealment. Doflamingo has an opponent that he will never forget, and that is his younger brother Corazon. He will never forget that it was Corazon who personally sent him into the deep sea prison. It was Corazon who destroyed everything about him and sent him into the Hell Demon. Although Doflamingo has become a complete spell warrior at this time, Corazon is also a complete spell warrior, and their strengths can be said to be comparable. If I guessed correctly, your opponent should be your younger brother, the perfect spell warrior god-hidden assassin Corazon. The corner of the evil green pheasant's mouth took on a mocking look. After all, this matter can be said to be well known, but no one blamed Corazon for this, because the world is so realistic, so cruel, so cruel. Corazon possesses a terrifying power that makes countless people fear him. His strength can be said to be beyond everyone's imagination, and only the spell warrior can always match the spell warrior. This sentence is the truth of this world. That's right. I'll never forget that bastard personally sent me to the deep sea prison. Although I have become a full-body spell warrior at this time, that guy is also undoubtedly a complete spell warrior. If your strength can be recognized by me, I will invest in you to do my best to help you become a complete spell warrior. But I only have one request, and that is to help me defeat Corazon. Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be full of bloodthirsty killing intent. If that's the case, then I'll let you recognize my strength. Facing Doflamingo's eyes full of murderous intent, General Aokiji did not flinch in the slightest, because he knew that this was Doflamingo's temptation to him, and at the same time he had no idea about this kind of temptation. The slightest refusal. If you want to get a person's approval, you must show your strength. This world is so cruel and without the slightest humanity. But don't worry, I won't fight you personally, because fighting you is equal to bullying you. You only need to be able to defeat the 2 general level masters under my command. For this test, Doflamingo will definitely not take action personally. After all, he is a complete spell warrior, and he is not an existence that the evil green pheasants can match. Our 2 generals level masters. After hearing that he was only fighting against 2 general level masters, the corner of evil Aokiji's mouth could be said to have a hint of ridicule. Although he has just obtained the power of this spell warrior, although he only possesses the power of half a tiger charm, but the power of a spell warrior is simply not something that ordinary people can match. Moreover, on the way from the North Sea to the kingdom of Drake Rosa in the New World, the evil Aokiji also absorbed a lot of evil power. 603 Although this power has not yet allowed King Z to break through the limit of the general level and reach the level of the 4 emperors, but with the ability at this time, King Z can completely fight against the 4 emperors, and the most important thing is that the tiger talisman curses him. This evil power is not just a clone. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the ability of the evil pheasant is to infinitely magnify these 7 emotions and 6 desires, using human emotions and 6 desires to devour a human being and devour his mind. And it is this power that the evil aggression devours. Then I'll wait and see your power. Come out with me. My subordinates have long wanted to see the power of your tiger charm warrior. Doflamingo's mouth had a hint of a smile. Every spell warrior has its special ability. Every ability can be said to be extremely terrifying. Although Aokiji is only half a spell warrior, his power is undeniable. Chapter 371 Doflamingo's subordinates. Does the boss mean to let us fight him? The Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters headquarters, a real powerhouse at the pinnacle level of the admiral, is also a person with the ability to freeze devil fruits in nature. When Doflamingo brought the green pheasants to an island near the kingdom of Drake Rosa, at this time the top 8 generals who were loyal to Doflamingo in the deep sea prison were also waiting here for a long time. Originally, when these powerhouses were in the deep sea prison, they were only first-time generals or middle-stage generals. However, using the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo made them devour the souls of many strong people. Their strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Almost everyone has reached the level of the peak of the generals, and some even have multiple devil fruit abilities. Each of them can be said to surpass the peak of ordinary generals. These people can be said to be invincible existences in the new world, except for the spell warrior and the 4 emperors. Today, the evil Aokiji is going to fight against 2 powerful people who are at the peak of the big downgrade. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters plus half the power of a spell warrior. I don't know how powerful you are with this kind of power. When Doflamingo came here with the evil green pheasant, everyone's eyes could be said to be filled with a trace of curiosity. After all, they had already heard the name of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters when they were in the deep sea prison. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters serves as the world government and the Navy headquarters to deter the terrorist forces of the whole world. His prestige can be said to resound throughout the sea. And these pirates who surrendered to Doflamingo, which one of them is not full of confidence in their own strength? After all, they are all powerhouses at the peak of the generals, and some even possess the ability of 2 or 3 kinds of devil fruits. Here you can choose 2 people as your opponents at will. As long as you can defeat them, then you already have the qualification to cooperate with me. Looking at the top level subordinates of the 8 generals in front of him, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of pride. Before he got the spell warrior, or even before he was put into the deep sea prison, he just ruled the Doflamingo family in the North Sea. At that time, not to mention the powerhouse at the peak level of the general, even a common miso powerhouse was enough to destroy his entire Doflamingo family. But today, at this moment, he already possesses a terrifying power that is enough for the entire world government to do it. Once when he took his father's head and wanted to regain his status as a celestial dragon, the group of celestial dragons, who were called the nobles of the world, rejected him. But when the power of the spell warrior he possessed returned to this world, those who used to be high above the heavenly dragons actually prayed for him to return to the heavenly dragons. The chicken spell warrior tiger, who once bloodshed the holy land Marijoa twice, made all the heavenly dragons feel the horror of his spell warriors. At this time, Tianlong talents can be said to be truly awakened from a dream. Their so-called power is actually so vulnerable when faced with real power. When the Tianlong people faced Tiger, they were slaughtered like the cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. How miserable the Tianlong people were at the beginning, since knowing that Doflamingo has become a spell warrior. It can be said that all the Tianlong people put pressure on the world government in an instant and promised to let Doflamingo return to the Tianlong family. At this time, Doflamingo not only obtained all the rights of the Tianlong people, but also Doflamingo is the supreme existence among the Tianlong people. Because Doflamingo possesses a terrifying power that makes all the dragon people envied. This power is enough to make the entire Tianlong people rush for it. After all, the Tianlong people have personally felt the terrifying power that belongs to the spell warriors. The terror of the spell warrior can be said to be deeply imprinted in the heart of Soden Ryogen. It was a terrifying power that was incomparable to the king's goodness, a power that scared everyone. All Tianlong people will never forget the 2 bloody days. Blood stained the entire holy land Marijoa, which is something that everyone will never forget. The sound of mourning continued to surround their ears, and blood filled their eyes. No one can forget the previous scene. This is why they knew that Doflamingo had become a spell warrior, and they would rather give up all the costs to have Doflamingo rejoin the Tianlong people. After all, the power of a spell warrior is something that no one in this world can resist. The 370th chapters of the powerful evil green pheasant. Although Lord Doflamingo doesn't know why he values you so much, what if you are half a spell warrior? Let us 2 brothers have a good look at the power you possess as a half spell warrior today. On this desert island not far from the Dracrosa kingdom, Doflamingo stood on the edge of the island with his 6 generals and peak powerhouses. In the center of the island, 2 strong generals under Doflamingo's command were confronting the evil Aokiji. Although the evil Aokiji is an admiral of the Navy headquarters, but these 8 generals and powerhouses used to be terrifying beings whose prestige was resounding throughout the world. None of them who were detained on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison had their hands full of blood and made a name for themselves in the whole world. Moreover, Doflamingo used the power of the sheep charm to bring them into the underworld many times to absorb the souls of the strong. I've also heard of your reputation, but you're nothing more than embarrassed prisoners in the deep-sea prison. The corner of the evil green pheasant's mouth brought a disdainful smile. Even if the 607 people in front of them were both generals and peak powerhouses, so what? Is he intimidated by being a spell warrior? Today, let you see my strength. It can be said that there is a hint of arrogance in the words. Countless chills erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, this deserted island, which was originally full of yellow sand and stones, instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Aoki, a former admiral of the Navy headquarters with the ability to freeze fruits of nature. Although this is just his evil clone, he has inherited all the abilities of Admiral Aokiji. In just this moment, the climate of the entire island was changed. How powerful is this power? The natural environment of an island has been changed because of the green pheasants. And the most important thing is that this change is not temporary. JD, the environment of the island will be like this from now on. This is the horror of the awakening of nature. Change the climate of a place. Is this the strength of the former Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters? Everyone who saw the scene had shocked expressions on their faces. It's just a blink of an eye that the climate of the entire island has been changed. What a terrifying thing. As expected, you are a spell warrior, although you only have the ability of half a spell warrior. But a spell warrior is always a spell warrior spell, and the dignity of a warrior is not something that others can easily provoke. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth, who was standing beside him, could be said to have a hint of a smile. Although Doflamingo despises the evil Aokiji, he is only half a spell warrior, but a spell warrior will always be a spell warrior. The power of a spell warrior is simply not something that ordinary people can match. This can be said to be a fact recognized by the whole world. The power of spell warriors is fearless. Since that's the case, let's show you the strength of our two brothers. Although they are also afraid of the strength of the evil Aokiji, they are also masters at the peak level of generals. More importantly, they are the subordinates of the spell warrior Doflamingo. Wong buzzing. At this moment, a strange force instantly enveloped the whole body of the evil Aokiji. When this power enveloped the whole body of the evil Aokiji immediately felt that his body was out of control. The whole person's body involuntarily flew towards the two people standing in the ice and snow. Is Superman a gravitational fruit person? Although his body involuntarily flew towards the two strong generals, there was no worry on the face of the evil Aokiji. I saw that he stretched out his right hand and the countless cold air instantly converged into an extremely sharp ice blade. Get out of here. Just when the evil Aokiji was about to slash down with the ice blade in his hand, the general and the strong standing beside the gravitational fruit strong man raised his hands. At this moment, the powerful repulsive force exploded instantly, and the evil Aokiji's body was knocked out again like this. Crack. The sound of ice cubes breaking instantly sounded. Aokiji's body that flew out instantly turned into an ice cube that was about to shatter at that moment. But when Aokiji's body turned into pieces of broken ice, the faces of these two generals level powerhouses can be said to be without the slightest coursing. Instead, they were still full of solemn expressions because they knew that this was just an ice cube substitute for Aokiji. The real Aokiji at this time can be said to have appeared less than 100 meters behind these two generals and strong men. The two generals and strong men quickly turned around and looked behind them. At this time, their faces can be said to be full of serious expressions. Chapter 373 The Real Power of the Tiger Talisman. As expected, he is indeed the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, and his strength is still terrifying, making people feel shivering. The two general-level powerhouses under Doflamingo's command. At this time, they can also be said to feel a huge pressure, because they didn't even find out when Aokiji changed his appearance. What he attacked was just an ice cube clone of Aokiji. If that's the case, then we can say that we have shown our strongest strength. The two generals and strong men glanced at each other. The reason Doflamingo chose them was mainly because their abilities were compatible. With the combination of gravity and repulsion, even the average 4 emperors would not be their opponents. This is the power that the two of them have when they cooperate with each other. An ant is always just an ant. The power of the talisman warrior is not something you can understand. Even in the face of the siege of these two generals, the peak powerhouses, whose abilities are incomparably coordinated, evil Aokiji's face can be said to be full of disdain without the slightest worry. Because he is a spell warrior, even if he is only half a spell warrior, the dignity of a spell warrior is not something that anyone can easily provoke. The spell warrior is always powerful, unparalleled power. Then let me show you the power of my spell. The corners of the evil green pheasant's mouth were full of smiles, facing these two powerful generals with combined strengths and incomparably powerful abilities. It can be said that the evil Aokiji has really started to use its true power. It can be said that the power belonging to the tiger talisman has really begun to be used. The power of the tiger charm is more than just dividing the evil sides of Aokiji. One represents good thoughts and the other represents evil thoughts. At the same time, it represents the good and evil sides of a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. The power of the evil Aokiji can be said to be extremely evil. From the moment your feet stood on the ice, your fate was already decided. Aokiji's mouth was filled with a disdainful smile, and it was not without reason that Aokiji froze the entire island in an instant. The power he has frozen is not only the cold air of the ice, but the ice that freezes the entire island contains the power of the tiger charm. What do you mean by that? The faces of the 2 generals and strong men flickered with puzzled expressions, and at the same time they felt a strange force rushing into their bodies along the ice surface under their feet. At this moment they could say that they felt that their emotions were not being mobilized. The whole person can be said to have lost control of emotions. Do you think that the power of the spell warrior I possess is such a simple thing? The corners of his mouth were full of naked disdain. The power of the evil Aokiji can be said to be constantly infecting the will of these 2 generals and strong men. The power of 7 emotions and 6 desires can be said to be constantly tempting the 2 peak powerhouses. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Some people are greedy for money, some people are greedy for sex, and some people are greedy for power. Everyone's pursuit of the future is different, but everyone can be said to have 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as you have 7 emotions and 6 desires, you can be seduced by the evil power of the evil pheasant. In the end, he was swallowed up by the power of emotions and desires. You damn bastard, what are you trying to do? Why do I feel that my power is being swallowed up? At this time, the 2 strong generals standing on the ice surface, at this time, they even lost their desire to fight. Some just knelt down on the ice with a look of exhaustion. Their faces were full of fear and panic. Even for the future, it can be said that all hope has been lost, because they have been swallowed up by the power of emotions and desires. 0. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful power. Doflamingo, who was standing beside him, had a solemn look on his face. After all, those are emotions and desires. Who in today's world does not have emotions and desires? As long as he is a human being, he possesses the power of emotions and desires. As long as they have 7 emotions and 6 desires, they can't escape the control of the evil Aokiji. The evil Aokiji can completely guide this power with the power of ice cubes. It's really getting more and more interesting and exciting. Facing the power of the evil Aokiji, Doflamingo didn't have the slightest worry, but was still full of smiles. After all, he is a complete talisman warrior, and with his own talisman warrior power, he can completely resist this force. Doflamingo, do I now have the opportunity to cooperate with you? He ignored the 2 strong generals who had completely lost their fighting spirit at this time. The evil green pheasant looked at Brother Doflamingo. After all, only Brother Doflamingo was the real master here. He is the real master here. Chapter 374. The status of the green pheasant. As expected of a spell warrior, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful power. There was a hint of disbelief in the words. At the same time, for the power possessed by the evil Aokiji, Doflamingo can also be said to recognize his power. Doflamingo didn't expect him to have such a powerful power. You must know that even he is also full of emotions, because he is a human being. As long as he is human, he has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Not to mention human beings, even those animals have all kinds of emotions. Then you will be my ally from 607. You and I form an alliance, and I will try my best to help you become a complete spell warrior. But once you become a complete spell warrior, then you must do me a favor and help me deal with my brother, the rabbit spell warrior Corazon. Thinking of what his own brother did before, Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be filled with hatred. He will never forget that Corazon personally destroyed everything about him and sent him to the deep sea prison. It can be said that Doflamingo felt the pain like hell there. He will never forget Corazon's betrayal and the torture he suffered in the deep sea prison. As a descendant of Tianlong people, he was actually tortured, which immediately reminded him of his childhood experiences, the place where he had nightmares in his mind. To deal with Corazon, who is also a spell warrior. Don't worry, I can promise you about this matter. As long as I become a complete spell warrior, I will help you deal with your brother Corazon, who is also one of the spell warriors. The corners of the evil green pheasant's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. He believes that it can be said that it is just around the corner to become a top-level powerhouse by virtue of his own strength. And the most important thing is that the site of the new world is only so big, and every spell warrior can be said to occupy a piece of territory. If the evil Aokiji wants to gain a firm foothold in the new world, he has to open up his own territory. From now on, you and I will form an alliance. I will help you become a perfect spell warrior, but even after you become a perfect spell warrior, you can't break the covenant between you and me. Doflamingo's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Even if Aokiji becomes a real perfect spell warrior, warrior Doflamingo, who is a perfect spell warrior, will not be afraid of Aokiji. However, it can be said that it is extremely difficult for a complete body spell warrior to deal with another complete body spell warrior. The degree of difficulty can be said to be as difficult as the sky. Even Nicole Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior, couldn't kill a spell warrior in a one-on-one situation. Nico Robin can only defeat a perfect spell warrior, but it is almost impossible to kill a perfect spell warrior. After all, the power of the talisman warrior is too strange. It is too powerful. Of course, as long as you can help me become a spell warrior, a complete spell warrior, then how about I help you solve your brother together? The corners of the evil Aokiji's mouth are full of evil smiles. After all, for him, there is only one most important thing right now, and that is to obtain enough evil power to open the seal of the spell warrior and become the perfect spell warrior in the strongest state. This can be said to be what all spell warriors have to do after obtaining the power of spell warriors. From now on, your green pheasant will form an alliance with me, Doflamingo, and in my Doflamingo family you will enjoy a position below 1 person and above 10,000 people, even if the 8 generals under my command are at their peak. The strong can also accept your call. It can be said that Doflamingo, the evil green pheasant, has been entrusted with a heavy responsibility and even gave the evil green pheasant the right to call the masters of his 8 generals. In other words, from now on, these 8 generals and strong men must obey the orders of the evil Aokiji. You must know that these are the 8 strongest peerless masters under Doflamingo's command. They were all over Doflamingo's house, so to speak. The clan represents a terrifying position under 1 person and tens of thousands of people. In this way, Aokiji surpassed the 8 powerful generals and became an existence that kept pace with Doflamingo. Then I'll leave everything to you in the future. Doflamingo came to the evil Aokiji, and at this moment his face could be said to be full of seriousness. If the evil green pheasant dares to deceive him, so many flamenco will let the evil green pheasant see his terrifying strength. What is a real spell warrior? What is a real perfect spell warrior? Chapter 375 Akainu's Jealousy. Since you have obtained the power of a spell warrior, then your strength should also be enhanced. At this time, after Aokiji said what he had experienced in this naval headquarters, the face of the warring states marshal was suddenly filled with a look of ecstasy. Although the evil Aokiji is indeed a huge trouble, but for the Navy, there is one more powerful spell warrior in the Navy. The power of the spell warrior is obvious to all. Each has the terrifying power that destroys the world. The Navy has confronted the talisman warriors several times, and every time they faced the talisman warriors, it could be said that they returned from a broken halberd. That's right, what I got is the power of the tiger talisman. I now represent the kind Aokiji. I have the power to control the kindness of others and guide a person towards kindness. Facing the words of the warring states marshal, the kind-hearted Aokiji revealed his abilities. If the evil blue 19 pheasants represent the evil of a person, then the good blue pheasants represent the uplifting justice side. A kind-hearted pheasant can invigorate a person's heart full of excitement. He represents the kind and righteous side of a person. If the evil Aokiji can take a person into the abyss, then the kind-hearted pheasant is enough to bring a person into the supreme heaven. One is decadent and the other is encouraging. The two can be said to be completely opposites. Even on the same battlefield, one can make the opponent's army fall into that state of exhaustion. The other is that you can let your own army fall into that exciting heart. Since that's the case, then let me see your strength. At this moment, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters stood up. At this moment, his face can be said to be full of anger. His eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. Aokiji and Akainu have completely opposite personalities, and Akainu has experienced the power of the spell warrior many times. Akainu can also be said to be incomparably envious of the abilities possessed by the spell warrior. But what Akainu didn't expect was that Aokiji actually became a spell warrior. It can also be said that Akainu has a trace of jealousy in his heart for this matter. After all, as long as whoever controls the power of the spell warrior, it means that he has the strongest power in the world. Originally, Aokiji was the peak of the general, but at this time he became the strongest man in the entire navy except for Sabo, has the terrifying ability to defeat the 4 emperors. Akainu, the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, who was sitting next to him, when he saw Akainu's reaction, the corner of his mouth could be said to have a smile because he already knew what Akainu was thinking. At this time, the cries of Akainu and Aokiji Castle as the heirs of the marshal can be said to be the loudest in the entire navy. But in this unknowing, Aokiji actually became a spell warrior. Originally, according to his strength, Sabo was the most likely to become a marshal, and he also has a huge prestige in the navy. But Sabo's age is too embarrassing. No matter his status, strength, or prestige, Sabo can become a naval marshal, but his young age can be said to be his most fatal weakness. This also caused Akainu to be extremely wary of Sabo, but not to the point of hostility. And most importantly, Sabo was the only spell warrior among the world government and the navy at this time. Do you want to have a test with me? He looked at Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, whose eyes were full of anger and rage. The corner of King Z's mouth showed a slight smile, and he was still extremely confident in the strength he possessed at this time. After becoming a spell warrior, Aokiji's strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even Aokiji, the powerhouse at the peak of the four emperors, would dare to fight against it. Looking at the Akainu in front of 607, although Akainu is a strong general at the peak level and has the ability of a natural devil fruit known as a natural disaster, but Aokiji, whose strength is not inferior to Akainu in the first place, plus the power of his current spell warrior, even if it was the real Garp who fought Aokiji at this time, it can be said that he has the ability to fight him. This is the horror of the powerful spell warrior of the spell warrior. After ordinary people have the power of spell warriors, they can already fight against the four emperors. What's more, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, who was originally the pinnacle of admiral, at this time his strength was only under Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters. Let me teach you about your strength. In the end, you're only half a spell warrior. Akainu's eyes were full of murderous intent. If it is said that it is a perfect spell warrior, Akainu is indeed invincible. Courage, but Aokiji only has half a spell warrior, not a complete spell warrior at all. Chapter 376 Battle against Akainu. Since that's the case, Aokiji, then show us your strength like you. We also want to know what power your spell possesses. Since Akainu is willing to fight Aokiji, then the Warring States Marshal also wants to know what power Aokai possesses. After all, what makes a spell warrior powerful is his ability. The power of the bull spell warrior Nico Robin. What she possesses is the unparalleled terrifying power known as absolute power. There is a desert island near the naval headquarters, which was originally used for training soldiers. If that's the case, let's have a competition there. The Sengoku Marshal and all the navies want to know what Aokiji's abilities are, but since he is a talisman warrior, what exactly is Aokiji's ability? The Warring States Marshal did not believe that Aokiji's ability was just a clone. Although the power of the clone is also very powerful, it cannot match the power of the spell warrior at all. Then let me teach you. In the Navy, the relationship between Akainu and Aokiji can be said to be very competitive. There is only one admiral. It can be said that Akainu is determined to win the position of admiral. Then I'll go over and take a look. I want to see what kind of power you have gained. The naval hero Garp, who was sitting beside him, also stood up. The power of the spell warrior Garp has been experienced many times, especially if the first spell warrior Nico Robin hadn't let her go at the beginning. It's also a question whether he can grow up now. Garp can also be said to have an incomparable understanding of Aokiji's power. After all, Aokiji was his younger brother. After all, Admiral Akainu of the naval headquarters fought against Admiral Aokiji of the naval headquarters. General Aokiji became a spell warrior. These two things can be said to be sweeping the entire naval headquarters like a gust of wind. After everyone knew the news, their words could be said to be filled with infinite shock. At the same time, it is also full of infinite coursing. After all, the power of the spell warrior can be said to be a nightmare for the Navy. The talisman warriors possess the terrifying power to destroy the naval headquarters. You must know that not long ago, people in the naval headquarters in the First World War of the North Sea Empire could be said to have seen the horror of the spell warrior. That unparalleled terrifying power can be said to be deeply engraved in the minds of all the soldiers during the war. The invincible force of terror is enough to make everyone tremble. For Aokiji to become a spell warrior, this is something that all navies should be grateful for. After all, this means that there is also a very powerful warrior in the Navy, a terrifying existence enough to be called a pillar. Let's see the power of this spell warrior. On the desert island not far from the naval headquarters, Aokiji and Akainu were standing in opposite positions. It can be said that an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the two bodies. On the edge of this deserted island, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, and Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters, the three people representing the strongest combat power of the Navy headquarters, are standing here at this time. There is also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. They also want to know what kind of power he has, which represents the kind-hearted Aokiji. Canine-toothed Red Lotus. Without the slightest hesitation, General Akainu's right hand can be said to have turned into that continuously burning and boiling magma. The magma turned into a fierce dog that roared out, and the intense sulfur smell could be said to instantly fill the entire island. Ice Age. But in the blink of an eye, the entire island seemed to be covered with ice and snow. The violently burning magma seems to be frozen by this ice. But even if the magma is blocked by the cold air, there seems to be a powerful force force poised to unleash within the magma. Crack! The ice encasing the magma instantly shattered. Countless magma quickly bombarded the green pheasant. Be calm. Why are you so irritable? Just when the magma was about to arrive in front of Aokiji suddenly said such a sentence. Originally, Akainu, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, was full of amazing fighting spirit. He was full of King's Zhao, violent breath all over his body. It suddenly became extremely quiet. The magma that was ready to go also stopped in front of Lightweight. Change a person's mind. The Warring States Marshal, who was standing aside, frowned slightly because he discovered that Akainu's breath was changing. If the previous Akainu was a terrifying man full of violence, so now he can be said to be extremely peaceful. What kind of ability do you have? Admiral Akainu, who felt that his desire to fight had completely disappeared at this time. At this moment his brows were full of doubts. Chapter 377 Lieutenant General Garp's concerns. At this time you have completely lost the will to fight. There was a slight smile on the corner of the kind-hearted Aokiji's mouth, which was part of his ability. 1. Eliminating all troubles makes people extremely peaceful. Akainu, who was full of fighting spirit before, can be said to be extremely calm at this time and even has no desire to fight. This kind of ability can be said to be abnormal and it can be said to be incomparable. But I always feel that the power of this spell warrior should be more than that. The Warring States Marshal frowned slightly. Although the ability was extremely powerful, the Warring States Marshal believed that this was not the ultimate power of the Tiger Charm warrior. If on the battlefield, when the armies of the two sides fully assassinate each other, the other side completely loses the will to fight, it will be a one-sided slaughter by then. The Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru frowned slightly. Fighting awareness is the most important. The fighting spirit of the battle is especially important. I never thought that his ability could actually change a person's will. 607. But I think his ability should not be so simple. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru's combat experience can be said to be extremely rich. Moreover, he has fought with the army and has rich combat experience. He knows how important an army's will to fight is to an army. For the Navy, once the will to fight is completely lost during the attack, then the army can be said to be completely incapable of fighting. It can be said that the green pheasant can actually defuse the hostility of an army. This can be said to be an extremely terrifying thing. Everyone has kindness and justice in their hearts, but sometimes hatred can easily cover up this kindness and justice. At this moment, a milky white light suddenly erupted from the body of the kind-hearted Aokiji. It can be said that this light shone on Akainu's body in an instant. It can be said that the consciousness in General Akainu's mind is being slowly modified. Admiral Akainu's hostility is weakening. King Z, what do you want to do? After seeing Aokiji's reaction, the Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku immediately roared. After all, no one knows what Aokiji will do next. After all, the power of the spell warrior is simply too evil. It's really too powerful, and the Warring States Marshal doesn't know what Akainu will look like when he is enveloped by this milky white light. Marshal of the Warring States. Just when this milky white light seemed to devour Admiral Akainu, when Admiral Aokiji heard the roar of the Warring States Marshal, the milky white light could be said to stop instantly and quickly return to Admiral Aokiji's body. What happened just now? With a hint of questioning in his words, the Warring States Marshal came to General King Z. After all, the milky white light just now posed too much danger to the Warring States Marshal. The Warring States Marshal seemed to have felt that once the milky white light enveloped Akainu this time, Akainu would not be the previous Akainu. In other words, this jaded milky white light will change Akainu's will. A subconscious reaction. After all, the power in Akainu's body really makes me feel a little bit. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of General Aokiji's mouth. I don't know what's going on, but Admiral Aoki can clearly feel the evil in Admiral Akainu's heart, and this milky white light has only one ability, and that is to devour that evil force and turn it into a righteous force. At that time, General Akainu's mind will undergo earth-shaking changes. Although Admiral Akainu is still Admiral Akainu, his personality will change. Become a man who will protect true justice. Real justice, not the so-called justice that claims to maintain the world government and the navy. It seems that you have an indelible debt to this kind of power. Lieutenant General Garp came to Admiral Aokiji. Obviously, Admiral Akainu has a feeling that he wants to completely swallow the evil in Admiral Akainu's heart. This may be the opposition between justice and evil. Feeling this evil power, I always have a feeling that I want to erase him. Admiral Aokiji's mouth can also be said to be full of a bitter smile. He didn't know how to describe this feeling at all. After feeling the evil in Admiral Akainu's heart, Aokiji has the feeling of pulling out that evil, and this feeling is still extremely strong. It was as if the evil in Admiral Akainu's heart was the enemy of life and death for him. It seems that you were also affected by the power of the spell. The balance of good and evil in your body Navy is broken. After hearing Admiral Aokiji's description, Garp's eyes flashed with worry, because the current Aokiji can even be said to represent absolute justice. But the world government is just, and the Navy is just. As one of the high-ranking naval officers, Garp knows the darkness of this world. Chapter 378, The Warring States Marshals Test. I will pursue absolute justice. Aokiji's face was full of justice. If it is said that the justice he pursued before Akainu is the justice that belongs to the world government and the Navy, then Aokiji's justice will be more pure. Purely makes everyone terrified. Because this justice represents this world justice for all people in this world, not justice for the world government and the Navy. For the world government and the Navy headquarters, Akainu's justice is what they want. Aokiji's justice is also a danger to the world government. After all, the darkness of the world government can be said to be extremely powerful, because world government does not represent true justice. The world government represents nothing but that mighty force. Because of its power, the world government dares to claim the justice of the world because it has the power to rule the world. Does it represent justice in this world? The Warring States Marshal also frowned slightly. After all, if the green pheasant claims to be absolute justice, it is also a danger to the world, because there is no one who is absolutely righteous in this world, even if it is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters Sengoku. There was also a trace of darkness in his heart. Even Garp, who is called a naval hero, has his own selfishness. After all, everyone has emotions and desires. Who dares to say that he has no selfishness? Can't you fully control this kind of power now? The Warring States Marshal came to the Admiral Aoki of the Navy headquarters. It can be said that there are not countless people who have evil in the heart of the entire naval headquarters, and almost everyone has evil in their hearts. As long as there is an evil person in my heart, I will have a feeling that I want to devour it completely. General Aokiji shook his head. His face could be said to be full of dignified expression. For this kind of power that wants to devour evil, General Aokiji is also powerless. After all, his evil thoughts clone has left his body at this time. Good and evil are not balanced within his body. He now represents absolute kindness, and that evil Aokiji represents absolute evil. The kind-hearted Aokiji wants to devour the power of evil so that the devoured person becomes incomparably kind. So what the evil Aokiji wants to devour is the kindness of that person, making him extremely evil. Only when the good green pheasant and the evil green pheasant merge into one, when the power of the tiger charm warrior truly merges into one. The green pheasant at that time was the real green pheasant, and at that time he possessed his original nature. It's a bit of a headache now. There was a hint of melancholy in the words, and the eyes of the Warring States Marshal were also full of melancholy. After all, if Aokiji were to stay in the Navy headquarters like this, it could be said that there was a huge bomb hidden in the Navy headquarters. After all the naval soldiers in the naval headquarters have their own darkness in their hearts. None of them knew that when Aokiji couldn't control his ability and attacked the entire naval headquarters. What kind of people will those Navy soldiers whose hearts have been completely wiped out? Aoki, I want to use your abilities to do an experiment. The Warring States Marshal frowned, and finally made up his mind to test the Aokiji's ability to devour darkness. I also want to know what my ability will change a person into. Facing the idea that Marshal of the Warring States period wanted to test, General Aokiji also nodded. He also wants to know what will happen to a person when the evil in his heart is completely swallowed up and only goodness is left. 0. Is it the kind of person who has no desires and only has kindness in his heart? Does your devouring completely change that kind of goodness, without leaving a trace of evil? At this moment the Warring States Marshal suddenly spoke again. I haven't completely devoured a person's evil yet. I don't know exactly what a person will become, but I want to try it out. General Aokiji frowned. He didn't have complete control over his abilities at this time. He doesn't know how this ability changes a person. A few pirates with a reward of over 100 million were transferred from the prison cell of the Navy headquarters. The Warring States Marshal quickly took out the phone in his hand and rushed out, because Doflamingo completely destroyed the entire deep-sea prison. At this time, the deep-sea prison is still recovering. Most of the pirates captured by the Navy headquarters can be said to be imprisoned in the cells of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 379, A Different Life. Damn Navy, what do you want to do? Hurry up and let me go, you bastards. What on earth are you trying to do? Are you trying to execute me? In that rage full of curses, 3 pirates with a reward of over 100 million came here under the custody of naval soldiers. At this time, their words can be said to be full of angry roars and curses that are constantly roaring. After all, in their opinion, this may be the Navy's execution for them. Everyone shut up for me. When the 3 criminals came to the front of the Warring States Marshal and the others, seeing the words in their mouths that did not stop cursing 610, the Warring States Marshal suddenly roared. After all, this is the Navy headquarters. This is not a place for you to be arrogant. If you let this, wouldn't it be detrimental to the majesty of his naval headquarters that the three criminals were yelling here? Marshal Waring states of the Navy headquarters. The three admirals of the Navy. Navy hero garb. What kind of battle is this? The words are full of disbelief. The three criminals who came here, when they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes can be said to be full of shock. These people can completely represent the strongest combat power of the entire Navy headquarters. Each of them possesses an incomparably powerful and terrifying power. This is a terrifying power that can completely fight against the four emperors. Each of them can be said to be full of evil. When the three criminals came here, Aokiji's brows could be said to be tightly locked. When he saw the three criminals, the power of the spell in his heart could be said to be just around the corner. There are three people here. You can make a choice respectively. One of them will completely devour the evil power in one's body, the other will devour half of it, and the last devoured only 1/4. Looking at the three criminals in front of him, the Warring States Marshal can be said to have said his request. The Warring States Marshal wanted to experiment with these three people. If that's the case, then I'll give it a try. In the face of the Sengoku Marshal's request, Admiral Aoki finally nodded. After all, Aokiji also wants to know what kind of influence his own ability has on a person. In the end, what can a person be transformed into? Then let's start with you first and completely devour all the evil forces in your body. Without the slightest hesitation, the Tiger Talisman's power of good and evil was instantly mobilized. The milky white light instantly bound the criminal completely. The power of sin is constantly being swallowed up by this milky white light. The ferocious look on the criminal's face can be said to be gradually changing. If this criminal could be said to be incomparably vicious before, now he actually has that kind smile on his face. A vicious pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million baileys. Now his face can be said to be full of loving smile. This can be said to be completely beyond everyone's imagination. The evil in his body has been completely swallowed up by me. Sighing slightly, there was a sense of relief on Aokiji's face. What's the reaction? With a curious look on his face, Lieutenant General Garp quickly came to the prisoner. He wondered how the prisoner would react at this point. Buzz. A wordless aura erupted from the prisoner's body. This momentum is not generated because of strength but a kind of temperament, a very unique temperament. It's like seeing the ascetic monk who has no desire but has his own firm belief in his heart. The temperament of the whole person can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Tell me, what are your thoughts now? Lieutenant General Garp's face can be said to be full of curiosity. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. A pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. Lieutenant General Garp never thought that he would have such a change. The change is extremely holy. It was as if an angel descended to earth and came to him. The holy light can be said to be extremely dazzling. The sins are monstrous. Killing countless big pirates has become so holy. This can be said to be completely beyond everyone's expectations. The rest of my life from now on will only be atonement for my sins. The corner of the criminal's mouth rose slightly, and his face was filled with holy brilliance. This is the absence of a trace of evil at all. Only good people. The Warring States Marshal frowned slightly. Can such a person still be called a normal person? If a person doesn't even have the normal emotions and desires, so is the so-called justice in his heart really true justice? The Warring States Marshal's heart can also be said to be full of doubts. If the world was filled with such a person, what would the world look like? Everyone is extremely humble and extremely kind. There will be no greed and no war in this world. Chapter 380 Criminal Rehabilitation Program. Then try to devour the evil in the hearts of the next two people. It becomes so holy when seeing the evil in the heart of the evil man being completely swallowed up. There was also a trace of worry in the hearts of Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Garp. After all, if the whole world had become like this, then the situation of the world government will be extremely worrying, because the justice in the heart of such people is not the justice that the current world government can handle, because the world government is not true justice at all. If the whole world becomes like this, it can be said to be a devastating blow to the entire world government, because then the whole world will become a world full of justice and without any evil. This world is an existence that the world government simply cannot control. One devoured half of the evil and the other kept only 1/4 of the 19 evil. With a serious look on his face, he can also say about the next test of the Warring States Marshal is full of expectations. I want to see if these people can be used by the Navy if the evil in their hearts is expelled. After all, many of these people are extremely terrifying and powerful beings, and their strength is one of the best in the world. As for the current sea situation, the Navy can be said to be out of control at all. The power of the spell warrior is too powerful, and the spell warrior is the top overlord in this world. If the world government and the Navy want to regain the status of the sea hegemony, then they must must gain more powerful power. The Warring States Marshal just wanted to know if the evil in these people's hearts was dispelled, then whether they could swear allegiance to the world government, to the Navy headquarters. The screams of pain can be said to be endless. Under everyone's attention, the sins in the bodies of these two criminals can be said to be constantly being dismembered. The vicious and ferocious expressions on the faces of the two criminals can also be said to be gradually changing. The criminal whose sin value in his body has been swallowed by about 50%. To be honest, he looks like a normal soldier. Although there is an aura that makes people unable to look directly, there is no longer that kind of vicious appearance. Only about 1/4 of the criminals were swallowed by the sins in his body, and he looked like a guard soldier who made people feel extremely friendly. Well, most of the evil in their bodies has been swallowed up by me. Sighing slightly for Aokiji, this devouring is extremely uncomfortable. After all, there is an irresistible temptation in his heart for this evil power. This feeling of swallowing half of it can be said to be extremely uncomfortable. Let them go. When Aokiji's milky white light quickly returned to Aokiji's body, the Warring States Marshal immediately ordered the soldiers to release the two prisoners, because he found that the momentum of the two prisoners had undergone an amazing reversal. There is no longer the viciousness of the past, but it can be said that it has become incomparably kind. It's getting more and more interesting now. Lieutenant General Garp stood aside. The corner of his mouth could be said to be full of curiosity. After all, he can also be said to be full of expectations for what will happen next. It is expected that these two criminals will become as holy as the first criminal. After all, the appearance of the first criminal can be said to be extremely strange at this time, and the strangeness made Lieutenant General Garp unable to imagine that the person in front of him was a vicious pirate. Tell me what you are thinking now. The Marshal of the Warring States came to the criminal whose evil had been swallowed in half in his body. There was a serious look in his eyes at this time, because he wanted to know what the criminal would end up being like. 610. Will it be able to be absorbed by his navy? Become a member of his navy? I feel guilty for what I have done. There is only one thing I want to do now, and that is to make up for what I have done. The criminal whose sin in his body had been swallowed in half. At this time, his face can be said to be full of sincerity. It was as if he was full of guilt for what he had done. I hope your words didn't deceive me. The Sengoku Marshal looked directly at the criminal. He didn't see a trace of deception from the corner of the criminal's eyes. However, thinking of his former status as the Marshal of the Warring States period, he did not agree to him easily. This matter is still up for discussion. Absorbed criminals and made him submit to the Navy's plan. It can be said that the Warring States Marshal thought twice about this matter. After all, once this matter is announced to the public, the impact on the world government and the Navy headquarters can be said to be extremely huge.